Hello and welcome. This is the Advanced Windows Active Directory Penetration Testing course. My name is Kofi Asamoah, and I will be your instructor for this course. Now, this course is designed for experienced offensive security professionals who are looking for ways to also expand their skill set and then add in some additional nuggets when it comes to attacking Windows Active Directory on their next pen testing engagement. As a result, we are going to go through some advanced TTPs which are typically seen or used by real-world adversary when it comes to compromising an enterprise. The purpose is to help you gain a comprehensive understanding of AD and how to pen test it in your next engagement. Now, throughout this course, we are going to cover a wide range of topics which would include penetration test pre-engagement logistics, and then also the actual execution of the pen test, and then finally wrapping up your pen test engagement. Before we proceed, just a brief background about myself. So I have over 18 years of experience within the cybersecurity field, with most of my experience coming from the offensive security domain. Some of my areas of experience include threat and vulnerability assessments, attack and penetration tests. So we're talking about the network infrastructure, both external and internal, wireless as well, adversarial simulations, so red teaming, purple teaming, assume breach, adversarial emulation, point of sale pen testing, ATM pen testing, application-based pen test, so web application, mobile, thick client, APIs. I have done all of these, and even physical pen tests as well. I also do develop and deliver cybersecurity training, such as this course right here. So, why are we here? Well, it is no secret how data and digital landscape has exploded over the past couple of years. And it's because we deal with data. The most expensive commodity right now is information or data. And as a result of that, attackers have also made it their job to be cyber criminals, because when you hold information, you hold a huge asset. And because of that, most organizations have become targets for cyber criminals. So to combat this ever-evolving threat landscape that most organizations are facing, we as professionals in this area need to adopt our way of thinking and think like the bad actors. We need to think like how these guys operate, be able to sharpen our skill set so we can be able to simulate the TTPs these guys use during their operation. So this course will equip you with the essential knowledge and skills to master some of these TTPs used by real-world threat actors when it comes to compromising Windows Active Directory. However, it is not all about just our technical capabilities, because your pen test delivery is useless if you are not able to communicate your work to your stakeholders, whom sometimes may be technical and also non-technical. So the latter part of this course is going to focus more on non-technical essentials that all pen testers should have on their engagement, especially when it comes to writing a report and then also delivering your results to your client or your stakeholders. So in the end, what do you expect to get from this course? Well, this course is packed with a lot of hands-on activities so that we are able to apply the concept we discuss in this course. Now, you start by understanding a bit about the fundamentals of penetration tests before we even dive into the overview of Windows Active Directory. We will dissect the AD attack kill chain, which is going to be what we're going to be using throughout this course. We are also going to deploy our own AD infrastructure. This will allow us to practice the concept we discuss in a safe and controlled space. We'll cover everything from the basics of Windows Active Directory to advanced exploitation methodologies, we are going to look at how we will abuse Kerberos, which is central to the Windows AD environment, to perform attacks such as Kerberosing, Kerberos delegation attacks, and then Kerberos parcel spray attack as well. Now, additionally, we'll also cover how to exploit misconfigured Active Directory certificate services to escalate our privileges. We'll also execute some persistence attack, such as golden ticket, silver ticket, diamond ticket, and then also sapphire ticket. We'll also cover some techniques to abuse forest trust so we can jump from one forest to another. Finally, we'll focus on the crucial skills that all pen tests need to have, and that is report writing. So who is this course meant for? Well, this course is designed for a wide range of audience. The course targets penetration testers, ethical hackers, and red teamers. At the same time, blue teamers and digital forensic professionals would also learn a lot from this course as well. For IT security professionals who are looking to strengthen their AD defenses would also find this course interesting and also useful, because you're going to understand some of the ways that we abuse misconfigurations and also exploit vulnerabilities in order for you to implement some defensive mechanism. Ultimately, anyone who is interested in deepening their understanding of Windows AD environment will find this course useful. Now, let's quickly go through the structure or the roadmap of this course. So we are going to start off with our introduction to penetration test, where we are going to go through the overview of penetration test, some of the logistics that you need to understand before you even send your first packet to your target, okay? And then after that, we're going to go into Active Directory. So we'll just have a brief overview of AD. Because this is an advanced course, we're going to have just an overview of Active Directory and its component. And then once we now have the overview of AD, then we'll get into deploying our AD infrastructure, where we'll perform all of our activities. Once we're done with the first two modules, now we're going to follow the Active Directory attack kill chain designed for this course, which will start with the initial access, which is where we're trying to obtain or establish a foothold as a domain user once we have a network access. Remember, this is an internal pen test. So we are assuming that we have a system plugged into the network. And the initial phase part is all the activities we will conduct for us to be able to at least obtain an Active Directory user level access within the environment. So look at how we can harvest email addresses from external open source platforms and then use those information to perform a parcel spray attack and then get credentials. We'll also look into how we can abuse some network protocols to be able to obtain domain user access level. Now, once we've been able to achieve a foothold on a network as a domain user, we get into the next phase of the attack kill chain, which is the network propagation. And this is where we begin to move around within the network, trying to understand where we are and how can we move around to accomplish the goal that we have for the pen test. So we begin to use situational awareness or enumeration, trying to gather intelligence internally, and then use that to escalate ourselves from a system to another. And in the course of our privilege escalation, we'll combine that with lateral movement to move from one system to another, or from one account to another, or from a low-level user to that of a higher privileged user. Now, once we're done with the lateral movement, then we get into domain dominance, because here we're trying to compromise the entire domain. And then even if there are other domains that have relationship with our first initial domain, we'll try to abuse the trust and then jump into that domain as well. Once we're done with the domain dominance and we are done with our pen test, then comes in the post-engagement logistics. This is where we write our report. We'll have a debrief meeting with our client or readout meeting with our client or leadership to go through all of our findings from the penetration test. Now we have a lot to cover in a very little time, so let's get started. So in summary, this is what we have covered so far in this module. We went through what a penetration test is. We discussed its purpose and then how it's an essential component of most organizations' cybersecurity programs. We looked at why we need penetration tests. We looked at how regulations do actually now dictate for some companies to have penetration tests. We looked at why contracts with third parties nowadays do ask for penetration tests as part of their conditions. And then also we looked at how organizations or leadership would want to know the exposure so they can close up those loops. And then we looked at the limitations of penetration tests, some things which make penetration tests a bit lacking compared to real-world scenarios or real-world attacks. And then we got into some logistics of it. We went through proposals, SOWs, ROEs, and then also permission letter if you're doing or executing physical penetration tests. And then we concluded with an attack kill chain where we discussed the attack kill chain design for this course. Welcome to the introduction to penetration testing. In this module, we will dive into the fundamentals of penetration tests. We will look at what makes a penetration test. I know most of us already do know, but it doesn't hurt for us to remind ourselves about that. We'll look at the purpose of penetration tests and why it's an essential component of any organization that is serious about building a robust cybersecurity program. Now, we'll also look at some of the limitations of pen testing, all right, when it comes to the scoping, and then also some boundaries that make our work sometimes hard to accomplish the full scale of impact we are looking for. We'll also look into some logistics when it comes to running a pen test program or running a pen test engagement. We'll also take a look at some attack kill chains that are used by pen testers to guide us when executing penetration tests. In fact, we built our own Active Directory attack kill chain from some of these attack kill chains. So, what is a penetration test? So essentially, we are trying to simulate real threat actors, their activities against an organization. Obviously, real threat actors don't have permission to do that, but we do. Permission from the organization to test their defenses or their detection capabilities. Now think of this as a controlled exercise where we mimic the tactics, techniques, and procedures of these real bad actors. Our goal, of course, is to uncover vulnerabilities and weaknesses within a system, systems, or an enterprise network. With all this understanding and the purpose of penetration tests, there's also a distinction between a vulnerability assessment and penetration test. So you see I have it like, in red here, that not same as vulnerability assessment. So in vuln assessment, we try to find as many vulnerabilities as we can. But in penetration test, we're not just finding vulnerabilities, but we're finding both vulns and then also attack vectors and then try to exploit those to gain access or accomplish a particular goal. So that is one of the biggest distinctions between vulnerability assessments and then also penetration tests. To reiterate, while vuln assessment identify potential weaknesses, penetration test goes a step further by attempting to exploit these vulnerabilities so that we can provide leadership with actionable recommendations on how to defend against those actions or attacks. Now that we know what penetration test is and also its purpose, now let's look into why do we need penetration tests. Now these are some questions that if you're somebody like me, you may have come across a lot with stakeholders and then leadership trying to help them justify why they need to have penetration tests done. So let's take this scenario. Imagine discovering vulnerabilities before a malicious actor does. That is basically the whole reason why we need penetration tests. Is we want to find these vulnerabilities or weaknesses, identify our attack surface before the bad guys do. Because once we find these attack surfaces, we are able to provide leadership with defense mechanism and then also close up all the loopholes before the bad guys do. Now, some organizations are required to perform penetration tests because they belong to a particular industry or they do business with a particular client or agency or an entity. So for instance, if you do something with the government, let's say you develop a software for the government, sell to the government, you are required to perform federal pen test. If you do some work, let's say processing of credit card information, PCI requires you to perform some penetration tests. So these are all regulations that are now enforcing penetration tests. Some of the contracts that you have with your partners may come with a condition that you do regular penetration tests, and some even go to the extent of asking for reports of a penetration test before they renew a contract. So these are some of the reasons why penetration test is becoming important and now being required. Now, finally, pen testing fosters a strong security culture within an organization. The more we do this, the more we identify our weaknesses and the more we provide defense mechanisms to close some of these loopholes. Let's take a look at some of the limitations of penetration tests. Now, this is one thing that I typically do with my client or with my stakeholders. Okay, as much as penetration test has its benefits, it also does have its own limitations. We are trying to simulate real threat actors. However, there are some barriers, there are some things that make our job not as close as the real bad actors. And this table is just a list of few of them. There are a lot of things that make pen testing much more limited compared to real bad actors. So let's go through some of these limitations. So on the left side here, I have the penetration testers and then the limitations that we normally have, and then compare that with the bad actors, okay? So you can see that when it comes to scope limitations, we may be limited on what systems we can or cannot attack. So there are some instances whereby you perform a penetration test and you're limited from attacking a particular subnet or from attacking a particular domain. Now, those limitations do not apply to attackers. Real-world threat actors do not care about your scope. In fact, there are some instances where I did a penetration test, and because the pen test was done here in the US, we couldn't attack the client systems which are based off in the EU zone. So even though we could have penetrated into those systems, we couldn't because of the regulations by GDPR. So scope limitation is a big issue and a big limitation on pen testing versus real-world threat actors who don't care about limitations on scope. The next one is time limitations. There are some cases where penetration test requests by your client or leadership may have stipulations on what time window you can perform a test. In fact, there are some instances where I had a penetration test done and a client told us we can only pen test between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Now, do you think bad actors have this or care about the timing? No, they do not, okay? So pen testing have time limitations most of the time because some clients will tell you, I don't want any interference with my production time and I want you to do the penetration test at a particular time. Attackers don't care about timing limitation. The next also is going to be testing access limitation. Now, there are some instances whereby you do, let's say, an internal pen test and a client will determine where they place, let's say, your attacking box, let's say your Kali machine. Even though you may want to have it within a production environment or workstation environment where attackers will typically be attacking from, your client may determine where your attacking box is placed on a network. And if you find yourself in a very quiet subnet, you may not end up being able to provide a holistic overview of the attack surface. Attackers do not have such limitations. The next one is also the goal to please a client. Now, this one normally comes in if you're a consulting firm, because in the end, consulting firms get paid by a client, okay? So you always want to have this customer relationship or satisfaction. So sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes, pen testers may do some things or may perform some actions just to please their client. For instance, let's say your client wants you to pen test at an odd time, a time that you think is not going to add much value to the work. And as much as you want this to be done in a great, in a time which will provide more benefit to the client, because you still want to keep your work and keep your client happy, you want to fulfill their wishes of testing at an odd time. So that is something that pen testers also do face, is we try to please our client. Attackers or real-world threat actors do not care about trying to please anyone at all but themselves. And the next one is rules of engagement. Now, we'll get into rules of engagement in a bit, but basically it's a document that guides the execution of the penetration test. It typically defines what can and what cannot be done by the pen testing team or the pen testers. So that is where sometimes limitation comes in. You may be told, don't attack this particular VLAN or this particular subnet. Or you may be told this particular domain is out of scope. Attackers do not care about that from ROE. In fact, they don't have to sit down with a client and go through an ROE to tell them, okay, you cannot do this kind of test or attack us from this way. The next is also tools and techniques usage limitation. And that is also true. I have done several engagements where the client can sometimes determine what tools you can or cannot use on their environment. In fact, I have had some client who'd actually vet out your tools before you can execute your penetration test. Now imagine that. Imagine that you are, let's say, a plumber, and somebody calls you to come and then fix something their home, and then you bring your tools, and the person tells you you can use this tool, you can use this tool. How are you supposed to perform a better work if your client tells you what tools you can and cannot use? All right. So that is also a big limitation on some pen testing engagement. Real threat actors do not have limitations on the tools that they use. In fact, they are exposed to additional tools which may not have been even released to the public, and that is where they're almost sometimes 10 steps ahead of us all the time. The last one is limitation on unknown exploit, and that feeds off from my last statement. The fact that attackers do not have limitations on what tools they use. So they're out there, they can go to the dark web, they can go anywhere and then pick up exploits which are not even known to us as pen testers, because for pen testers, we are professional and ethical. And the last thing we want to do is to bring down our client's infrastructure. So we vet out our exploit, or we are very careful with our exploit before we use them on real engagement. And this goes against us sometimes because attackers don't care and they are exposed to some unknown exploit that pen testers may not even have access to. Okay, so before you get all trigger happy to begin your attack against assets on a network, there are some few things you may want to make sure they are in place before you execute your penetration test. And these are examples of the penetration test logistics you need to take care of before you perform your pen test. The first is proposal. Now, this may not be applicable to pen testers who are internal team. This is only applicable to, let's say, a consulting firm. Nevertheless, it is also good for you to even understand or know this, even if you are an internal pen tester. Knowing about proposal will help you a lot to understand how external firms perform penetration tests. So proposal is when we try to engage with a potential client of our services and what we do. Now, we typically don't have any standard on how you write your proposal, but it comes with some few things that you need to have in your proposal. One of them is outline the services that you do offer. So you want your client to know what you do offer. So what do we do? Well, we are a pen testing firm. We do external an internal network penetration test. We do application pen tests. We do adversary simulations. So these are all things that you may want to outline in your proposal. The next one is obviously you want to also break down the methodologies on how you execute any of the services. And of course, it is going to also need the cost structure for each of your services. So let's say that you perform a web application pen test. However, based on the complexity of the web application, you have a cost structure. So you have, let's say, basic web application may cost X amount of dollars. Medium will be X amount of dollars, and then maybe much more complex will be this amount of dollars. An external network penetration test, X number of IP addresses will cost this. If it's internal, X number of subnets may cost this. So you have to have this cost structure within your proposal as well. And of course, it will need a signature of both parties who are engaged in a proposal. Now, one thing that I normally advise most pen testing team is when you are responding to proposal, always make sure that you understand your client's needs. And I typically always engage on a call with my client and have them walk me through their current situation, what they're asking for. Because once you listen to your clients, you are able to conceptualize what they need so you can tailor your pen testing services to their client. You don't want to just dump everything on your client and then just expect them to pick something. Sometimes some clients need guidance on what will best work for them based on the industry they work in, based on the size of the organization, based on the experience on the past pen testing. These are all things that you may want to understand about your client before you send out your proposal. So these are some few things I want you to understand when it comes to proposal for penetration testing. Now, once let's say that you have won the engagement with your client, there's another document that is also important, and that document is a statement of work. Similar to how proposal is, it doesn't have any format on writing it, but there are some components you want to see in your SOW. One of them is a scope of the engagement. You may want to clarify the scope of it. This is going to be an internal active directory penetration test for this client. So the scope is defined in the SOW. Maybe the scope will be just the AD of the client's location in a US, and let's say EU location may not be part of it. So you may want to have an out of scope subnet or access within the SOW as well. You also want to show the methodology you'll be using to execute your penetration test as well, because your client would like to understand the sequence of events that are going to be carried out in the course of the penetration test. And then the SOW would also have the list of deliverables that you're going to end up giving to your client, because in the end, your client wants some documentation of your work and with all the findings so they can begin to kick in their remediation process. Some examples of deliverables from penetration tests will be obviously your penetration test report. Sometimes you may want executive summary for those non-technical. And even if a client has, let's say, a partnership with a third party who wants a copy of their pen testing report, you don't want to give them the actual penetration test report. The executive summary could sometimes be provided to your client's third party or somebody who requests for their pen test. Another deliverable that may also be provided as part of the penetration test could also be the attestation letter. If your client or stakeholder or leadership want to provide a proof to, let's say, a third party that they do business with, that they have done a penetration test or they have had a penetration test done, attestation letter could also be a letter from you, the pen testing team, that could be given to your client so they can give it to the third party that they work with. We also want to specify the time frame of the test within the SOW. Okay, the time is going to be between this time and that time, from this date to this date, and those are also specified within the SOW. And then finally, you may also want to specify the roles and responsibilities of some individuals in the course of the penetration test. So for instance, the pen testing team may have a group of people and their roles. And then also the client or the consumer or the stakeholders may also have a group of individuals involved in a penetration test. So let's say you may have a PM that coordinates all the logistics. You may have the pen testing manager that also coordinates the technical logistics. And then you may have, let's say, a pen testing, lead team, and then maybe a pen tester. And then these will be defined, with their roles and their responsibilities within the SOW. All right, so I briefly talked about rules of engagement. Okay, now this is not really a legal binding document, unlike the proposal, but the ROE defines the engagement specifics. So this ROE is basically providing proof that a penetration test is authorized by the client or by the stakeholders, okay? And then, of course, we may also specify any scope limitations. And as I was giving an example, let's say that you have a global client, or let's say your company is global and they have offices in the US and other locations. During the course of the penetration test, the US location may be the only one in scope. But if they have any subnet or other asset in, let's say, somewhere in Europe, that will be out of scope. So that will be specified within the rules of engagement, stating that these are out of scope. And we will also have what we call the acceptable use, okay? Now, this one also details the acceptable testing methodologies, and then also anything that will cause harm on the system or the network is prohibited. So, for instance, during the course of the penetration test, you are not going to conduct any denial of service attack against any of the assets, right? So this is going to be something that is not going to be acceptable as part of a penetration test. And then also we talk about communication protocol. We'll line out how communication will be handled between the testing team and then also the stakeholders or the sponsors. Again, depending on the size of the engagement and also the relationship between the two teams, you may have, let's say, periodic emails or communications or phone calls as the pen test is going on. The whole point is you would want to communicate any important part of the penetration test throughout the course of the pen testing. As much as you want to communicate any major events throughout the course of the penetration test, you also want to limit too much information, because sometimes too much information becomes just useless. So you just have to be very careful as to what you communicate to your client and how often it is. So for instance, if you do, let's say, daily emailing and it's the same stuff that you're emailing about, you're just giving information overflow and your messages may not make sense anymore. So you may want to wait and then communicate when there's like any, significant, outcome of your test. So let's say you're doing a penetration test external and you discover remote code execution vulnerability, and then you gain access to the server remotely. That could be something critical that you want to communicate with your client. Or let's say you're performing a penetration test from external and you discover an SSH and you're able to use the default credentials to gain access to such a system. That is critical, and you want to communicate that with your client. So again, communication is important, but you want to make sure that you are actually making sure that you're communicating the right type of information and not overflow of information. Permission letter, also known as get out of jail free pass, okay? Now this goes back to days when I used to do physical penetration tests. If the scope of your pen test includes physical penetration tests, then you are going to need this particular letter, okay? Because you want to make sure that it's a permission letter that you keep on yourself each time you do a physical penetration test. Just in case you get discovered, you can show this letter to whoever discovers you that you have permission to perform physical penetration tests. Let's get into cyber attack kill chain. My mindset is there's no need to reinvent the wheel if there's no need for that, okay? There are several attack kill chain that have been vetted out by the industry, and they are useful when it comes to designing a methodology or attack kill chain in your penetration test. And these are just samples of most of the well-known ones. Cyber kill chain by Lockheed Martin is very, very well known. In fact, one of the pioneers in attack kill chain. And then we also have the attack framework by Matter, which is also very well known and used by the industry. And then we have the unified cyber kill chain by purpose. Okay, so these are all great and fantastic cyber kill chains that you can just pick up and then modify or use them vanilla during the course of a penetration test. All of these or most of these cyber kill chains have certain things in common when it comes to the attack kill chain that attackers typically go to. So we typically start with a reconnaissance and then leads into initial access, and then we get into lateral movement, and then depending on the objective of the operation, we'll get into exfiltration, where we'll try to move data from within the environment to the attacker's controlled system. So feeding off from the other attack kill chain, I designed this attack kill chain specifically for this course. And I have it broken down into 3 major phases. We have the initial access, we have the network propagation, and then also the closure phase. Now, for the initial access phase, we'll start off with reconnaissance, trying to understand the target or the client. And then we'll try to map out the network or the internal network. After that, we use the intelligence, everything that we have obtained from both the network mapping and then also reconnaissance, and perform or execute password spree attack, trying to discover a valid Active Directory user credential. And then we'll also look at abusing some network protocols to see how we can use that to gain initial foothold. Once we're done with the initial access phase and we have been able to establish a foothold on the network as an Active Directory user or system, then we pivot into the next phase, which is the network propagation phase. In this phase, things are much more iterative here. Okay, first, we're trying to understand the network by going through enumeration or the situational awareness, which is where we're trying to understand the network that we have now been able to gain access as a domain user. Throughout that, sometimes we may need to have higher privileges within the network to execute certain attacks. So look into privilege escalation on how we can escalate our privileges from either low-level user to high-level user, or from one system to another, or even from one domain to another. And then in the course of all these, since this is cyclical in nature, we'll combine both priv escalation with lateral movement and then enumeration. So we keep using this cycle until we have completely obtained the highest access within the domain, and then that will lead into the domain dominance. Here, we're going to execute attacks to compromise other domains by abusing trust from the first domain to the second domain or the first domain. And then even abuse trust between forests and then jump from the actual parent domain or the forest into an external forest. And then once we're done, we get into our pen test report writing. And then you typically have what we call the debrief meeting or the readout meeting with your client, where you go through the findings and then give your client to also ask questions, provide feedback, and then also the next is going to be designing their remediation process. Most clients with proper remediation program in place will typically ask for a retest for all the findings that they have remediated or they have addressed, or based on the plan they have in place for remediating or fixing the identified problems. Now that we have covered just an overview of domains, let's get into another concept called domain trust. So domain trust is when we are able to create a link between two domains or two forests, when each trusts the other, or depending on the direction of it, there's some sort of information flow going one way or the other. So this creates a link between two domains through what we call the authentication systems, typically KDCs, and we'll talk about KDCs in the future as well. These KDCs provide authentication and authorization, and between those two domains, this is done through a negotiation using a key called inter-realm trust key. So let's say that there is a user in a particular domain, let's say the child domain, and this user wants to request a resource within that domain, but it's not available in that domain, but in a parent domain. So there has to be a way for a communication between this domain the user belongs to and the other domain. And that is accomplished by using the inter-realm trust key to be able to sign the TGT of that user from the child domain so they can get the resources from the parent domain, to this user. And we'll get into this a bit too on how we can abuse this trust in the future to jump from one domain to another. So within this figure, we have the relationship created between two domains. We have the domain 1 and the domain 2. And this relationship created between these two domains. Each domain, this will be the forest, and this will also be a forest. Now, each would also have their own subdomains. So here we have the sales, and then we have the accounts, domain as well. And those can also have relationship with a parent. So we have the child and parent trust as well created. Now that we have understanding of how trust is created between two domains, let's take a look at how trust can be created between two domains. We essentially have two types. We have the automatic trust and then the manual trust. Now, this one is typically created automatically, and it's normally done between the parent and the child domain, because whenever you create your first domain, it becomes your forest. And any domain created becomes a child of that forest, and automatically it becomes that trust built between them. The same thing for the tree root. This is also an implicit bidirectional trust between parent and then also the child domain. Now let's go into when domain trust is created manually. The shortcut is normally created as a link between two child domains. So if we go back to our image here, this could be a shortcut we can create between this child domain and that child domain. And that can be done manually. And then we have an external trust, which is a non-transitive relationship between two domains from different forests. And this is what I was telling you. So this will be the external trust between two forests apart from each other. And then we have the realm. And this is a trust which is typically created between Windows and non-Windows domain. And then finally, we have the forest, which is also a transitive relationship created between two different forests. This is almost the same as this, but we'll take a look at transitive and non-transitive in a moment. So there's a trust here between two endpoints or two domains. But how is the flow of information determined? And that is where the direction of the trust come in. We typically have three types of trust directions. We have the one way, which is that the information flows from one domain to another and not the other way around. So one domain trusts the other. And that is where information flows from one direction to another. And then we have two-way or the bidirectional. That means each domain is able to send and receive information or traffic bidirectionally. Now let's get into transitivity when it comes to direction. So let's use this to break it down. Let's say we have a domain A. Domain A trusts domain B. And then let's say domain B trusts domain C. And because there is a direction from here to here and then pass on to C, A is going to trust domain C. And that is what the transitivity of domain trust is all about. Okay, so now we have dealt with the trust between domains. Let's get into how authentication is handled within Active Directory using Kerberos. So Kerberos is authentication protocol which was designed by MIT, and it essentially leverages what we call the key distribution center. The whole point about Kerberos is what we call the ticketing system. Your system literally walks around on a network with tickets, and that is what we use to request resources within an AD environment when we are using Kerberos as authentication. So users and services share these secret keys with a KDC to obtain temporarily tickets for access to resources. Both the user and the service that is being requested will normally go through what we call the verification process through the ticketing exchange process, which is essentially a mutual authentication implemented by the Kerberos authentication scheme. Eventually, Microsoft saw a need for this and then implemented Kerberos within AD. And it's similar to what I explained previously as single sign-on. Essentially, you log into a system once, and when you try to access resources on a domain, you do not have to provide your credentials each time because your system basically is holding tickets and making requests to resources. So let's walk through this image, which summarizes the entire process of Kerberos authentication. So let's say that you are the user and you go to work your first time and then you are provisioned a laptop. You log in with your AD credentials, username and password. What would happen is you are actually requesting what we call the TGT, ticket granting ticket. That request will go to a system on a network running the KDC services, the key distribution center. And that one is made up of two services, authentication services and then ticket granting services. This normally runs on a domain controller. So what would happen here is you are being authenticated by the DC to confirm you are actually a valid user. So it will use the NTLM hash or the NT hash of your username and then other attributes of you to confirm you do exist on a domain. And then once you are confirmed, now you're going to get back a TGT plus a session key with you. And that will have other information or attributes about what you can and cannot do on the network. So let's say 30 minutes later, you want to request a resource from this server. What would happen is you can't come here directly, but you're going to send out the ticket granting service, which is going to be this request right here. So you're going to send out TGS request to this domain controller saying that I would like to request resources on this server. The domain controller is now going to give you, or is going to sign that with the NT hash of the service account running this particular service, and then give you back this step right here, the ticket and the session key. You are now going to present that, the TGS and the session key, to this server and stating that I have this ticket to obtain such a resource. It is up to the service right here, and this is where the mutual verification comes in, this piece right here. This is where this service on the server is going to confirm if you are authorized to access such a resource before you are provisioning such a resource. This may seem like a long process, but this happens very fast and very quick behind the scenes. In fact, you have gone through this several times without even you knowing, because all these things happen just behind the scenes on a wire. So let's walk through, if you were to run, let's say, Wireshark or any network monitoring tool, what would you see when it comes to Kerberos traffic? Well, first of all, when you log in and then your system sends out a TGT, your request is actually going to be what we call the AS-REQ, essentially authentication request. So that is going to have, let's say, your password and your username, and of course, it will have some additional information about your login. So once your KDC receives it, it's going to check your information, such as, let's say, your logon restrictions, what group you belong to, and other stuff. And then it will create the ticket granting ticket for you. Now, the KDC will reply with a TGT plus a session key, and that it will be AS-REP. With this TGT signed, the only account that can actually open and read the TGT content is going to be the Kerb TGT service account or the Kerberos service account. Now, you possess the TGT and the session key. So let's say you are now interested in requesting the resources on the network. You are now going to send out the ticket request with your authentication, and that is going to be the TGS request. So you are going to present the TGT that has been given to you by the KDC and then request a ticket granting service. The KDC will open the TGT because it had previously authenticated you. It will validate what we call the pack. Once the pack is all checked out, then comes in the step 4, which is going to be the TGS provided over to you. Now, this is where we're going to abuse Kerberos, because what would happen here is the KDC is going to use the NT hash of the target service account to sign the TGS and send it over to you. We are able to extract such NT hash and then crack it offline. So the first step is going to be the TGS reply. And then once you have that TGS, we are now going to present that to the service and then ask for that particular resource. And then this is where the server will now do authorization check and confirm if you're authorized or your privileges allow you to request such resource. So all these things, again, you think it's a long process, but they take few seconds or milliseconds to even complete. So let's take a look at an example of a Wireshark and then also a Kerberos traffic on a wire. On the far right here, we have a Windows system. The IP address is this one right here. Now there's a user on the system and then trying to list the C share on this machine right here. And the IP address of this box is this one right here. This is taking into account that we have actually done the TGT request already because we are logged in. So this is going to be the TGS. It's going to kick in the TGS request part, which is going to be the third part right here. So we are going through the third part here. So if you take a look here, by just doing the dir against this particular resource, this is what happened behind the scenes, the Kerberos traffic. So we sent out the TGS request. So if you go back, it will be this one right here, step 3, because this has already been completed once the user logged into their computer. So this was what was sent out. And then we got a reply from that resource, which is this one right here, TGS reply, before we even started establishing a session to obtain this information. So in summary, for the closure part of our penetration test, we look at how we write a very good report that speaks to the work that we have done, and then also the findings or the attack vectors, and also gives the receiving parties the time for them to also review our report, sit down through a debrief meeting, and then be able to access questions for the things that they don't understand, and even plan for any remediation effort and then potential retest in the future. Welcome to the engagement closure phase. We have basically completed all active penetration test activities, and we are now wrapping up and getting into bringing all of our evidence together to summarize all of our findings and then also make a presentation to our client where we discuss remediation steps going forward. Because your penetration test is meaningless if there is no call for action for any findings discovered in the course of the penetration test. So this phase ensures that all the vulnerabilities and attack vectors we have discovered are ranked up based on their priority. Because one thing that you come across is there is no unlimited resources. Organizations, institutions always have limited resources, so there has to be a way for us to prioritize our vulnerabilities or our attack findings so they can put them into their action plan. So we're going to focus on how we can write a good report and have all these findings well structured and prioritized for our client to take action on how to remediate them. So we're going to look at how to generate a report and then also maybe go through a readout meeting and walk our clients through the report structure and our findings, and also any remediation process they may have to put in place. So let's start with the Active Directory simplified form. Again, this is just going to be high level. The details of AD is way beyond this course, okay? So we are going to stick to just the high level. Most people are used to AD or Active Directory, but the main actual name or service is Active Directory Domain Services. And this is a Microsoft way of organizing all resources within an enterprise. It provides that sort of like a centralized and standardized way of managing all network resources. And you see, I have in here quotation as objects. So essentially, everything within an AD environment is an object, whether it's a user, it's a group, it's a computer, it's a policy, it's a printer. All these are classified as objects, and every object has a property. Now, the AD makes user management much more easier because it serves as a central location to manage all these resources of, let's say, 10 people, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 individuals. And that is what the Active Directory Domain Services do for most organizations. Obviously, this is built up on some protocols and technologies to ensure all these moving parts do work the way they are supposed to work. So they rely on different protocols and technologies, okay? And some of them provide the function of location lookup, where to find resources on the network, or management of objects, how to create users, how to manage users, how to join a computer to a domain. All these are being handled by some of these protocols. And obviously, authentication and authorization. For the AD environment, authentication, it uses Kerberos authentication and also single sign-on for resource management. What a single sign-on basically means is when a user authenticates to their domain joined system or computer, they don't have to always re-enter the credentials each time they want to access a resource within the AD environment. When it comes to the naming structure of objects within an AD environment, we have two types. We have the UPN. In fact, you see us use UPN far out in one of our tags in the future, and I'll make reference to that. And that basically means we have the username at the domain name. And this is how the format looks like. And then we also have the LDAP distinguished name. And again, we'll also make reference to this format or this convention in some of our attacks. So we have the CN, which will be, let's say, the username. The username comes from the object, the organizational unit of users. And then we have the DC, which is the expanded domain name. It's broken down into pieces. So we have the client, and then we have the AD. So these are the two naming conventions you may come across when it comes to objects within Active Directory. Okay, so some core AD components that also make this whole thing work seamlessly. Domain name services for resource lookup and location. Remember how we talked about location lookup here, right? So DNS provide hostname resolution. And then we have the LDAP for object storage and also lookup. And we'll take a look at LDAP in the future as well. We have Kerberos for authentication. So all these are the components that come together, work together to make Active Directory Domain Services function properly. So let's take a look at the basic block of how an AD looks like. So on the right side here, we have this image right here. It represents these three building blocks of typical Active Directory environment look like. You normally have the first domain, which is the forest domain, or which is the forest. So this whole domain is a forest, or sometimes referred to as a parent domain. And then within the forest, we may have subdomains, or we may have other domains. So in this case, we may have these as the subdomains coming from the forest. And then each domain may also have what we call the organizational unit, which is also part of a branch from the child domain. So for instance, you may have a forest domain, which in our case is, let's say, client.ad, and then we may have a child domain or other domain called child.client.ad. And then within the child domain, we may have organizational unit of users that has all the users within that particular OU. Now, because AD can have a lot of resources, there has to be a way to ensure and also enforce access control and permissions so that the right objects have access to the right resources. And that is accomplished through what we call the security descriptors. So for each object within a Windows AD environment, that object would have an owner, it would have a DACO or discretionary access control list, it will have a SACO or system access control list. The DACO is essentially made up of access control lists which specify what control other principals are granted over another principal or object. And we'll take a look at that. So essentially what it's saying here is the ACEs specifies what permission one object has over another object. And we'll take a look at an example to further explain what this point is. If an ACE is misconfigured, we as pen testers or attackers can abuse that to achieve either priv escalation or lateral movement. So let's take a look at a security descriptor of an object here called Haile Selassie. Okay, so under the advanced security settings for this object, Haile Selassie, we do have the owner, just like the way we said previously in the previous slide, okay? And the owner of this object is the domain admins. Now, this is the list of the entries or the ACEs that defines the permission entries over this user. So we have the permission type, we have the principal that has a particular permission over this object, and then the type of access that principal has, and then whether it's inherited from another object or not, and then the applicability of that permission, whether it applies to only this object or its inheritance. So anything below it is going to also be applicable. So in this example, we have this principal, Nelson Mandela, and this principal has full control over this object, Haile Selassie. We will be dealing with such a misconfigured ACE in the future and how we can abuse that to take over an account or perform other malicious activities with it. For those who may want to follow along with maybe the type of box that I'm using to deploy or run my lab environment, these are the specs of the machine that I'm using. So I'm using a small form PC with all the specs in it. And just in case you want to buy the same or get the same or something similar, this is what I got. You don't have to get exactly what I got. So mine is 64 gig of RAM with 2 terabyte of SSD space. You can configure and bring yours a bit lower if the cost is going to be too much for you. But this is the box that I'm using for this whole lab. Okay, so it is time for us to begin to do some hands-on. We are going to prepare our computer environment before we deploy the actual VMs because we need to have some tools installed on our local Windows machine. I am running Windows 11 and I'm going to have to install some tools which you have to do the same. So the first tool we are going to install on our host machine is going to be Chocolate. For those who are much more familiar with Linux distribution, the number one utility for installing tools on Linux box is apt for installation. Well, Chocolate is Windows equivalent of that, where we are able to make some installations from a command line. So head over to the Chocolate and then /install, and we're going to get to this page and we'll scroll all the way down to the install Chocolate for individual. And they have given us a command line that we can run from a PowerShell prompt. So First, run your PowerShell as an admin because the installation is going to require us to run our PowerShell. Or if you're using Windows Terminal, that is also okay as long as you have it open as an admin. And you just head over and then click on this copy here to copy the entire command, and then right click and then paste it. Hit enter, and this is going to install Chocolate on our Windows host. So it looks like Chocolate is fully installed. So if we type in Choco like this, we should have Chocolate installed on this machine. The next set of tools we are going to install are going to be Git, Vagrant, VirtualBox, Visual Code, and then also Python. From the command line, using Chocolate, we can install Git, Vagrant, VirtualBox, VS Code, and then Python, and then provide the -y to force accept the yes or no prompt. So hit enter. And this may take some time because these are heavy tools, especially the VS Code. Okay, great. So it looks like we've been able to install the necessary tools. However, we need to reboot the computer to proceed. So we are going to deploy the lab infrastructure with the list of these OVA files, which I created for this course in particular. All these OVA files have been pre-built, tested several times to ensure they all do work. However, this is IT, right? Sometimes technology have their own minds of thinking. However, I have done a considerable amount of retest over retest to ensure all these OVA files do work. With the files here, you have two options in importing them into your VirtualBox. You can go through the VBox Manager option and then deploy each OVA individually, which is what I would recommend unless you have a very powerful machine. And I'll show you one command line to deploy or to import all the OVA files at a go. Or you can also use the VirtualBox Manager and then manually import all of these OVA using this option. In my case, I prefer to do the command line. And in fact, I am so lazy that I'm going to just use a quick shortcut with PowerShell to import all these OVA files just at a go. However, just assess your computer. If your system is not too powerful, I would encourage you to take your time and import each of these OVA files one at a time. No rush here. So if you are as lazy as I am and you want to just have one way to deploy, this will be the PowerShell command. I'm using the get child to filter out for all OVA extensions. Here it's a lot easier. We have everything in here. And then I'm going to use the for each object and then execute the VBox Manager using the import option against every single one of these OVA files. Obviously, it is going to take some time because you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are deploying 8 systems at a go. So you have to understand this will take some time. Grab a cup of coffee. Depending on your computing resources, this may take about 30 minutes to an hour to have everything deployed. But you realize that as all of them are being imported, they'll begin to pop up here on the left side so you can have all the VMs up and running. And you see the percentage here for each one of them. So right now, it is importing the cd-dc.ova. And if you know anything about the PowerShell for each object, it is going to go through each one of these items and then use the VBox Manage to import the OVA. Okay, so once we have all the OVA files imported, we should have all these VMs right within our VirtualBox Manager. And this should be the last message you should see. Now, before we proceed to power on all the virtual machines, let's do a quick recheck on these VMs, especially their network. So the NAT should always be turned off for all the VMs. By default, I have the adapter number 2 is configured for this lab for all of them. So make sure that all the adapter 2 are turned on with exception of Kali. Kali has both the NAT and then also the adapter or the host only one enabled. You can boot all of them up at the same time, but I would advise against that. So first, let's boot up the RT-DC. So click on start. And once this is fully booted up, we can proceed to boot the CD-DC and then boot on the FN-DC and then boot on the RT-WKSTN and then power on the CD-WKSTN and then the CD-SRV and then the FN-SRV, and finally we boot on the Kali VM. You'll realize that the first time you try to power on the VMs, they may take some time. If you come across any error with any DNS resolution, just reboot the VMs and they should work. We should now have all the VMs up and running. Let's bring up Kali, and the login credentials I set up for this VM is root, and the password is fluffy123 with exclamation mark. And that should get us into our Kali VM. Let's test out quickly with NCSMB and see if we can hit or see all the lab boxes with this quickly. And if we don't see any, it will be a matter of just rebooting the VM and we should be good to go. This is out of scope. This is my machine where I am running the test from. So this is out of scope. We have the RT-DC. It's alive and reachable. We have RT-WKSTN. That is also reachable. So those are from the forest domain. We have the CD-DC. It's also reachable. We have CD-WKSTN. We have CD-SRV. And those 3 boxes are from the child domain. And finally, we have the FN-DC and an FN-SRV. And all these boxes are what we need for this course. Let's try to log into one of the boxes to confirm something very quickly. The default credential for the Vagrant is just Vagrant. So in case you want to log in with the default credentials, that will be Vagrant and Vagrant. However, this is one of the accounts we'll target in the future, but I want to show you guys something very quickly. So we are currently logging into the CD-WKSTN as the user accounts.payable. And let's test something quickly. So there are instances you may come across this problem. This is something that I have tried several times to resolve and it doesn't seem to work. It does not impact any of our exercises, so I'm not too worried about that. So if you log in into any of the VMs and then you try out the credentials and then you try to do some domain level stuff and you hit this error, don't worry, it should not interfere with any of our activities. Let's try to log in into the serve instead with, let's say, the Vagrant user. And the password is Vagrant. So we are logging into this as Vagrant. And when we try the net user, we get error as well. Sometimes it may work, other times it may not work. Now, if we log in into, let's say, the RT-WKSTN, the same way as the user Vagrant, and then we try the net user command, that works and displays the user from the domain. So it's sometimes hit or miss. What I will say is, if you want to still find a way to get this to work, just restart your VM and sometimes it may work. Again, this should not impact any of our class activities if your net user or some domain level commands do not produce you anything. Let's proceed to build the Active Directory lab infrastructure for this course. For offensive security professionals, majority of our job or of our role is not going to involve us in deploying or building an Active Directory infrastructure. However, being able to deploy such an environment, at least for a test environment, to practice some concepts and also build your skill set is a unique skill set every or most professionals in our line of work should possess. It does give you some advantages. For instance, you get to understand the inner workings of the Active Directory environment as it's supposed to be, the different components, and where things can be misconfigured. It also gives you the chance to appreciate the pains that the admins, especially the domain admins or enterprise admin, go through to deploy such infrastructure. Another part of the benefit of being able to deploy your own environment is because you can design it as much as you want, be able to add in some vulnerabilities or some misconfigurations, and then run some test scenarios before you apply those or execute those in a real environment. And lastly, if you are able to deploy your own environment and get to understand how the actual AD environment works, that also gives you a big advantage during your penetration tests and debriefing, because if you understand the back end on how things work, you are most likely able to explain concepts to your recipients of your work because you understand how things work to some extent. And these are some of the benefits of us being able to deploy our own environment when it comes to attacking or performing any penetration test against Active Directory. So our lab here is very simple. We're going to have two forests defined, and then we're going to have a child and parent domain trust also created. So we have the parent of client.ad, and then we'll have a child of child.client.ad as the child domain. And then, of course, we're going to have the root is going to be the client. And then also we're going to have domain controllers for each domain, and then a couple of services running on this system. Just remind you, we're trying to mimic a full Windows Active Directory. So everything within this environment is purely Windows as our target, with Kali being our target machine. So let's look at the topology so we have a visual look of how our lab is going to look like. It's very, very simple. We have the child domain, which is typically during your penetration test, you may be planted in. So you are planted in some sort of a domain or the child domain, and this is going to be our starting point where our Kali Linux will be planted. And the job is to compromise this domain and then be able to abuse a trust between these two domains. So you can see it's a bi-directional relationship between the child and the forest. And then the forest also has a bi-directional relationship with an external third party or external forest as well. And then there's this sort of relationship because we talked about a transitive relationship, right? A trusts B and B trusts C, hence A trusts C, right? So this is going to be the A trusts B, B trusts C, hence A trust C. So that's how our lab is going to look like. And this is good enough to give you the feel of how a typical Active Directory environment or infrastructure looks like. One of my favorite and the most easiest way to achieve initial access is authentication-based attack. And this is because even in the real world, most breaches that we hear about or read about happens because of just one compromised credential. So when it comes to penetration tests, we want to showcase to our client that even if we can compromise just one set of credentials, that is all we need to further penetrate and then topple the Active Directory environment. And the reason why that is effective is you always have that one particular user that is using that password 123 exclamation mark, or is using the season and a year, or a season, a year, and a $sign, or something like that. When it comes to choosing a password in a password spree attack, there is no magic to that. Okay, it comes down to experience and then also getting to know your client and even the industry that your client works in, or any ongoing trending security news. So we know that most users are lazy, honestly. Some of them prefer to use the default credential by their organization. You have no idea how many times I have compromised an organization by just using welcome 123, because some organizations would typically have a default credential for all employees. And I have gotten access through just welcome 123 because somebody forgot to actually change the password. Or password 123 with exclamation mark gives me access sometimes. The season and a year, so let's say summer 2024 gives access sometimes, or summer 2024 with a $sign, or winter 24 $sign, or even the company's name and a number, or even the office location of the company. So these are all many ways for you to just be creative on what password you choose when it comes to your authentication-based attacks. So that is just my advice on how to choose passwords for spree attacks. How did we get to this level of attack when it comes to password? Because in the past, the old school way was typically what we call the brute force attack. In a brute force attack, you have one username and then you try multiple passwords. Sometimes it could be just one password. It could be 5, 10, 20, 100,000 against just a single user. So an example here is us using, let's say, Hydra, and then we provide one username and then providing a list of passwords with a file against, let's say, this target organization. In the past, about 15, 20 years ago, that was the way to do password-based attacks until system admins began to put in lockout policy. So that means if you try password within, let's say, 3 or 4 times, the policy will lock out the 5th time. So that was able to curtail or put a stop to the regular old school authentication-based attacks. The downside again is the fact that it is loud. So then the bad guys went back to the table and designed a new way of brute force attack, which I call as reverse order. With this new wave of performing authentication-based attack, password spree attack, we pick one known password and then spray it against a whole list of usernames. And this is where we first of all got all those user listing, user email addresses, and the service accounts from our reconnaissance. Because with a password spree attack, you feed a tool with a list of possible usernames and then one password, hoping that one of those users is using that particular password. The reason why that is successful and it leads to a very high success rate is 1, we try only one password against multiple users, thinking that we may get a chance that somebody's using that particular password. 2, according to the system, it's only one check per each user. So let's say we have 10,000 employees. The system will only see one check per each user. And then, of course, if you have, let's say, lockup policy, we are trying only once against 1,000 users or 2,000. or 10,000. So it wouldn't log out until we do the sprays several times, and then that may hit the lockout policy. So my advice typically is when you run spray attack, just try one pass at a time. Try it, take a break about maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and then try it next so that you don't lock out or you don't end up locking up the account. So this is the difference between both of them, okay? So here we are using NetExec as an example. We are spraying against the SMB protocol, and we are checking against this system. We are providing a list of users or service accounts, and we're trying only one password. You will go through over 5,000 of these service accounts, one at a time, each with this particular password. And that seems to be much more successful than the old school where we try multiple passwords against one user. So let's take a look at the difference between the protocols when we are performing a spray internally. We have either SMB way or the Kerberos way. So let's take a look at the pros and cons of each one of these. The con for SMB is it is slow. Why? Well, because SMB uses TCP protocol, it has to go through the three-way handshake procedure, which is a SYN ACK, and an ACK to even establish a connection before it begins to do the check. So if you take a look at the image below here, we are using the SMB login module from Metasploit. And with just only one scan, let's say this one right here, look at the whole amount of traffic it generated. First of all, it has to establish a TCP handshake. So from the source was this one right here, 10.10.10.149, and the destination was this one right here, 10.10.10.10. And it has to establish a TCP handshake with a SYN packet, got a response back from the target with a SYN ACK, and then ACK from our system before we actually went into the SMB protocol itself. So that makes it relatively slower compared to, let's say, Kerberos. And we see why Kerberos is much more faster than SMB. The second reason why SMB way may not be the ideal is it is also really noisy, because every single failed attempt is going to have an event log within domain controller. And this is set up by default. And you have the event ID of 4625, which is going to be the account failed to log on. And you can see at the bottom here that if any of the blue teamers or the admins is checking these logs, they are going to by default see a whole bunch of these logs in here showing the source IP address and then also the computer that is being hit here. So here we have this log here which they can look into and then realize what is happening here. So those are the two reasons why SMB spray attack may not be the ideal. Now let's look at why Kerberos may be the preferred way. First of all, Kerberos is fast because it uses UDP protocol for that. So there's no more TCP overhead on it. And we all know that if any service that uses UDP doesn't have to go through all the three-way handshake. The second one is it is also less noisier. And one of the reasons why it is because it sends only 2 frames to check a password. So that is much more less noisy because it sends only 2 packets. The second one is by default, the Kerberos pre-authentication checks does not trigger, unlike SMB. The admins or the domain admins has to manually enable that log before that is recorded in the domain controller. So that is to our advantage as OffSec professionals. If the domain admin doesn't turn on manually to check on the Kerberos pre-authentication checks, then we fly under the radar. So for them to do that, they need to turn on the event. And then if you turn on manually, then the domain controller will now begin to record event 4771, which is Kerberos pre-authentication. So here talking about the 2 packets or the Kerberos auth being less noisier, this is us using the Kinet utility within Kali Linux. And then we are checking in for this username victim1. And then once we enter that, obviously we try to put in a wrong password so we can see how it looks like under the radar. So here we put in a wrong password and it comes back and tells us password incorrect. So now let's go into what Wireshark captures for this traffic. It just sent out the AES request. That's about it. And then we got pre-auth required because that user does actually exist. And then we gave a wrong password. And you can see that it was only 2 traffic. This is just DNS packet. These were the only 2 packets that were sent out for this authentication. Unlike this SMB counterpart, which the same 1 traffic, that means 1 request we sent out, and it created all these traffic for us up until this point. So using netexec, we can provide in the gen relay list option against the entire subnet and then saving off all the servers that are running SMB without the sign-in enabled. So we're saving that into this output. And so far we have discovered systems, some of them that do not have the sign-in enabled. By default, most modern domain controllers would always have the sign-in enabled, so those will be out of our reach. However, we do see that we have these other servers that do not have SMB sign-in enabled, and those are going to be our target. And if we disclose the content of it, we're going to have this list. I'm going to remove this piece from that because it's out of scope. All right, so I'll remove this so we can stick to only the in-scope systems. So that is the first part, is to identify all systems with SMB sign not enabled. The next one is we're going to modify our responder configuration file by turning off the SMB and HTTP services. So we head all the way down and then change this to off. And then we go down to HTTP and turn that to off as well. And then save that file. And then back within our client folder directory, we are going to use the NT-LM relay X from InPacket. We're feeding it with this file of the SMB signing off.txt, which is going to be the list of all the systems that do not have SMB signing enabled. And we are saving off any hashes that come through into this file. And we're asking it to support SMB2, and then also open up a socket that we can interact with if we find any of these systems and we are able to establish a socket on it. So we load it up and then we go back to our responder and then we run our responder as well. So you can see if we scroll all the way up, HTTP server is not running, so it's SMB. And just like the way we had our responder attack working, the bots I have running within the infrastructure are going to simulate users trying to access resources on the network. And that is where we'll try to relay their credentials into the systems that do not have SMB sign-in enabled. And again, this is a great way for us to showcase to our client that SMB sign-in, which is not enabled, does not necessarily mean it's just a finding, but it can be abused and used to even gain access to a system and then be able to explore around. So one thing about NT-LM relay attack is a patience game. You ought to be patient, otherwise you may give up. I have done some pen tests where it took me about, I'll say maybe about 2 or 3 hours before I got some sockets from SMB relay attack. So it's just a patient game. Just be patient, and as soon as our bots kick in, we may get some interaction here and even get a SOC connection. So it looks like we are seeing some interaction here. So let's take a look at what just happened. So it looks like we receive a connection from this user, ed.amin, at this particular system, and then the connection was relayed over to one of the systems. Okay, so this is the domain controller, and the connection was relayed over to this particular system, which doesn't have SMB signing enabled. And as we can see, that was successful. And it's even telling us that we have a SOC that we should enjoy. So it is going to relay every single bit of this connection from the user Idi Amin to all the systems in this file, and then see if we are able to get any SOC connection. So this went to this .22, the same on .31, but it failed on .23. So at least we have some sessions here. Even though we may get a SOC connection, the only time we may have a privileged connection to a system that we can achieve remote code execution is if that user has, let's say, local admin privileges on that system. So to see all of our SOCs, just hit enter, and then let's type SOCs, hit enter, and we will see that this user actually has admin privileges on these two systems. So that is a great start for us. We can now try to actually access these systems because we are able to have local admin on those systems. In a real world environment, I have come across multiple times that I've had, let's say, SOCs, and then none of them had local admin. So with this, let's proceed to see how we can use this to accomplish remote code execution on any of these systems. So let's open up a new tab, and we are going to edit the proxy chain so we can proxy into this system. So let's go into etc, and let's go all the way down to the bottom. Let's change this into 1080 instead. And then let's save the file. And now we are ready to use our SOC from the NT-LMX relay. All right, so we have the 31 and then 22. So to test out if we actually have the local admin privilege on this machine, we can use the in-packet secret dump, and then we're not going to provide any password because we have a SOC session here we're going to use, and we're providing the user and then the system that we have a SOC session on. And let's try out if we have this, we can execute this attack. We are able to have this session, and we are dumping credentials on this system. All right, so let's obtain, we don't see any juicy. Vagrant is out of scope. So the only thing we see here will be maybe, let's say, the local admin. And then let's go back into another client folder, and let's edit our creds. So we're going to save the local admin NT hash, and then we go back, and we may also be interested in the computer accounts credential. So the one that has a $ next to it, because you never know when we may find this useful. So let's copy both the AES and then also DES as well, because again, we may find this useful in our future attacks. And then we go back, and let's do the same thing for this one right here, the NT hash. And let's do the same for the .22 and see if that also works. And you can see some of the challenges of tooling and pen testing. Even though the other one worked, this is not working. Even though we have the local admin on that machine, this .31 works, but the .32 is holding up. All right, so that is not working. Let's do Control C. And let's change this into SMB exec and see if that works. We are getting an OK, and that is not working. And WMI even outright refuses to connect. So these are some of the real life scenarios you may come across in real pen test. Nevertheless, we were able to at least obtain some hashes for one of the computer systems. And let's go back here and let's check out our socks again. And we don't seem to have any additional one coming. And once we're comfortable and done, we can just kill our responder session, Control C, multiple times, and then it will kill it. And let's go into to get out of the NTLM relay attack. So initial access. What at all is initial access? Well, I try to use MITRE in most of my pen test engagement to explain things or provide guidance to my client. And I also tend to use that in my training courses as well. So let's take a look at what MITRE defines initial access. And just in case you are interested in following up on this definition, the path to this definition is right here at the bottom. And the attack ID for the initial access is TA0001. So MITRE defines initial access as the techniques that use various entry vectors to gain initial foothold within a network. So these techniques, which are used to gain initial foothold, may include targeted spear phishing, which in our case is out of scope because we're doing internal network. But this targeted spear phishing may typically be for, let's say, an external red team operation or an external penetration test if that is the scope of the entry. And then also exploiting weaknesses on public-facing web servers. You can see that this is actually gearing towards external. However, this can also be used for internal. There are several times that we have abused internal web applications to gain initial foothold. And we have even done some phishing internally to get a foothold as well. So as much as this may look like it's just for external, this can also be applicable when it comes to doing internal penetration tests. So footholds gained through initial access may allow for continued access, such as valid accounts. Yes, and what I normally advise my client is all attackers need is just one set of valid credential. That is all they need, and they can topple down your entire infrastructure. So valid accounts is one of the best ways to gain access or initial access on a network. In fact, nowadays, if you read more about breaches, most of them, the entry points are through credential. And also the use of external remote services. So, such as SSH, SMBs, RDPs. And trust me, you may think some of these are supposed to be internal. Some organizations are still lazy enough to have RDPs exposed on the internet, or maybe limited use due to changing password. So this is how MITRE defines initial access. And some of the activities per what we're going to do for this engagement within the initial access are going to be external and open source intelligence gathering of the organization. And then also we're going to do an internal network mapping. We'll perform passive spree attack and then also try to abuse protocols to gain initial access on the network. We open up a new tab and let's go into opt and then responder. We do ls and then we are within their responder folder and we're going to run responder with this option within the lab. So let's open one more tab and then ifconfig, and we should have the ETH1, which is where the lab infrastructure, the interface we are running this test from. And within the lab, I have bots that run every few minutes so that it will simulate a real-world environment where users are accessing resources and files on the network. So let's run our responder and see if we can capture any password hashes. Okay, and once the bot runs, we'll begin to see some hashes coming through. I think I have the bot, one of them runs every 5 minutes, and then another one runs every 3 minutes. So far, so good. We have one user, ed.amin, and we've been able to capture the hashes for that user. Obviously, depending on where you run this from, you may see some noise coming through. In fact, this is a noise coming through from the system I'm running this attack from. So don't worry if you see some other noise on your side. It is all good. I have the lab in such a way that we have two users that are simulating network traffic, trying to access resources, and we are able to capture the hashes. So we have one user, let it run for about maybe, let's give ourselves about 10 minutes max. And let me scroll all the way down. Okay, we're seeing some more noise, things breaking up. These are all part of the work. And don't worry, if you miss out any not seeing your hash coming through, we'll take a look at how we can find all our hashes from responder. Once we've run this for about, I'll say maybe give it about 8 to 10 minutes to let it run so that we'll have a full cycle of the bots running. If you are impatient as I am, let's go into the responder folder. If we want to parse out all the captured hashes, we can run this command with the dump hash, and that will give us any hashes we have obtained so far. And it looks like so far we have one hash from the user ed.amin. Let's hold on for a bit because I have one more user that we need to capture their credential. So if you keep experiencing this, too many of these errors, then if you do Control-C, that should kill the responder process. If it doesn't work, do Control-Z, find the process, and then kill it. So let's do clear, and let's rerun responder again and see, hopefully the other user will check in. And after some time, we see another hash from this user captured. So you'd have to just pay attention to it. Otherwise, it will just like skip real quick. All right. So we have Jomo Kenata. The hash is from that user as well. Yeah, it's right here. All right. And yeah, so we have that. So like I said, just be patient. Let it run for about 10 minutes. If you are impatient, just kill your responder and then rerun it until you see at least some of these hashes coming through. At least, 2 of them should be coming through. All right. So now if we go to our responder folder, if we come and then rerun our hash, we should now see the Idi Amin and then also Jomo Kenata. Now we can Control-C again. Sometimes you have to do Control-C multiple times to kill your responder. All right, so Control-C multiple times will kill our responder. And now let's copy these 2 hashes. Head over into our client's directory and create a new file called resp.hashes. And we are going to save those 2 hashes from responder. And next, we are going to run hashcat against these hashes. So the module we are going to use is going to be the netNTLM. which is 5600. And then we feed it with the hashes from our responder, and we're saving it into the resp.crack. All right, it will save that into that output. We are feeding it with our rocku.txt. And I also want to show you guys how we can modify our hashcat to use rules if you run vanilla and you don't get your password, cracked. So here we are using the one rule, two rule, or we're using the option of -r, and we are providing it with this file to apply some rules to our rocku.txt, because the passwords have made them in such a way that they're not easy to crack without using rules. And we're using the force option to force the hashcat to run. Now, mind you, this is going to use up a bit of your system's resources. So from here going forward, you may experience some resource degradation with your Kali being a bit sluggish, okay? So just FYI. So our hash cracking is ongoing. So one of the activities I typically conduct, regardless of whether I am conducting an external or internal penetration test, is harvesting user names, because those are things that we'll end up using to perform parcel spray attack. However, the technique that most people don't think about is, even if you're doing an internal pen test, you can still use intelligence from outside or external to perform your internal penetration test. And one of the things that I typically do is using external open source platforms to harvest user names. The first place I typically like to go to is phonebook.cz. So phonebook.cz used to be free. Well, it is still free, but it used to be free for anonymous, research. However, over time, they have now implemented login. So you have to create an account with IntelX. So here, it will say log in with your intelx.io account. Once you click on that, it should bring you here where you can either create a new account or you can log in with your credentials. And it should be very, very easy to do that. You can just use any fictitious information. Do not use your personal information. You can use any fictitious information to sign up. Once you sign up, you should be able to take you back into phonebook.cz. So for the sake of demonstration, we are going to pick, let's say, ibm.com as the domain to obtain email addresses from. If you look at the bottom here, we have three options. We can either select domains if you're looking for only domain names, or subdomains for our target if we want only the email addresses for our target, or just URLs. In our case, we are interested in just the email addresses. So we can use, let's say, ibm.com and then click on submit. And this is going to harvest all the email addresses of this target. All right, so that is phonebook.cz. Another place that you can also harvest email addresses from is hunter.io. I used to use this a lot before phonebook.cz came up. However, this has some limitations on how many that you can dump per free account. I don't use this anymore. However, when it comes to recons or using open source platforms, you don't want to limit yourself to only one tool. So I'm showing you this as an alternative to also harvest user email addresses. And there are, of course, other platforms, command lines such as LinkedIn, which you can also use to harvest email addresses. Once we have this, we can just do select all. So Control A to select everything, and then let's copy. Right click and copy. And we're going to create a file within our Kali Linux so we can work on this to extract only the user names. So on our Kali, we'll create a new file called emails.txt, and then we'll paste in the email addresses we obtained from our phonebook.cz. So we should have all this here, and let's save up. And we can see this is all we have. We have all these from that search. So far, the file contains extraneous data, which we don't find them useful. So our goal is to be able to extract all the usernames from this file. So with this command, we are using grep, and we are grepping for @ibm.com from the file emails.txt. And we're going to sort out and remove any duplicates from that. And then once we're done, we are going to use the delimiter @ because the delimiter @ is what divides between the username and the domain name. And then we'll extract the first field from that. And that is supposed to give us only the usernames from the email addresses. Now we can save that into usernames.txt. So if we do cat usernames, we should now have all these usernames. So by this time, we have done some individual profiling and intergathering for, let's say, domain controllers and LDAP and stuff like that. The next is going to be much more of an active scan on the network. I typically hold off this a bit as part of the penetration test so we don't create too much noise, as much as we don't care about being stealth here. But I also try to do more of the recon and then even get more information before we even do the active network scanning. However, for the sake of this course, let's get into the path I typically take, or we can take when it comes to performing a scan. First of all, I normally label my output so that I can use that as part of my report writing in the future. So let's say on day 1, we want to perform an active network scan. We can label our output or our outcome as day 1. So here we are doing just vanilla scan on the entire network and then saving it into the different output format from Nmap. All right, so the scan is completed. So we can go through very quickly and observe some known port numbers that we typically see. So we see a few SMBs here, RDPs, we see DNS here, NetBIOS, we see FTP, we see web, which are typical that you normally come across on most pen tests. So as part of my tradition on performing an active scan, I typically want to use this opportunity to save up all the discovered IP addresses or hosts as live and then do much more detailed scan against those. The reason why you want to do that is you don't want to do detailed scan against the entire subnet, which can take a long time because it's going to scan all the IP addresses regardless of whether they are live or not. So I typically want to save up only discovered IP addresses and then focus more on them. So with this command, we can extract only the live IP addresses and then save them into a file so we can further focus more on them. So we'll use a cat for against this and then grep for the Nmap scan report, use a combination of cat and several other denominators, and then save that file into the live.host. So now if we do cat live.host, we should have all the IP addresses that we need to now focus more on as opposed to scanning blindly against the entire subnet. Now that we have the list of the live IP addresses, now we can perform deeper scan against them using the Nmap scripts. Nmap has this lightweight vulnerability scanners, or what we call the scripts, which scan for low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities. So using the live host, we can perform the script scan by specifying the -c and then do version detection, and then again save all the files into this file name. By this time, we're providing only the systems that are alive. Now you realize that because this is doing the script scan, it is going to take a bit of a time before it's completed. Even with this small lab environment, you will begin to appreciate how long this will take compared to if you do a bigger engagement with hundreds and thousands of systems. So just be patient. It is still doing the scanning. All right, so the scan is done. And you see this time we have a ton of information, and it's because Nmap did the script scan. So it did a detailed scan against each system. Okay, so we'll see the output is much more comprehensive than our previous scan. So let's try to reinforce what we just went over when it comes to the SMB and then also Kerberos-based spray attack. Let's bring up Wireshark, and we are going to look under the hood of how traffic is going on. And we're going to listen on the ETH1 because this is where we are connected to the domain. So let's click on Start Capturing Traffic, and we are going to filter out traffic between our Kali Linux and then also the domain controller of the child domain. So this is going to be the Wireshark filter. We are filtering for only our Kali Linux IP address, and then this is the IP address of the child domain. So hit enter, or you can just click on here to filter out. And let's right click at the top here, and let's choose always on top so we can have this at the top whilst we're still working on the terminal here. So to reinforce this, we are going to use the netexec and perform just a spray authentication checks against the admin account and then also the domain controller of this one right here and the domain of child.client.ad, and then see how the traffic turns out to be when we do that here. One traffic, let's see what we got from SMB protocol. And you can see this was the traffic this one request generated. It established the TCP handshake from our source to destination with a SYN ACK, and an ACK before the negotiation of SMB came through, and even did create another TCP connections again before SMB 1 and then SMB 2 before even the user's credential was checked out and then came out to be wrong. So this is how the SMB protocol works by generating traffic. Now let's add in even more to the filtering by now asking for only the SMB or SMB2 as well. So hit enter, and so we can narrow down to only the SMB protocol. And this is what we got again for that one traffic or one password check that we sent out from this command, and only one check was done. So all these were created or generated for only a single request of credential using SMB protocol. Now let's click on recapture and continue without saving. This time we are going to replay the same attack, but this time using the Kerberos protocol. So the tool of the choice is going to be Kerbrute, and we're using against admin. This is a password. The domain is a child1. The domain controller is this one right here. And the same setup here again for the filtering from Wireshark, but this time we are now filter against Kerberos and not SMB. So we hit enter to ensure that we have that running, and then let's go back here and then hit enter on our Kerbrute. So that traffic is generated, and then look, these were the only pieces of traffic or packet that were generated using the Kerberos protocol. So first of all, our system sent out the AS-request, and we got an error for the pre-auth required. And then we sent again, this time gave the password, and then auth was failed. That is it. Only 4 packets compared to the SMB that had lots of packets for just one request. So that tells you the difference between using different techniques when it comes to the same attack. So with this understanding, we can now safely close out Wireshark and proceed with the actual password spray attack using Kerberos protocol. So when it comes to internal penetration tests, one of the protocols which is heavily abused to obtain credentials for internal initial foothold is NetBIOS and LLMNR. Okay, you probably may have used responder on many of your penetration tests. However, how much do you know about what happens behind the scenes? What is responder abusing to actually capture credentials? So let's use a scenario to describe what happens with these protocols and how responder is able to abuse them for us to gain password hashes. So let's say a user wants to access a file on the network. The file name is, let's say for the sake of simplicity, file 1. And the server hosting the file is serve1 with srv1 and a file 1. So let's say the user fat-fingered and then type in the wrong system name. So let's say instead of serve1, they type in ser1. So sr1 instead of the serve1. So what happens is whenever we request a result, there has to be a DNS name resolution. Every system have their own internal host file that has the mapping of a server to an IP address. So the user system will first contact its local host file and see if there's a mapping or there's a translation between ser1 to an IP address, not serve, but ser1 to an IP address because they type in a wrong host name. But because that host name doesn't exist in a host file, the system will now reach out to the configured DNS server in a domain because every joint domain Windows machine has a configured DNS server, which is basically most of the time will be also the domain controller. So it will reach out and then contact the DNS server and ask for the name resolution to an IP address for the ser1. But because ser1 doesn't exist in a DNS record of the DNS server, it will not be able to do a translation. And that would also fail. And this is where LLMNR and NetBIOS come in. So because these two locations, the local host and a configured DNS servers were not able to resolve the host name, the system will now send out the LLMNR broadcast on the local network. And this is where responder takes advantage and we stand out fake services on a network, including SMB, because the request going out is going to be using the SMB protocol. And then because we are listening, we can now respond to that request or the query and say, yes, we can resolve the ser1. Now, because the system, when it sends out the LLMNR request, is using SMB protocol, the authentication is part of it, which is the hash password of the user. This is where we are able to extract that using a responder. So both LLMNR and NetBIOS name service broadcast query are the ones that we typically abuse using responder. So LLMNR is used to allow hosts to perform name resolution for hosts on the same local network without requiring a DNS server, because at this point, the DNS couldn't resolve the ser1 for us. And now we are relying on LLMNR to do that for us. So essentially, LLMNR is used when this has failed and that has failed. And now we're using LLMNR for the resolution. And if that also fails, then the NetBIOS request will be sent instead. And this is where responder takes advantage and abuses it. So as attackers, we can respond to these requests on a network and then be able to capture credentials such as NTLM version 1, version 2, and sometimes even get clear text credentials such as FTP, MSSQL, or even HTTP. So within your network, if you want to use Wireshark to monitor for any LLMNR traffic before you even run responder, you can do that. Just run a filter for just LLMNR, and that will filter out and then show you all the traffic that are LLMNR protocol. Welcome to the fourth module. So this is going to be the initial access, and we're going to try to use a storyline to guide us throughout the course of this course. And we're going to use a fictitious client. And for the sake of simplicity, it is going to be client. That is just going to be the name of the client. The purpose of this engagement is for us to conduct an internal penetration test against the Active Directory environment. So the goals here are we're supposed to identify internal attack vectors and weaknesses within the network and then try to abuse that, just like how an internal adversary would do. So we're trying to portray, like, let's say, an employee who has gone rogue. Somebody who has just walked into the corporate building and have plugged in the attacker's machine into their network, and they have an internal network access with no credentials, with no domain user credentials, all right? And we're supposed to execute the TTPs just like how an adversary would do with inside access on the network, and then determine the potential impact of these vulnerabilities or these attack vectors against the client, and then also use that to provide recommendations, because our pen test is meaningless or is useless if we cannot provide our client with recommendations on how to address or remediate the findings we had discovered throughout the course of the penetration test. Even though we are trying to replicate or simulate how a real-world penetration test will be done, there are some few things that we can do within a test environment that will not be applicable in a real world. And here we have assumptions such as, we have an internal access already on a network, which is typical for most internal pen tests, or I would say all internal pen tests. One thing that we're going to disregard is going to be OPSEC or evasion techniques. This is a penetration test, so we're going in full out. It's not like a red team operation where we're trying to evade some detection or trying to be OPSEC conscious. So these are the assumptions for this penetration test. Now, there's some tradition I typically go through when I am performing a penetration test. So let's walk through step by step on how to set ourselves up. But first, let's make sure that all of our virtual machines, we've taken a snapshot of all of them. Just in case we screw up somewhere, we can always revert it to the initial starting or good point. So from each of your VMs, just go to machines and then click on take snapshot, and then just hit OK to take a snapshot of that, so that if we screw up somewhere, we can always revert it to the initial good starting point. Once we have all of our VMs snapshot taken, now let's move on to our Kali instance. The first thing I typically do is to create folder structure or directory structure for my engagement. So here, let's create one for the client and then keep track of everything within here. Next, we are going to use our Kali instance for all of our attacks, and we will run some platforms that consume lots of resources. For that, if your machine can take it, I would encourage you to go into your system and maybe raise up your memory a bit higher. In my case, I'm running 8 gig of RAM, and even that, I may experience some lags when we begin to use Bloodhound, because Bloodhound uses a lot of resources, and that can sometimes impact our system performance. Okay, so our Kali is pre-made for this course. So all the tools we need to run on this engagement have been pre-installed. In fact, I typically install my tools, or my tools that I will normally use my pen test, I put them under the opt directory. So the same thing is true for this class. All of the tools, the extra ones we'll be using, I have them here within the opt directory. The next is, let's review the DNS record of the Kali. So this is the entry we have for the Kali, so that we can talk to the internal systems. You will see that I have the Google DNS IP address commented out. Okay, so that even if you do right now, if we try to ping, we don't have any external access to it. And I have made this DNS record immutable. So that means you can't even make any modifications without removing that. What I mean by that is, if let's say you go into trying to edit this, it is not going to allow it. And the reason why I have that done is because the resolve.conf always does change and revert back to the original entries. And I want this to remain the same throughout the course of the penetration test or throughout the course of this engagement. However, if you want to be able to make some modifications to the resolve.conf, then you can always run this command to remove the immutability of this file. In that case, once that is done, and now we do nano, we can now edit. For instance, we can come here and then uncomment and then save the file. And now we can hit the internet. But I'll say for the sake of this course, if you don't need to use the internet from this box, always make it immutable. If you want to go back and make it immutable, you just change the dash, and then make it plus. And that will take it back to be immutable. So try it again, and we can't change it. So let's go back and then comment this out. Comment this out. Make it immutable again. Let's confirm. Yeah. So it will stay the same. At any point in time, if you mess up this DNS record, I have a backup on this Kali. It's called back. So you can always come back and then copy this and then paste it back into the resolve.conf. Okay, so that is for the DNS record. Let's look at the host entry for our Kali. I also have the mapping done for our infrastructure within the host file. And the last location to look into is the Kerberos setup for Kali. If we come into the curb5.conf, we also have all the setup. So our Kali can speak Kerberos. Let's just have a brief overview of LDAP. So LDAP is essentially a protocol that provides a directory access to clients or users on a network. And it's built on client and server model. What that means is in any of the activities, we'll typically have a client that is looking for or requesting resources on a network. And we have the server or the LDAP server providing or searching for that information and then giving that to the client. The LDAP uses the X.500 protocol for its syntax structure. By default, LDAP communicates on these three port numbers. So the 389, the 636, and then 3269 are the typical port numbers that we can look for on systems that are running the LDAP services. Any regular domain user should be able to bind with LDAP server and then be able to obtain information. So the data in LDAP is stored in attributes. That is key value pair. So we have the name and then also the associated value of it. In this case, let's say that we have a mail, an object of a person, and we'll typically have username at domain.com. And that is a format of the mail service. So here, the mail is a name of the attribute, and then the value assigned to that will be the user.name@client.com. Another format is also an equal sign. So we have mail@client.com. So any entry we typically have within LDAP comprise of attributes under that particular name. And this is what gives the context of what we call the attributes. An entry to describe a person. It will typically be, let's say, the first name dot last name, and that is the attribute of us describing the person. But how does it look like, or the entry looks like in LDAP format? Well, this is how it's going to look like. We have the DN, and then we have the CN, which is the username, the structure, the username, and that username belongs to the organizational unit or the OU of users. And this is how the domain is broken down into. The client.ad is specified as DC is equal to the client, and then DC is equal to AD. And that is how the object class of a person is represented within LDAP. Another component you should also be aware of in LDAP is every object in LDAP has a distinguished name. You have seen the DN already. The distinguished name has this format, and it's a way for us to be able to identify a particular object. Let's say in this case, an object of a user. The format is going to be, the common name is going to be, let's say, the username. That user belongs to organizational unit of users, and the organizational unit of users belongs to the client.ad domain. And that is how it creates a path where the object does exist. Each DN has multiple attributes. As you can see here, these are all attributes: CN, OU, DC, DC. These are all the attributes, and some are by default, or we can also customize. So let's look at other components which come together to make LDAP function properly. First of all is a DC, or the domain component. You have seen that already. The domain component is this one right here, how the entire domain component looks like. And the domain, that is the domain name. And then we have the organizational unit. It's sort of like a folder in organizing a particular set of users or objects. And then we have the common name, which is a name given to the objects. So for instance, the username, the group name, or the computer name. Binding operations can be achieved in two ways. You can do LDAP very likely as an anonymous user, but if you want more information about the AD environment, there has to be authentication. It's either going to be a simple one, which is just providing a username and password to authenticate to the server, or we can implement much more better authentication through the simple authentication and security layer, which is much more better than the simple authentication because the password is encoded, and it also provides a framework to integrate with other authentication mechanism. So here we have the user or the client, we have the LDAP server that we authenticate to or we bind to, and then it will search through the AD environment for, let's say, a printer, a file, a server, send it back, and then back to the user, and then unbind. So we used a blind list of users for our parcel spray attack. Now that we have a valid user, the next step is for us to extract all the AD users and now use the parcel spray attack technique against those, because now we'll have a valid set of users that we can try. So using netexec again, specifying the domain controller of the child domain, we are going to use the -- users option and then obtain the list of all users within this domain. And then once we have that, we can even copy the whole users and then save them into a new file. We can also use the in packet get AD users as another option to also obtain the list of all users within the domain. And that seems to have a very nice output than the netexec. So let's copy. And let's create a test file and save it. And we are going to extract all the names from that output, combining cat, and then salt. Like that. So now we have all the users taken out from that output, from that file. And let's save that output into a new file called adusers.child. So now if we do adusers.child, we should have a valid set of users from within the domain where we can now go back and then rerun our parcel spray attack. The third option we can also use to extract the usernames would be using the built-in LDAP search. So we can use the LDAP search, which is a built-in utility within Linux, provide the LDAP server for the child domain. We specify the username to bind the request with and their password. I will never encourage you to specify the password in a command line like that. There's a way to omit this and it will just prompt you. But just for the sake of illustration, I'm showing you how we can provide a password in a command line. And then we provide a domain name in this form. And then we're looking for the object category of a person. And then the object class is going to be user. And we are going to grep out the distinguished username, okay, out of this. Hit enter, and that should give us the distinguished name property from this output. All right, so this is another way for us to also extract usernames from the domain. So now that we have a new list of actual valid users from the domain, we can run one more parcel spray attack with the curb brute. And it looks like we discovered an additional user credential for jeremiah.kofi, which is great. And of course, we're able to validate these users are valid users. And there is one more information we do see here, and we'll take a look at that in the future, is this one right here, not pre-auth, okay? And we'll talk about abusing this to even extra credential for this user. So now we are lucky we have two set of credentials so far with our parcel spray attack. So let's add this to this file. If you are just like me and you run your responder this way, you may begin to get some noise from, let's say, an out of scope IP address just like this, because this is my host machine where I'm running my lab from. And I don't want this to be as part of the target, so I need to configure my responder so it does not respond to this IP address and make all this noise. So we do Control Z, and that is suspended. We type in PS-AUX, and we should see this PID. Let's copy. And this is an easy way for you to kill a process that is not responding or not dying. So now it is killed. And let's go into responder config. And there is a section where we can exclude an IP address from being part of the targets. So we have one for specific IP address to respond to. By default is all. Specific IP addresses not to respond to. So let's set this to the IP address we do not want to respond to. In my case, it's this one right here. Yours may be different. And let's save it. And then run responder again. So now we can see that we are no longer responding to the IP address of that machine. However, we're still responding to IPv6. So we come into responder again. With the IPv6, we come down to the IP address that we want to exclude, comma, and then we paste in our IPv6 of the machine, and then we save it. And after it has run for some time, and you don't see any traffic coming in, go back into responder, and then let's run the dump hash.py. And we have one hash. We're waiting for the other one. So ensure you have two hashes from this. But you realize we are not even seeing any traffic at all. So our responder is not giving us much information, but it's still making it very clean for us, so we don't see all those noise. So now we see EDME coming in. We can Control X out. We go back, we run our command again. And now we have both the Jomo Kenyatta and then also EDME's hashes. So there are several instances I have seen pen test report that have this finding of, let's say, SMB signing not enabled as a finding, and it's sometimes either rated as informational, low, or medium. And just a screenshot is provided that we discovered SMB sign-in not enabled, and that is it. But the question is, how far can you take such a misconfiguration to showcase to your client how an attacker can abuse that? Because when I do penetration tests and I come across SMB sign not enabled for systems, I want to go further and demonstrate to my client how that can provide me initial foothold on a network. Because sometimes you may run responder and you capture credentials and none of them will pop. You can't crack any of those. Well, what if you can relay that credential into other systems and that could give you access somehow? And that brings in the protocol abuse of NTLM, most specifically NTLM relay attack. But before we get into the attack, let's just have a quick background on what happens behind the hood when it comes to two Windows OSs communicating and how we can begin to understand the way that the LM and the NTLM relay attack works. Essentially, the client tries to make a connection to a server. The server sends a challenge to the client and asks the client to solve it. If the client is able to solve it, then the connection is established. And that is what this three-phase is all about. Client sends out the negotiate message to negotiate a connection. The server sends out a challenge message, which is used to establish the identity of the client. If you are who you are, then tell me that you are who you are by answering these challenges. If the client is able to answer that challenge, then the server now knows that you are trusted, you are now authenticated. But where does the sign-in place a fact in here? If the message going back and forth is not being signed to give the true identity of the endpoints, can somebody impersonate the server or the receiving end? Let's take a look at this workflow on how the relay attacks actually work. So here we have the client, and then we have the server right here that we're trying to access, and the domain controller. In between, we have the attacker who has now planted themselves between this communication and then just observing. So the client sends out and negotiate, and then the attacker forwards that over to the server. The server will generate a challenge and then send a challenge back to the client, which again passes through the attacker. The client is able to encrypt the challenge and then send it over as authentication mechanism to the server. Because again, the server sent out a challenge and then asks you to sign that challenge and send it back to me. So once the authentication is completed, now the information is forwarded over to the domain controller, who does the verification of the authentication and says, yep, this client does exist, they're valid. So now that we are sending the valid message to the server will now provide granted access, sending it back to this client. This is where our attacker is able to now take this access granted, and then we abuse it for a connection back to the server, and then we tell this client access denied, even though it's valid. And that is how we are able to gain access or some sort of information from this server. So because the traffic coming back from this attacker back to the server is not digitally signed and validated by the server, depending on the access right this client has, this can give access directly to this server because it's not doing any validation on the SMB being signed by this client. And here we are able to impersonate this client, no validation done by the server, and we can gain access to this server. There is one point I have to make here because some people make a mistake with SMB or NTLM relay. I have seen a whole lot of people who try to abuse it and they don't get direct RCE and they assume, well, why am I not getting a command shell on a server because I'm able to abuse NTLM? Well, being able to get access to the server depends on the privileges of this client has. If the forwarded validation is coming from a user who has local admin privileges on the server, then you'll be able to gain remote code execution, because you have to be able to have access to a writable share on the server and admin level so you can establish a connection. Nevertheless, even if you don't have a high privilege on this box, you can still be able to have a session connection to the server and then be able to do minimal stuff on this machine. There are instances where I have done a penetration test that all of my NTLM relay socks didn't give me any local privileges on the system. However, I was able to enumerate that particular server for more juicy information and even got credentials from those servers to use them to access other systems. So even if NTLM relay doesn't give you command shell on the target, you may be able to still have a SOC session connection and be able to access other files or files and documents on that machine. And that is how, in a nutshell, NTLM relay does work. We are able to relay the credentials of this user over to this here by abusing the connection. So on a large engagement, you are most likely going to find a ton of systems and services on the network, especially web applications and other services that may require, let's say, authentication. The technique I typically also do is, in the course of that, is I try to obtain screenshots of most of the services, especially with web applications, because within internal network, you come across web apps that typically use, let's say, default credentials, and you can use those to abuse to gain initial access. The go-to up until now was Eyewitness. Eyewitness has been a fantastic tool for obtaining screenshot, but there's another tool called GoWitness, which can also do the same. So let's take a look at what GoWitness can do, because we can use that to obtain screenshots of web applications and other services. So it's a command line for web screenshot, which helps us to say, if you're performing a penetration test of an engagement with hundreds of web applications, you do not want to visit them individually because that will take a lot of time. That is where GoWitness comes in. You can take a screenshot of all of them at a go and then visit it on a dashboard so that you can narrow down to web apps you want to target. So these are the options. You can just type in GoWitness and then go through some of these options. These are the available commands to perform the scan. These are some tools that it comes with or work with. So you can use Nestle's Nmap, which we just use here, and we'll be using that. And these are all the flags that you are encouraged to try out when you're taking screenshots. So for us, we are going to use the Nmap option for the command. We are going to feed it in with our day one script file with the XML. And then we are only looking for open port numbers. And the service we are focusing more on is just going to be just HTTP. And you see that if it finds any 200, it is going to give it out and give us as an info. So we discovered one here on this box, another on this box, and then one more on this box, and then another one here too. So this is a great way for you to get all the web applications from your scan, even if it's just 2 or it's 3 or 100 or even 1,000. So from our scans, we should have a ton of information from our scan results. In fact, if we do cat and then let's say day 1 and map and then hit enter, this is going to have a ton of information depending on the size of the pen test engagement. But there are some port numbers that by default we want to target right off the bat. And one of them is going to be, let's say, 445 or the SMB service. So let's say we are interested in saving up all the systems that are running SMB. This is a phase that I typically call the target development. This is where we're trying to put together a battle plan by focusing specifically on services that will give us initial access and then not wasting time on trying every particular service. So this will give us only the IP addresses of all the services running SMB protocol, and we can copy this. Let's leave out the first one This may not be applicable within your environment. You may have a different one if you do, but this is, this is out of scope. All right, so let's call it smb.targets and let's save it up. So now we have a nice and clean target we want to target for any SMB related attacks. The next thing we also want to do is to review the screenshots we obtained from Go Witness. So here we can start up the Go Witness server, and this will serve up the Go Witness platform. We can access that from here. So let's copy this, and this will bring us up to the Go Witness dashboard, where we can see all the screenshots we have obtained from our scan. So we can go to the gallery view, and now we can see all the screenshots from our scans. All right, so we can even select each one of these and it will open up, or we can even go to view to get more detailed information about this web application. This is a great way not to waste time on revisiting every single website or web application. So we only focus on the ones of with interest. So we can go to now visit URL, and this will take us to their web page. All right. So this is also part of the way that we can look for or search for all web applications and then narrow down to those of interest to us. We can also go to the table view, and this will also give us in a nice table form. Once we're done, we can now close it. Let's also take a look at how we can abuse the IPv6 and then try and see how we can enumerate users from using that protocol, or even sometimes in most engagement where I have been able to use that to gain a domain admin right off the bat by abusing IPv6. This attack may not work in this environment because of the way that I have it set up. Because all the IP addresses are statically assigned to each of the systems. Nevertheless, if you work on real engagement, we are going to walk through a sequence of ways you can abuse this attack and get it to work. So let's go through the step-by-step on how this will be done in real-world environment, where you'll be able to extract and dump all the domain information using IPv6. So we're going to use the MIT M6. We'll specify the interface, and the domain of we try to target is going to be the child.client.ad. So we're going to force assign IPv6 addresses to all targets on this domain. So we have the setup, and we are going to use MIT M6 in conjunction with NTLM Relay X. We are telling it that we are attacking this using IPv6. The target LDAP server that we are targeting is going to be this one, which is a .11, and that is the child domains LDAP server. We are creating a fictitious, fully qualified domain name system. This can be anything. So this is going to be our target machine. Normally, if you're performing a penetration test, you want to have your system distinguished on a network so that your clients may know that. So in this case, we name our attacker's machine as Pentest, and then we append the domain name to it. If we capture anything from this attack, we want it to be saved into the loot folder. This is where you say it will save up. If the attack works, it will save all the domain information, including the domain users, their groups, their computers. All of them will be saved up into this file. So with that said, let's go and then hit enter and then run our MIT M6, and then let's run our NTLM Relay X from in packet. This is also a waiting game. It requires more patience. Okay, so be patient and then let it run for a bit. But like I said, in this environment, this is not going to work because all the systems have IP addresses assigned to them. If we were to, let's say, deploy a new Windows machine on a network to join a domain without giving it static IP address, then this attack would work. So, but I wanted to give this as a way for you to understand how to carry out this particular attack. All right, you see nothing is coming up. All right, so let's just kill it. And then let's kill our relay attack. So right after the recordings for this course, it came to my attention that phonebook.cz is no longer free. So the exercise where we use phonebook.cz to extract email addresses of our target may no longer be useful to you unless you are willing to pay phonebook.cz to use their services to dump email addresses. Nevertheless, it is still a resource for you to use as part of your training. So I will still keep the training in a course so you can see how you can use phonebook.cz to extract email addresses. So as of the 1st of September of this year, phonebook.cz is a paid service. Nevertheless, we can still go over to hunter.io and still use that. Even though it has its limitations, we are still going to combine that with cross-linked and then try to see if we can dump email addresses. So for the same target, if we were to come to hunter.io and then we type in the search for the domain name, of course, you have to log in with your credentials, which is free to create an account. However, hunter.io has limitations on how many email addresses you can extract. Even though it will give you how much email addresses or how many it obtained, you are still limited on how many you can dump with a free account. What we are going to use this for, though, is going to be picking up the username convention, because sometimes you may not know the username convention of your target. So hunter.io is still a good place for you to come and then pick the username convention and then use that in conjunction with a tool such as cross-linked. So one observation I have come across in most of my penetration test years is most AD environments, typically when you deploy them, come with default service accounts. And some good guys have been able to put together some of these well-known service accounts within most corporate infrastructure. So I also typically obtain such lists and then add it into my list of usernames as part of my pass to spray attack. So we're going to do the same thing here with this engagement. We're going to pull a copy of this service accounts file and then save it into our Kali and then merge that with the usernames we have obtained from other open source platforms. So there are two ways you can obtain this. I already have a copy of this saved up within the opt directory on your Kali, or we can edit our resolve.conf and then use wget to download it. Let's make a copy of our service account file from the opt directory and then save it here. So this will make a copy of that in here. Let's do a word count on that, and we have over 9,500 possible service accounts. And let's do the same thing on our usernames we obtained. And we have over 14,000 usernames. And we combine both the service account and the usernames, and let's do a word count on that as well. And we have over 23,000 possible usernames to use. And let's add one more to sort it out before we do the word count. And the number stays almost the same. Now let's merge both the service accounts and the usernames and then create a new file called usernames.new. Let's confirm we have the list right, the numbers right, by using the word count. Use the tail command to confirm the last 10 lines. Use a head command to get the first 10 lines. Of course, we're going to end up having some of these gibberish. So let's find more information about the Active Directory domain services via DNS interrogation. And one of the tools we're going to use is going to be dig. And we're going to get the global catalog of the client.ad. Okay, so this will give us information about the client.ad, the global catalog. And if we look at the answer section, we now see this are some systems, and by looking at the name, we know these are domain controllers because obvious the name gives out. And even if we come down here on the additional section, we also see the IP addresses of the two domain controllers. Do not be bothered with this last IP address. This is by default VirtualBox NAT IP address on here. But the most important part is going to be these two here that we have discovered, the global catalog for the client.ad. We can also look for the LDAP service. And the same here, it will give us the server that is running the LDAP service. If you pay a particular attention, you see that it actually has the the port number of the LDAP service here. And this goes back to reinforce the discussions we had on the overview of LDAP and knowing which port numbers where LDAP run on. And do the same thing for Kerberos service. And again, we do have the IP address and the domain, the server running that, and obviously the port number as well. And finally, the KPassWD, and that runs on port 464. And again, it's running on this server. Now, as much as this doesn't give too much information about several other systems, this is what you do for any engagement that has only one server that runs everything, or that has about 20 servers that run these services. They will still give you the same outcome. But these are ways for you to enumerate the ADDS through DNS interrogation. On any Windows Active Directory penetration test, one of the well sought after services we want to find, because it always almost gives us access on a network, is SMB. So we can also do SMB or NetBIOS enumeration with several tools. In our case, we're going to use NetExec. So for those who have previously used CrapMapExec for most of your penetration tests, you know that it is no longer in active maintenance. Well, somebody went and then also did a great job out of that and then created NetExec, which actually is like CrapMapExec on steroids. So we can use NetExec and then target only SMB against the network infrastructure or the subnet, and then identify any SMB services on that network. And the first time you run it, you may see this. It has to initialize the protocols. So we can see that we discovered the RT-DC. We have the child DC. We have the foreign. We have the foreign server. And then we have the child workstation. We are missing one. We're missing the RT workstation. So if you're missing any box, always go back and then let's restart that particular box. So this is the one right here. Let's right click and then just power it off. And then let's right click and then power it on. Sometimes DNS resolution, may be off and we may not be able to hit that box. Okay, so let's power it on, but we should be able to discover this when we do the SMB enumeration. This has to be disregarded. This is actually the box that I'm running the this lab on, so this will be out of scope, this fluffy-pc. And we'll come back to some of these information here and how we can take advantage of these to obtain initial access on a network. Another tool that we can also use to enumerate for SMB services would be NBT scan. So we'll just use the option -R and then provide a subnet of interest and then run that as well. And this time you can see that it actually identified the RT-WKS TN because we have restarted it. So we have the list of these machines as boxes that have SMB running. So from the password hashes we captured from our responder, we were able to crack only one. So 1 out of 2 were recovered. And that was by intention, because I want to create a realistic scenario for this training that you may come across in real world. In fact, one of the users' hashes was a domain admin, and I didn't want that to be easy to crack because most of the time, domain admins may use hard to crack password hashes. So I wanted us to get a blend of realistic environment when it comes to this training. So we have one recovered. So let's take a look and see whose password hash we're able to crack from this attack. So I think we try to save it within the resp.crack. So let's cut the content of resp.crack. And yes, we were able to get the password hash of the user, Jomo Kenata. We can also use a hashcat command like this to also display the content of this user credential crack. So let's copy and update our creds file. Come all the way down and then save it. And this will be the password, and then save it. So let's recap quickly what we have done so far in this module, which is the initial access. So we have covered several ways that when we are conducting an internal penetration test, ways that we can use to obtain a foothold within the Active Directory. So we went through the process of obtaining usernames using various tools and techniques and platforms such as phonebook.cz or hunter.io, and even default service accounts. Once we obtain such information, we put them all together to create a list of usernames to target for our password spray attack. We also did do some network mapping to understand the network infrastructure, what services are running, the important ones such as LDAP servers, domain controller servers, SMB, and other services. We looked at SMB spray attack versus Kerberos, and we opted for Kerberos spray attack where we obtained some credentials of users. And then we also looked at how we can abuse some protocols that are well known on most AD environment, most specifically NBNS and then also LLMNR. And even if we discover situations whereby SMB signing is not enabled, how can we abuse that to even gain or establish a foothold? And then we also looked at misconfiguration that you may come across within an AD environment, such as AS rep roasting attack. So at this point, we have been able to explore many ways we can establish a foothold. This is not a comprehensive list of them. There are several ways you can have initial foothold, but this should be good enough for you to start off when you're performing your internal penetration test. This is how we can install Crosslink. It's a great tool to also dump email addresses. So with Crosslink and then also hunter.io giving us the naming convention of our target, which in our case is a first dot last name at the domain name, we can specify the target with a -f and then the naming convention of how the email address look like, and then anything about the company's name or the target. So in our case, it's going to be IBM. If it's, let's say, Microsoft or Apple, Amazon, whatever, you want to also provide this, and this would help Crosslink to do a search for this term. And then we'll provide the -o for the output option. So we are saving that into the usernames.txt. So what Crosslink is going to do is it is going to scrape out the internet using both Google and then Bing, and then going to look for all employees of this company or your target, and then save it into this text file. It didn't give us that much, but at least it gave us something. over 300 unique usernames were saved into this file. So let's copy and we display. And these are all the email addresses cross-linked got from both Google search and then also Bing search. So once you've obtained your new usernames from cross-linked, you should be able to still combine that with the default service accounts from our previous exercise to form your new usernames.new file, and then use that to carry out your password spray attack. The user account you discover in your case may be different from the demo I showed in this exercise. Nevertheless, the attack sequence should still be the same from what we have done all the way through to the end of the course. So using the curve brute tool, we specify the usernames with the list of all the users we had obtained. And then we specify an example password we want to try against these users. So we're using the password 123 with exclamation mark, and then we are running this against the child domain. So as the tool is going through, we are discovering some accounts. First, we discover that the administrator is actually a valid user on a domain. However, the password didn't work on that user. So we discover that the user, bill.gates, is using this password. So we got a hit. The great thing about this curve brute tool is once it discovers a valid credential, it's able to request a TGT and then actually create a Ccache for that user, which is great because that means we can use this Ccache against Kerberos without even using a password. So the checks is done, and we at least got one hit. Okay, and we discovered these two accounts are actually blocked. So at least we have one credential to work with. However, we still need to trust but verify. So let's use another tool to check this against the domain controller and make sure that this particular password is valid. With that said, let's use netexec against the domain controller of the child domain and check and see if this user's credential is actually valid. Because that is one step that I typically do, is to trust but verify. And it looks like, yep, this is a valid domain credential. So let's open up a new tab and let's begin to document the credentials that we are harvesting, because you never know at what point they'll become useful in our test. So let's copy and save the Bill Gates credential in here. Even if it's not useful right now, you never know when it will become useful. We can also use Nmap to identify all LDAP servers on the network, by this time specifying the port numbers that typically run on LDAP servers. And we are saving this into all the Nmap output formats. So the scan came back. It discovered these open ports on these systems and have all of them saved up in the various outputs of Nmap. Okay, so let's use cat and let's take a look at the output with the .nmap, and this will be the output. So let's assume that we are interested in only extracting the IP addresses of the LDAP servers. So here we are grepping for the Nmap scan reports, and then we are using cat and a delimiter, and then removing all these and then saving it into the LDAP.servers output. So if we do LDAP.servers, now we should have all this clean cut in a file. So this should be the list of all LDAP servers. Okay, so if you recall from our Wireshark analysis of the Kerberos password spray attack checks versus SMB, you realize that from the 4 packets we captured from just one password check, there was a check for the pre-auth, which in our case wasn't successful. All right. So what that means is with Kerberos, when you try to authenticate, the user is first checked to see if they do exist or not. So that is a pre-auth check. And then once that is passed, then we'll be able to now use their credentials to check and then see if they're valid. What if there's a situation whereby that particular user, we don't do any pre-auth check and we can just use their password for authentication? And that is where the attack of AS rep roasting comes in. What that means is we can execute an attack against a user name or user account that does not have the pre-authentication checks done. In that case, the user can always send a copy of their password blob and we can capture that in the course of authentication and we can try to crack it offline. So the AS rep roasting is a technique that allows us to retrieve the password hashes for a user that does not have the Kerberos pre-authentication property turned on or enabled. So here we have the user kofi.anan from the child domain. And here is when we have the do not require Kerberos pre-authentication. So pre-authentication is not done for this particular user, which means we'll be able to retrieve their password hashes as an attack. So here we can use the in-packet get NP users in order to execute such an attack. So we provide the domain in question, we provide no password, and that is what made this particular attack serious. We don't need any authentication to do that. And then we feed it with the list of the users we had obtained from the Active Directory. And then hit enter. And we got a hit for the user kofi.anan. So we are able to now save up this user's hashes and then try to crack them offline. So let's copy that and we can call this AS rep hash and then save it. Now, in attempt to crack the hash for this user, we are going to use hashcat. The module we're going to use is going to be this one right here, 18,200. And we feed it with the hash of that user, the AS rep hash. And we are using the RawQ file. We are saving if it cracks into this file. And we're forcing this to run. And again, we're using the rules file to do that because the password could not be cracked by just vanilla RawQ file. And off we go, trying to crack the AS rep hash from Kofi Annan. So it looks like our AS rep attack has completed cracking the hash we had obtained for the user Kofi Annan, because we can see 1 out of 1 is done. So let's see, we save that into the AS rep hash.crack. So let's copy that and let's see if we got a password for this user. And yep, so we have the password here for the user kofi.anan. So let's copy and going to save it into our creds folder. And we save it. So we had previously used dig to obtain information about the global catalog and other information about the network. We can also use the NS lookup with other options and switches the same way, but this time provide the IP addresses of the discovered LDAP servers and then perform the same interrogation to find domain controllers. So this one is giving us the same information we had obtained previously. And then this is also going to be another command, and there's a confirmation for the child domain. And then this will be for the foreign domain. So we have the domain controller for the foreign domain as well. This may seem redundant. However, when it comes to penetration tests, there are several ways to scan a cat, and you always want to try several tools and techniques for the same purpose, because some tools may have their capabilities and then also where they lag behind. So don't always stick with only one tool. Always try different tools because they may come up with different results, which will end up helping you on your pen test. So one of the approaches I take on engagement is, as soon as I discover a valid credential, I want to check it against the entire subnet and then find out if that user has some sort of local admin privileges on any system on that network, so we can use that to gain access on that system. So we are modifying our net exec checks, but this time we're spraying this against the entire subnet and figure out if this user has any local admin privileges on any system on that domain. And it looks like we are unlucky. The user has no admin privileges on any system. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for us to try first. So even though from our Bloodhound analysis, we had identified 2 systems that had been configured with unconstrained delegation, we can use other tools such as netexec to also check to confirm that. And this command will do that exactly. So let's try that against the child domain by enumerating from the LDAP service running on a domain controller. And that came back to confirm that this cd-wkstn has been configured with unconstrained delegation. So we're going to try and abuse that. So in order for us to execute this attack, we need to have at least some level of higher privilege on that system, which is configured with unconstrained delegation. Lucky for us, we have the credentials of the user Shaka Zulu, whom we had confirmed that this person has local admin privileges on that system. So let's try to confirm that again against our system. And yet, sure enough, we do have credential. We're in possession of a credential that has higher privilege on this system. Let's try and see if we can RDP into this system. Now, a word of caution here. I typically advise my team against RDPing into target system because if a user is logged into that system, they'll be prompted that somebody is trying to remote desktop into that system, and that will blow our cover. So usually RDP is typically a last resort that I normally have my team do. However, for the sake of this demonstration, we want to just proceed to show you how we can execute this attack against unconstrained delegation. When the system is a server though, there is low likelihood of being detected because most of the time users don't log into servers or even RDP into servers. But if it's a workstation, most likely you run a risk of being detected because there may be somebody who is already logged into the system and you trying to RDP in may raise an alert. So let's try to RDP into this system and then try to execute our attack. The first time you run the RDP is going to ask for certificate stuff. Just type yes and you should be good to go. So this was what I was telling you. If a user is logged into a system and you try to RDP in, this is what they are going to see on their side. So let's click yes, and then the user is going to be logged out and then we'll be logged in. So you see we are waiting for this user to respond. And let's, for the sake of simulation, let's go in to show you that system. And here is it. So that user will get this prompt. So let's click OK so that we will be able to RDP in. And now we are now able to RDP into the system. Now, whilst that is ongoing, let's head back to our terminal. Let's head into the opt, and we're going to use Rubius for this attack. And I have the binaries in here. So let's go into Ghost Pack. We have all the binaries we need here, but we need to get to this one right here, the .NET v4.7. All right, binaries. And we're going to copy this into our client directory so we can stand up a web server and then host it. Okay, now if we do ls, we should have a copy of reviews here. And let's run a temporary web server. We're going to listen on port 9000 from our client directory so we can serve all the files within this directory. Okay, so we are logged into this machine, and let's bring up PowerShell. Because we are local admin on this machine, we can even run a PowerShell as administrator, which is what we're going to do. So let's go into PowerShell, right click, and then run as administrator. The first time you try to RDP, it may take you some time, so don't worry about the delays. Let's get into the home directory. So users, and then we are on Shaka Zulu. And let's do ls. There's nothing here. Matter of fact, let's expand this. So now we are going to have to upload reviews in here and then use that to execute the attack. Now, if you recall from our earlier enumeration, we know that the system is running Windows Defender. So anything that we drop here is going to be detected or being caught by Windows Defender. So let's try something lightweight and then see if we can bypass AMSI. And that should come back being caught by Windows Defender. All right. So that was caught by Windows Defender. However, we are local admin. So that means we can turn off Windows Defender. So let's go into search and type in security, and we'll pick up Windows Security. All right. And then once you come here to the virus and threat protection settings, we can turn these off. Let's turn everything off. And then we go back and let's go to the let's go to the ransomware protection, and that should be turned off as well. That should have been turned off. So let me pause here and then give a bit of explanation as to what we're doing here. First of all, on a real engagement, this is not okay to do. All right. So on a real engagement, you may not want to turn off protection mechanism that a client has unless it is part of the rules of engagement that allows you to simulate real threat actors who may be turning off protection mechanisms on a system. That is one. The next one is also about the fact that we are not dealing with any evasion techniques here in this course. The reason why I'm not doing that is evasion technique is a cat and mouse game. Okay. Whatever evasion that we discuss right now, by the time you take this course or this training, it would have been obsolete. The reason being that most of these vendors, EDR solution vendors, are always constantly finding ways to close a loophole on evasion techniques. So whatever that we discuss right now and spend time to discuss about, by the time you try to take this course, it may be useless because day in and day out, evasion controls are being caught by EDR solution. It doesn't mean that evasion technique doesn't work. It just means that it's just a cat and mouse and normally applies on a raw engagement or just before your engagement, or even the middle of it is when you discover ways to bypass them, because most of the time it's try and error. Even though the process remains the same, it is normally cat and mouse game, try and error. In fact, when I was developing this content, I had worked on AMSI bypasses and they had worked flawlessly up until recording this class. Okay, so that means when we spend more time on evasion controls, they're going to end up, most of the time, going to end up being obsolete. And I don't want you to have wrong impression that I taught you evasion control and now it doesn't work in production or it doesn't work any longer. So that is why we're not covering evasion techniques. If we do, most of them are going to be obsolete by the time we take this course. So let's focus more on things that are relevant and leave the rest to you during the course of your engagement when you can find ways, try and error and then be able to bypass some of these, EDR solutions or endpoint solutions. So now that we have our AV turned off, we can proceed to execute the steps in order to abuse unconstrained delegation. So we are going to create a couple of variables to load reviews in memory. The first one is going to be the RB variable. This can be any variable. We're just creating a variable to host loading up or downloading the reviews which is being hosted on our Kali machine. So let's hit enter, and that is fetched. You see on the left side here, that was actually fetched. Then the second variable is us using the assembly to reflectively load up this downloaded reviews. Let's try to list the tickets we currently have on this machine. So to list the tickets we currently have on this system, we will use this command to do that. So these are the tickets we have discovered on this system. We have the CD workstation service account. And then we do see that we have Mansa Musa here. We have Vagrant, and then we have Shaka Zulu. So I have designed this lab infrastructure in such a way that things are being simulated like we are on a real production. So I have a bot running on the environment whereby the user, Mansa Musa, has a session. Periodically, we try to obtain a session on this system right here so that we can have a ticket in memory to simulate the unconstrained delegation attack. And this is what you typically see in the real world. And that is why I have the bot running. Next, we're going to extract the ticket belonging to the user Mansa Musa. And we're going to use this command from reviews to do exactly that. All right. And so these are all the tickets that belong to the user Mansa Musa. Of much interest to us is going to be the base 64 encoded ticket. So we're going to copy this one right here. So once we have this copied, we are going to feed that and then perform pass the ticket attack here and then provide the ticket belonging to the user Mansa Musa. So right click and it will paste it for you. Once we have the ticket pasted in like this, we'll hit enter and we should receive this confirmation that a ticket successfully imported. So to confirm, let's type clear, and we can use a klist command to confirm that we now have the ticket belonging to this user, Mansa Musa. So Mansa Musa has local admin privileges on this box right here, the CD-SRV. So we can use PS remoting and then see if the ticket would allow us to gain access to the system. And it looks like that worked. So we are now on the system, the CD-SRV as the user Mansa Musa. So if we type host name, we are on that system. Who am I? And that will be Mansa Musa. There's another way that we can do this remotely. So let's exit and bring up the previous command. And we're going to need this blob again on the Kali Linux to do this remotely. So let's open up a new terminal within our client directory. And we go out here and let's copy. Make sure you copy from here all the way to this part. Right click and that will copy that. And let's head over to our client directory. And let's create a new file called musa.64. And we're going to paste this in. And let's save it. So if we do cat musa.64, we should have this right in here. The next steps are going to convert this into a C cache. So we're going to use cat against a file and then base 64 it into Kirby. So we have that as musa.kirby. Next, we'll use a ticket converter and then convert the musa.kirby into musa.c cache. And the conversion was done. And then let's type klist and trying to see if we have any cache. So we don't have any cache so far. So we're going to now export the musa.c cache. And And then now type klist, and we should now have the ticket cache for Mansa Musa. And similar to what we had done from the Windows machine, we can now reuse this ticket from Kali. Now, sometimes Kali time may be a bit off or may not be in sync with the domain controller or the KDC of the target. So let's first of all disable the network time protocol from auto updating. And let's sync the Kali's time with the domain controller of the child domain. So with this command, we are able to sync up our Kali machine's time with the KDC of the child domain. So we provide the DC or the KDC of the child domain and hit enter. And that should sync up for us. We can now use netexec and then try and check the cache of the Mansa Musa user against the server and see if he actually does have access to the system or has local admin on it. So now we're using the cache as opposed to the password of Mansa Musa because we don't have his password. We only have his ticket and we can still use it with netexec. So let's type hit enter. And sure enough, that came back. We don't even have his password, but we're able to use his cache, the C cache, to confirm his access on this box. So now we can use wmi-exec, again with no password, but just the Kerberos authentication. So we use a -K, and then we're saying that don't use a password because we have the cache of that user. And then we provide the domain, the username at the server that we're trying to get into. Hostname, we are on the cd.serve, and then who am I? We are Mansa Musa. And this is how we abuse unconstrained delegation. So we've already used netexec for some of our initial access activities. However, in this phase, let's try and see how extensive netexec is and how we can use it to perform some enumeration once we have already achieved initial access within the domain. So let's start with the help menu from netexec. So this is just the help menu. Just like, most tools, we have the options that we can pass when we use netexec. We've already used SMB, but these are all additional protocols that netexec does support. And obviously, we can specify the DNS by forcing for IPv6 and other options that we can use. So let's say for any of these protocols, if you want to obtain additional information, we can use the uppercase L with the protocol, and that will give us more options on how to use such protocol. One of the many great things about netexec is this thing right here. It breaks down the activities that we can run with netexec and whether we need to have low privileged user or high privilege user, which I think is great to have because it tells you what we can use with the level of access we have and what we cannot use. So you are encouraged to try a lot of these within this infrastructure. We can have a communication within the AD environment through LDAP with any user type without needing high privileges. And you can see that we don't even need a high privilege to perform any of the LDAP queries or activities that we want to conduct. So with that said, let's use the LDAP module against the LDAP of the child domain, and let's enumerate for trust between this child domain and other domain or the parent. This is supposed to give us something. So if we don't get any output, then there has to be something wrong with the connection between our Kali and then also the VM. So what that means is we need to maybe reboot the LDAP server so we can have a good communication. So let's reboot the VMs just to make sure. And in fact, do the same thing for the parent domain and the same for the foreign domain. Okay, so once we have the servers rebooted and then we run the command again, this time it works. And we can see there is a bi-directional relationship between the client AD and then also the child AD. And it is within the forest. There are some times too that you would want to enumerate the network to find out where users have sessions on, because sometimes if you have maybe a credential in your possession that has access to another system, and let's say a domain admin has a session on it, that is going to be golden, because we should be able to log into that system and then maybe extract their session or dump hashes and then use it against other systems. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't get any hit for this one. So with the set of credentials we have for each of the users, we could also try to identify shares on the network that those users have access to. In numerous occasions, you may find some share or files that the user have access to, and they may contain some sensitive or critical data you can use to your advantage. So in this case, we're using the user Kofi Annan across the entire network and then trying to figure out what shares on a network this user has read and then also write permission on. And it looks like just typical stuff, nothing really major here. But on most engagement, this will land you on a good amount of shares that later on get access to or do further enumeration for information that you can use as part of your lateral movement. We can also do logged on users on systems on a network. Okay, we're getting nothing for logged on users on any system. Nevertheless, it is a good thing to try. Even though we have already dumped domain users on a domain, this is still a repeat to show you how we can use the user credentials against the entire subnet and then just dumping users. So let's see how that works. So we got all the users. We obtained them from the domain controller, which is what we're expecting. And it's taking some time because, as you can see at the bottom here, it's running against the entire subnet. Okay, so that is done. Now let's try a variation of user enumeration by brute forcing the RAID. And you see there's going to be a bit of a difference in that, because this is unlike the user enumeration. This is going to do a RAID brute forcing. So this, and it's going to give us the associated SID number or RAID number. And you may get some errors here. Don't worry. We actually got the best part of what we're looking for. That is all we need. So we also sometimes want to know what groups are within the Active Directory. That helps us to hunt or look for a particular group of interest to us. So we can pass in the -- groups to identify all groups within the Active Directory. Now, one thing that netexec does, and that is great, is it would actually give you the membership number, like how many objects are within each of these members. So for instance, we have the Congo Kingdom that has a member of 1 object. We have the Exomite Empire that has 3 members. And then we have the Kushite that has 7. So this actually gives us a good amount of information about each group and the membership count. Before we try to also run payloads and stuff like that, we may also want to understand what we are up against when it comes to EDR solutions or endpoint detection and response solutions, such as, let's say, EV, for instance. All right. So the good thing is netexec comes with an option to actually enumerate for any antiviral software on an endpoint. And that actually gives us more heads up on what we're up against. And, just be careful when we're running our payloads against remote systems. So we found one on a domain controller. of the child domain, and that has Windows Defender installed. Okay, so it looks like all of these other systems may not have any AVs installed on them. And I don't see the workstation showing up. So what that means is it's not hitting the workstation. So let's go on and then reboot all the workstations. Otherwise, this will be a false positive. Okay, so once those machines are booted up, let's Control C and kill this and then rerun our AV checks again. And it looks like this time we've discovered the child domain workstation has Defender installed. And we are waiting for this to respond. These are some of the challenges you may come across in a real world when you're performing penetration tests. So just be careful with depending so much solely on your tools. But for the sake of this lab, I know that we have Windows Defender installed on both the workstations, the CD-workstation and then the RT-workstation. So just bear that in mind. So let's Control C and get out multiple times before we get out. Another piece of information we also want to enumerate and also get is within Windows Active Directory environment, any valid user has up to 10 machines to be able to join to the domain. Now, this was for a good purpose. However, it is also a bad idea because attackers, if they obtain valid credentials, that means they can join their own system to the domain. So typically, as part of our enumeration, we want to find out the configuration within the AD that allows for any user to be able to join a machine to the domain and then a count of it. So we can pass in the MAQ again using the LDAP protocol and then against the LDAP server within the child domain and then see what config they have in place for that. This has the default setup, which allows for users to add up to 10 machines in the domain. And we'll find a way to abuse that in the future. If we are also interested in identifying any ADCS servers within the domain, NetExec allows to do that. So this will be the same setup. We're just passing in the ADCS module and then see if there's any within the child domain. And it looks like we got an exception here, so we couldn't find any within the child domain. So let's try this another way. By this time, we're going to add in another option to actually pass in the domain controller of the actual client domain or the forest domain and see if that makes any difference. And it looks like, yep, we did discover one on that domain. So these are all techniques you may want to use when it comes to enumeration, is try different ways trying to accomplish the same task. So now that we have data fed into Bloodhound, let's start with some analysis with what we have here. We have options on how to work with Bloodhound. We can start by typing something into the search menu here, and it'll begin to pop up. We can use a pathfinder to give a starting point to a destination. So let's say that we have a user compromised or a system compromised. That will be our starting point. And then also the destination could be, let's say, a domain admin or a particular resource. So we can use this option to find a path to the destination. We can also manually type in some cipher query, which we'll take a look at in the future. So we can also do enumeration. If we want to use pre-built searches built into Bloodhound, we can click on here, and these are the options we have to use for enumeration. When I set up my Bloodhound, I typically try to note down all the users that I have compromised because I can use those to create attack path or pathfinder. So we know that we have Kofi Annan has been compromised. We have the credential for Kofi Annan. So we can click on Kofi Annan And we can, once it pops up, we can click on this user and then even obtain more information on the right side here. So we can have the seed of the user, whether they have any admin count or not, and when it was created, their distinguished name is here, and the domain that they are part of, the domain seed. So these are all information that we can obtain about each object that Bloodhound discovers. We can even go to the member of and then find out which membership this user belongs to, and even any inbound control object to this user. So for instance, if we expand out on the member of, you can see now the expansion has come out here, and then scroll up and down on your mouse to be able to scroll this up or out. So we know that this user belongs to the cool site empire, which is something new, but everything else is just normal for this user. Now, the next important thing is I am going to mark this user as on. So when we right click on this user, we can add this user as add to on, because we may use this user to find a path to a destination, and that has been updated. So let's do this for all the users we have compromised their credentials. So Kofi Annan was one, Bill.Gates was another user. Let's mark Bill.Gates as on. And I think Kofi Jeremiah, yep, we got this one as well through the password spray attack. So add as on. Jomo Kenata was also compromised. All right, so at least we have a good amount of users we can add as on. And at any point in time, we can create a path from these users to other destinations if they have any privileges on those destinations. We can also search for domain users. So we type in users at, and then let's say client. And this will give us all the domain users down here of the client domain. All right, and we can expand on that domain. And it looks like we have 16 users from this domain. So these are all the domain users belonging to the child domain. We can change the outlook, the layout, by going to layout and then click on sequential. And this is how we may also want to see the output. Oh, actually, this is against the client domain. So the good thing is we've actually been able to obtain the list of all users from the client domain, which we didn't have access to, previously. So that is good. So let's do the same thing for the child domain. And yeah. So that is another benefit of using Bloodhound, is we're able to even cross over to get the list of all users from a domain, the parent one, which we initially had no access to. Okay, so this is one way to also obtain the list of all domain users. So now let's go into the Cypher and let's try to use some manual Cypher queries to obtain information. So let's say that we are interested in dumping all domains, computers. We'll just run this query right here and then click on run. And we are picking up all the computers from each domain. And this doesn't look nice. So let's go to layout and click on sequential. And this looks better. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, and this one looks better. So we have all the computers from the client and then one from the child domain. We'll just, zoom in and out if we need to see this better. So there we go. We have all these computers from each of the domains. We can also run a Cypher query to obtain domain users with this query right here. And we'll see that. Let's go to layout again. And let's get a sequential. And this would also dump all of them for us at the same time. Previously, we used one at a time, but using this query, the Cypher query, we are able to get for all the domains, which is also a great way to have all of them in one page. So this is the one for the client. And then, yeah, and if you scroll all the way up, and then we have the one for the child. and then we'll take a look at the foreign security principle in the future. The next cipher query we're going to run is to map all domain, groups, and users. And that is a lot. So let's collapse this and go to layout, sequential. And yes, that is a lot. Okay, it's going to need a lot of, you will see a lot of, interconnectivity here. So for instance, each of the groups, so we are getting the groups and the users, and we have, let's say, the Kushite, and we have the list of all the members that belong to this group. So this is a very good way for us to also identify each group on one page or with one query, and then be able to find who belongs to what. All right, this is even just for the child domain. And we've seen a couple of groups that we'll be interested in the future. We have the Ghana Empire. We have the Congo Kingdom. We have the Exumite. These are all interesting groups and their members. Yeah, we have the Kushite Empire. And then we get into the client domain, or the parent one. And then these are all normal groups. So we see Kush Kingdom, and then we see the Berbers. So they seem to have only 2 extra created groups. So this is a cipher query we can run to obtain such amount of information about users and groups, or mapping users and groups. The next query we want to run is to find all users with SPN, and then also all Kerberosable users. Okay, so we have these, and these are spread out. So let's zoom in a bit. Okay, oops, that's too much. All right, so by default, you will see Curve TGT services. Those are normal, so they are actually out of scope here. We don't care, but we do see that we have this user, Shaka.Zulu, who also happens to be a user that has SPN and also Kerberosable. So now we have a user that we can target for Kerberos attack. But let's select on that user and then expand on Shaka Zulu and then see what this user has, so that we can take advantage of once we are able to attack or perform Kerberos attack. So let's go into the member of, and let's notice if this user belongs to any particular group of interest to us. And we do see that the user belongs to the Exumite Empire and then also the Kushite Empire. So these are all information we want to obtain. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any outbound object control, but at least we know this user belongs to 2 groups. For engagement, we want to still explore on these, each of these groups and see what they do and their privileges on the network. But for now, we know that we have identified a user that we can perform Kerberos attack against, and that will be Shaka Zulu. The next thing you want to obtain is to find all computers with unconstrained delegation. So this will be the unconstrained delegation is set to true, and we are looking for all computers. So let's run that and see if we get any hit at all. Okay, already we do see that this CD-workstation has that, so that is a good thing. Typically, you will see that the domain controllers would always have that. So those will be out of question. So we have the RT-DC, it's a domain controller. It will still pop up. We're not interested in that. And then we'll see this one as well. It's a domain controller. We don't care too much about that. But we do see that these 2 systems do have unconstrained delegation set on them. So these are going to be systems of interest when it comes to performing unconstrained delegation attacks. If, let's say, we are interested in pulling up all GPOs, this will be the cipher query to run to map out all the GPOs on a network. You ought to be very cautious about this because this can be really, really extensive, especially if you're working on a bigger engagement where we have ton or lots of GPOs. Nevertheless, it is a good thing for you to know. So these are the various GPOs you find around, and this seems to be the default GPO, so nothing really here of interest. Let's also say we are interested in finding all the groups that have admin in their name. So this will be the Cypher query to run to identify all groups with admin in their name. So let's run, and we see quite a good number. So let's scroll, let's zoom out, and it's the typical, the schema admins, Hyper-V admins, administrators, domain, key admins, enterprise key admins. So yeah, these are the typical groups you see around. And of course, we can select any of these groups and then do deeper analysis, dive into it, look at the membership, who belong to this group. So we see that we have Patrice Lumumba from the client domain, and then also Kwame Nkrumah for the client domain, because this administrator is of the client domain. Okay, so that is one way to also explore this and get more information. So even though we've been able to find different ways of identifying accounts with AS rep roasting, we can also use Bloodhound to discover accounts. And here, once we run this Cypher query for all users that have don't request pre-auth set as true, and then run it, we identify our user, Kofi Annan, which had been discovered previously. We can also hunt for high-value targets or users within the domain. So this will be the Cypher query. So we hit run. And let's see if we find any groups. Yeah, we do find quite a good amount of them. So yeah, it's going to give us both users and groups that are classified as high value target. Already, we have one from the child, and then we have others from the client. And from the child, which is where we are, we see Mansa Musa is here, Nelson Mandela is here. Who else we have? We drag this out and let's see who that user is. So that's Ghana Bassi. Vagrant is out of scope. And then we have Idi Amin. Remember how we were able to perform anti-LM relay attack with Idi Amin's session. So Idi Amin here, and if we go into the member of this user object is a member of the Congo Kingdom group, and then also domain admins. So yeah, that's a domain admin, and then also the Exumite Empire. And if we scroll down, we can go into the outbound object control. That means with this credential, if we have the credential of this user has controls over 93 objects. That's a lot, okay? So that tells you how powerful this user is on a network. The next query we may also want to run is ACLs. If you want to dump all ACLs, this could be the query we can run. So these are all the ACLs, and it looks like already we do see some ACLs here. So we do see the user, Kemoshosho, can change the password of the user, Pharaoh Ramses. So we're going to learn how to chain all these attacks and eventually accomplish a full-scale owning the domain. All right, so actually let's go back to the query. The query actually is we need the ACL for all the objects within the domain that does not contain Vagrant. So we are eliminating any instance of Vagrant because Vagrant is out of scope. So we can focus more on targets which need to be in scope. So here we see that there's a long track here. Let's keep going left and then see where that ends. This could be a good chain to use. It looks like it goes all the way through to this group, and this group has some sort of privileges on the entire client domain. So if we were to get anything to the client, this could be a potential attack path we can use for abusing ACLs. So we have the user, Kimoshosho, can forcibly change the password of the user, Pharaoh Ramses. Pharaoh Ramses has generic right over the user object Pharaoh Hatshepsut, and then the Pharaoh Hatshepsut also has right DACO privileges over Julius Nyerere. Nyerere actually has two privileges to either add themselves or have generic right over the Berbers. And the Berbers group have some sort of privileges over the client AD. We can also use the built-in searches by Bloodhound to also do further analysis. So let's try that in a bit. So let's say that we want to get all the domain admins. We have a built-in queries for that. And the good thing is once we click on it, it gives us a corresponding cipher query for that. If we collapse our cipher search and then go to layout and go to sequential, it will give us the domain admins for each of the domains. So this will be for the client domain. This one will be for the child.client domain. Let's expand and let's map out domain trust. Yeah. And then we do see that we have the domain trust here. Let's use the layout sequential. We do see there's some sort of a trust. So this is a bidirectional. All right. With a client, the client domain has bidirectional trust with the foreign domain. So this is another way for us to identify trust. And let's look at principals with desync privileges. These are principals that can dump hashes or the NTDS hash from the domain. All right. And who do we have here? Let's use the layout sequential. And let's see if there's any user or groups that have desync privileges outside of the normal groups or users. So these are all regular domain admins, administrators, enterprise admins. They all do. Okay. And then we can also search for principals with foreign domain group membership. This is when there's a particular user within one domain and has a connection or a link to another domain. So if we take a look here and we don't see any of interest. All right, so this should give us enough information to walk into our privilege escalation so we can begin to move around within the network. We still have our Shaka Zulu access on this box. So from our find delegation command, we discover the system is misconfigured with constraint delegation. So we are going to find a way to also abuse that. Lucky enough, we have a local admin privileges on this machine stepping from our unconstrained delegation attack. So to execute this attack, we need to have some prerequisite. One of them we have already accomplished, and that is we have a local admin privileges on that server. So that means we can extract credentials from that system, aside from even achieving remote code execution. The next is we need to have the NT hash of the service account of the CD-SRV system, or what we call the computer account. We need to have the NT hash of that account. So using the in-packet secret dump, we should be able to use the existing cache that we have from the user Mansa Musa and then extract the NT hashes from the system, including the computer account of the CD-SRV. And this is what we are looking for right here. So let's copy this and we're going to save that within our creds file. So let's save up here because we're going to need this in a moment. First, we're going to request a service ticket by using the in-packet get-st. And we're going to use the computer account CD-SRV. And we're providing the NTLM hash of that account, which we have extracted previously. And we're going to execute S for U to self, followed by the S for U to proxy to impersonate this user ed.admin, who of course we know to be an admin or a domain admin. And we're going to do that to the SPN on a target on this domain controller. And the target service is going to be that sits in here. We can hit enter. And it looks like we're getting an error here, session. Okay, so let's modify this a bit. And sometimes these can be a bit touchy. So let's remove this because we know that we have the right account. So sometimes this attack can be a bit touchy. Anything that has got to do with Kerberos can be very, very touchy depending on what tool you're using, the command, and the setup of the target, whether it's going to be fully qualified domain name and stuff like that. So I'm trying to have you see this just in case you're on a real engagement and then you try to run this attack and it's not working. And then you ask yourself, well, I took this course and it was flawless. So why is it not working? So I'm showing you here the problem sometimes we can run into. Okay. In fact, this had previously worked for me before recording of this session. However, we got this error here with the same credential set. So what I did was by removing this entire domain structure and that's using just a child and then the name of the computer account, that seemed to have worked for us. So there's always going to be these instances whereby the attack is supposed to work, but the structure of your command can sometimes impact the outcome of it. And don't get frustrated. Just try variations of stuff, changing some things a bit, but still maintaining the essence of it. Here, we didn't lose anything here. The only thing we changed here was just the domain structure. Okay, so now we have the ticket saved for this user, Idi Amin. Now let's type klist and we'll see that we have the Mansa Musa ticket. Let's try to export the Idi Amin ticket and then try klist again. And now we have Idi Amin's ticket. So now that we have the ticket belonging to the user Idi Amin, we can now attempt to dump the NTDS database from the domain controller. So we are going to use in packet secret dump, and we are specifying the -k, meaning that we are using Kerberos for authentication, and we don't need to provide a password. And it's going to be against a child domain, and the user we are using is going to be the user's ticket we are using is going to be Idi Amin, and we only want the NTLM hashes. And we're saving that into NTDS. And if you take a look, this is where things get a bit messy. You see, this didn't seem to have worked. So let's modify our command a bit and let's remove this entire and let's leave it as just child and see if that works. And that seemed to work. So I typically leave some of these bloopers in my training to give the realistic nature of our work and how tools work sometimes. Okay, just a change of the domain structure made a difference here of a tool working or not. So now we have the NTLM hash of the entire child domain. That means we have actually compromised the child domain by abusing constraint delegation misconfiguration. So we can go off to try and then crack these password hashes. Obviously, this is a small environment, but imagine this being on, let's say, 5,000 employee company or 10,000 employee company. That means we'll be able to abuse constraint delegation misconfiguration to achieve domain admin within the domain. Now, if you run ls, we should see our NTDS file here. We can now proceed to run hashcat against that file and then attempt to crack the password hashes and then save them into ntds.cracked. So let's execute Kerberos attack on the network. Because of the way Bloodhound is making our system a bit laggy, if you want to kill your Bloodhound session, you can always change the start to stop, and that will stop Bloodhound so that it will release our resources for us to perform smooth activities with the next activities. Okay, and you can always come back and then start it. It will maintain your session from the data you had uploaded. So don't worry about losing all the data. They will still be available once you run the start again. So with that said, let's execute the Kerberos attack. First, we'll start by running Wireshark. And let's right click at the top here and select always on top. So we'll keep it up. And we're going to focus on the ETH1. And we're going to filter out for only Kerberos traffic. All right. And then for now, we should see no traffic for Kerberos. Let's execute Kerberos request and observe the traffic within our Wireshark. So here we are using the in-packet get user SPNs, and we're requesting against the domain controller of the child domain. And then we have Bill Gates credentials, so we can execute that. And then we are saving the output into curb.hashes. Just like the way we discovered from our Bloodhound, we got that for the user Shaka Zulu. Let's do some analysis of what Wireshark discovered on a wire. We have these Kerberos traffic here. We have the AS request. And then because that user requires pre-auth, we had to request that. So we got an error with the pre-auth request being required. And then we had to reissue the AS request and then got response. And then we requested a ticket granting service. And then we got a ticket granting service reply. So request and then reply. But let's take a look at the TGS reply and what it contains, because this is going to contain the ticket and then also the session encrypted with the NT hash of the service account that runs that particular service. First of all, let's select the TGS reply, which is going to contain the password hash that we're looking for. And then let's go into the Kerberos traffic. So expand on Kerberos, and then we're going to expand on the TGS rep. And then we're going to expand on the ticket. We have the RAM of the child. And then we're going to expand on the enc part. And then let's see, we have something here that says the cipher truncated, right? And it begins with all these numbers. And it looks like it's truncated. Fine. Now let's go here and then disclose the content of this curb.hashes that we captured. Okay. So let's see if anything looks familiar to us. So if we take a look at the hashes we obtained from the Kerberos attack, it starts from here all the way to the bottom here. But pay attention here to the first few hexadecimal content. This looks familiar to this one right here. 57 B623. 57 B623. Matter of fact, that is the actual hash which was truncated in the TGS reply, and that was what we captured for offline cracking. So if you want to understand how Kerberos work, what is passed on a wire, this will be a good way for you to take a look behind the scenes on how the hashes is dumped by a tool such as in-packet. We can safely close out our Wireshark. Quick, without saving. We can go off to crack this hash that we have obtained. So we're going to use hashcat, and then we're going to provide the module number of 13100. The input is going to be the curb hashes. We are saving that once it's cracked into here. We are passing in the word list from RockU. We are forcing this to run, and then we're providing the rules. And then off we go, trying to crack the password hash of the user Shaka Zulu that we perform Kerberos attacks against. So after our hashcat is done, we can see that we've been able to recover the hashes we had obtained through the Kerberos attack. And we had that saved into curb.cracked. So let's try to display the content, and we have the password for the user Shaka Zulu, and this is the password. So again, we're going to save this. Well, it still doesn't tell us anything much as to whether this credential does work or not. So let's try and see if this user has any privileges on the network, and better yet, if this user has, let's say, local admin on the network. So we try that with netexec against the entire subnet. All right, and we do get an error here. So let's reboot this machine. If you receive an error, let's reboot this workstation. Okay, and it looks like we got a hit on this machine, or this target, that Shaka Zulu has local admin privilege on this machine. So we previously covered domain trust when we had an overview of the Active Directory. So this is just going to be a brief recap of what a domain trust is, so that we can use that to pivot into how we can abuse the trust. At the moment, we assume that we had compromised the child domain from our penetration test. The next is for us to identify if there are any links or any relationship between our child domain and any other domain, such as the parent domain. Once again, the domain trust creates a link between two domains through the authentication systems known as the KDC. So the KDC in each domain ensures a flow of conversation or a flow of traffic between those two domains. And that is accomplished with the inter-rem trust key, which helps to relay Kerberos traffic between domains. And that is the brief recap of what the domain trust is. So how do we abuse this trust? Because the trust does not guarantee security. And that is what we refer to as the domain is not a trust boundary. It does not guarantee someone or an object will jump from one domain to another by abusing this trust. So when it comes to us as OffSec or pentesters trying to break from one domain to another, we have options. The two most well-known options are through the SID history approach or the foreign domain membership approach. So how does a SID history approach work? So let's say that a company does acquire another company and they bring them on board to, let's assume, the parent company. To be able to have the resources to use the same resources within the parent domain, we have to set their SID to that particular parent domain. And that is what we abuse the SID history. It's when in a forest, a user object in a child domain who can also have their SID history set to facilitate migration of users from one domain to another. So how do we abuse, or how do we approach abusing SID history? We have two options on how to abuse SID history. One of them is the old and well-known golden ticket, but with a bit of a twist, where we add in what we call the extra SID. The extra SID will normally be the SID of, let's say, an enterprise admin in the forest domain. Or we can abuse SID history through the trust ticket or the trust key by forging the inter-realm TGT using the trust key. So in a nutshell, any user object with a SID history set with the SID of another user or a group, so let's say the enterprise admin of the parent domain is given the same access as if they are that user in that group. So they're given the same access as if they are an enterprise admin. Now, the set history is classified as a protected attribute. However, with the right form of access, we can actually forge a ticket by abusing the set history. So if we can compromise a domain admin's credential of, let's say, a child domain, we can extract the curb TGT service accounts NT hash from the child domain's domain controller, create our own golden ticket, set the set history to the enterprise admin of the parent domain to compromise the forest. When it comes to the foreign domain membership, we are also abusing the fact that within a particular domain, we may have an object. It could be a computer or a user that may belong to a group in an outside or another domain. So let's say you may have an object of a user within the child domain, and that user may belong to a group or membership in the parent domain. And that is also normal. And that is another way for us to also abuse the trust, because if we can compromise this object within the child domain, then we can use that to hop into the parent domain. Let's explore some ways that we can identify AD objects that may have membership in other foreign groups, and how that can even lead us into jumping from one domain to another. Back on our Kali, we start the Bloodhound, and then we're going to use that to explore ways that we can identify an AD object that may have a membership in a foreign or another domain. And that can have a link between our compromised domain and that other domain. Essentially, what we're interested in is finding a link from one domain to another. For instance, a compromised domain to another domain. And typically, there will be a user in one domain that provides such a link, and that is what we are going to look for from the Bloodhound data. Once we have our Bloodhound running, let's run a web server from our client folder so that we can serve some files from this location. And let's open up one more tab. Let's remote desktop into this server with the previous credentials we had from the user Mansa Musa. Let's bring up PowerShell. On our Bloodhound, let's proceed to the collectors download section, and we're going to download copies of the SharpHound and run that on a Windows machine. Recall that we did run one with RustHound, but we had an incomplete upload. So now that we have access to a Windows machine, we're going to try and then run that on a Windows machine and see how that also works. So we'll download a copy of that. And now we can extract this into the client directory. Go to engagement, client, and then save them here. It's completed, so get close. And now we are serving that on our Kali box so we can access that from our Windows machine. So we go back within our client directory, type ls, and we should have copies of the SharpHound, especially the PowerShell version. Now let's head back into our Windows and let's download a copy of that and then run it on the system. So we'll run this PowerShell downloader to download a copy of SharpHound. SharpHound has been downloaded. Now we run invoke Bloodhound, provide an LDAP user of Kofi Annan and an LDAP password of his password. We want to run the first one against a child domain, collecting all or everything, and then saving it in a zip file called bh_child.zip. Now, depending on the size of the environment, this can take some time. But given the fact that our environment is very, very small, this shouldn't take too long. Okay, so it looks like it completed, and these are the summary of what it found. Looks like we got some errors. Let's see if anything saved at all. And that's saved up into this. We will run the same, this time against a client.ad, which will be the parent or the forest domain. And it looks like that also completed. And we have the client here. And then we try the same for the foreign.ad. And let's see if that works. And that did not work. Nevertheless, we still got to do this from a Windows machine. So now that we have these two files, let's open up Edge and then let's log in and upload this new data into Bloodhound. And because we had configured our Bloodhound to be exposed, we are able to access this remotely. So this is the password, just in case you don't remember. And then we go up here, go to administration, and then let's upload files. We have the child, and then control hit, and then also the client. So we have those two, and we can now upload them. Let's give you some time to finish ingestion. All right, so it's complete. We got no error compared to the one from Rusthound. And we can actually get out of here and then access Bloodhound from the browser here. And let's go back actually, and then let's kill the server. Its work is done. And then let's go back to Bloodhound. So let's refresh. Okay, so now we have a fresh set of data. We can now do some analysis and figure out if we can find any user from the compromised domain, which is our child domain, that may have a membership in, let's say, a group within the forest domain or the target. Now we can do one of two things. We can go and then type in our query in Cypher manually, or we can go into the pre-built searches from Bloodhound and then try that one as well. So let's try that first and see if we don't get anything, then we'll try our own way. So I see that we have one for principal with foreign domain membership. Okay, if we collapse this, and let's use the sequential outlook, so this will look better. So it looks like the user, Thomas Sankara, from the child domain is a member of the Kush Kingdom within the client domain. So this is the link that we're looking for. It's for an object or an AD object in the child domain that has some sort of a membership within the parent or the forest domain. So we're going to find a way to abuse this to get access to the forest domain. And if we select on that membership and then we look detail wise, we can see the members. It's made up of Thomas Sankara and then Julius Nyerere. And because we have compromised the child domain, we have the credentials of the user Thomas Sankara. So we should be able to abuse that and see our way through to the parent or the forest domain. One of the privilege escalation techniques, which has been around for quite some time and still works, is Kerberos attack or Kerberosting. It's been old, but it still works, and it dates all the way back in 2014. That is 10 years. Yeah, all right. And this was discovered and presented by a guy called Tim Medin. And basically, this falls or abuses the whole concept about the fact that any user on a domain that can be authenticated is able to request the ticket granting service for a particular service on a network. The TGS has a server portion which is encrypted with a password hash of the service account. So for instance, let's say that a user is requesting a service from a web application. And let's say the web application is running on, let's say, IIS web service, okay? The service account running that particular web application or the web service is called, let's say, IIS admin. That IIS admin has a password, obviously. So when the user is requesting that particular, web service, the TGS is signed by the password hash or the NTLM hash of the IIS admin account as part of the TGS coming back to the user. This is where we as attackers can get that password hash and then try to crack it offline. And that is how we abuse the Kerberos TGS process. So how does this work? What do we need in order for us to be able to have Kerberos in attack succeed? Well, one of the first things that has to happen is there has to be what we call the service principal name or the SPN, because the Kerberos authentication will use this SPN to associate the service instance with a service log on. So what happens is now that we have requested it, the KDC or the key distribution center uses the SPN to determine exactly what key to use when encrypting the service ticket. And if you happen to be on a Windows machine and you want to find out all the SPNs, this could be a command you can run. So let's recap on how the whole Kerberos authentication works and where we do abuse Kerberosing. We have the endpoint and then we have the application server. This endpoint is trying to request a service from the application server. However, before the application server responds to this client or the endpoint, there has to be some sort of a TGS coming in. So first of all, we log in into our computer and then we set out TGT, the ticket granting ticket. And then it goes to the domain controller, which is running the KDC. And the domain controller will return the TGs and will receive the TGT and then send back a TGT with session keys for this endpoint. So let's say down the line, this endpoint now needs access to requests from the application server. It will send out a TGT to the KDC requesting a ticket granting service ticket from this domain controller for this application server. But because the domain controller, the KDC, has already authenticated this user, it will look at the TGT and confirm that yes, you already have been authenticated. And then it is now going to take this application's service logon and then sign the NTLM hash password of that account with a TGS and then return that to the endpoint. It's in this process is where we abuse Kerberosing. Okay, we are able to request any domain join user can request the TGS. And that is why this is in red. And then once requested for any of the services, we can now receive the password hash of the service account and then crack it offline. We don't even need to present this over to this service anymore or the application. Once it gets here, that is the end of it. And we can go ahead and then try to crack the password hash offline. So lateral movement typically goes hand in hand with privilege escalation, because as you are escalating your privileges to that of, let's say, a local admin or a different user to another, you may move from one system to another. So we typically see lateral movement and priv escalation combined as part of the attack kill chain. Nevertheless, it is still treated as a separate part of the attack kill chain. And in fact, MITRE has a definition for lateral movement alone. And according to MITRE attack framework with the ID of TA0008, lateral movement consists of techniques that adversaries use to enter and control remote systems on a network. So basically, we're trying to find a way around and then control remote systems or jump from one system to another. So following through on their primary objective often requires exploring the network to find their target and subsequently gaining access to it. So the whole point here is typically attackers don't land on their final targets the first time they land on a network or the first time they achieve a breach. The target may be somewhere else on a subnet or on a network. So they have to find a way to move around before they hit their final target. So reaching their objective often involves pivoting through multiple systems and accounts to gain that particular objective. So adversaries might install their own remote tools to accomplish lateral movement or use legitimate credentials with native network and operating system tools, which may be stealthier. So depending on where the attackers find themselves, they may sometimes have to use their own tools and install on the compromised machine or the remote system, or they may go through with using system built-in utilities to move around. So my summary of lateral movement is basically at this point, or at the point of lateral movement, the team has some way been able to achieve access on a system, and now they want to move laterally on the network. Now it depends on the objective of the penetration test or even the adversary. There are several objectives that we can have or would have to achieve as part of our penetration test. And that could be achieving domain admin, because sometimes organizations believe that as soon as an attacker is able to get domain admin, it's game over. So they want us to accomplish that or showcase if we can get domain admin privileges on a domain, or maybe move data outside of the organization, or compromising a specific subnet. So for instance, if let's say you're doing a penetration test and you're doing it against, let's say, an OT environment, or you're doing for maybe a PCI organization, and they have a PCI subnet separate from corporate, and they want you to showcase if you can move from the corp subnet to the PCI subnet or the CDE subnet. So there could be so many objectives that we want to accomplish as pen testers, and these are just a list of some of them. You may have to use your own external tools or use inbuilt utilities on a compromised machine. So some of the tools that we typically see when it comes to penetration tests and lateral movement, PSSEC, and then also the suite of tools from the sys internals. These are binaries which are signed by Microsoft, so typically those fly under the radar when you're using them on an environment. We can use WinExec, which we have actually used previously in some of our activities. RDP as well, which for my advice is a last resort. You don't want to use RDP if you don't have to. And then, of course, we can use the OS built-in utilities such as PowerShell and CMD and WinRM and stuff like that. So these are examples of ways that we can perform or achieve lateral movement. Throughout the course of our privilege escalation, we have actually performed some of the lateral movement already, but we'll focus on few additional ones that you can also add into your arsenal when it comes to lateral movement. Let's execute the diamond ticket for persistence. First, I have the list of the stuff we will need to execute the attack. We have some of them already. We need to obtain the others in order for us to perform this attack. First, we have the NT hash of the curb TGT of the child domain. We also need the AES256 hash of the same account from the child domain. We have the SID of the child domain. We need a target user ID we want to use for persistence, and then also the group ID for persistence as well. So let's issue the secret dump and then extract all the password hashes for the curb TGT user account. We already have the NT hash of the user Ghana Bassi, and we're going to provide that in this command. So we are interested in the AES 256 hash. So let's copy and paste it here. We need a user ID of the user we want to target or the user we want to impersonate. There are several ways we can do this. We can obtain this through Bloodhound or even through NetExec. So using NetExec, we are able to obtain the rate of all the users. In our case, let's assume we are interested in impersonating the user Bassi, whom we know is a domain admin. So that user's rate is 1108. So we'll use that. And let's say the groups that we are interested in is going to be the domain admin groups. The set for that group is 512 for the domain admins. So let's use that. And now we have everything that we need to execute the diamond ticket attack. So with everything we had in hand, we are now going to use the in-packet ticketer to execute the diamond ticket attack. So let's walk through what we have currently. This is going to be a request. Obviously, we are going to impersonate a user. And the domain in target is going to be this one right here, the child. We need to have at least a valid AD user credentials. So in our case, we have Kofi Annan. We provide a password. And then we need to provide the NT hash of the curb TGT service account of the child domain. And then we provide the AES 265, which is what 256 that we have here, as the AES key. And then we submit the domain set, the child domain, and the user ID that we want to impersonate in this case is going to be the Ghana Bassi user. And the group that we're targeting is going to be the domain admins group. And the name of the user for impersonation is going to be this username right here. We are able to obtain a ticket for that user. Next, we export this ticket. And let's list it. List our ticket, and we should have it for this user. Using PSExec, let's see if this attack is going to be successful. And it looks like it did. So once we type in host name, we've now been able to persist on this domain, and we should be system. If you recall from our persistence attack, we had actually executed golden ticket, which we combined both persistence and then also hopping from one domain to another. So this is just going to be a quick recap of what we had done previously with a bit of a twist along the line. So if we go into our lineup, this is what we need to execute the golden ticket. We need of course, the target domain is going to be the forest, which is the client.ad. We have the child domain, which we have compromised at this time. We have a domain admin on that. And then we need a set of both the child and then also the parent or the forest domain, which is the target. So we have both. In case you need a refresher on that, we use the in-packet lookup, and then we targeted the domain controller of each, the forest, and then also the child domain. Obviously, we need any valid credential to be able to obtain the set of each of the domains. So this is going to be the forest set, and repeating the command and then changing this to the domain controller of the child. That would also give us the set of the child domain. And we have those lined up here. And then we also need the NT hash of the curb TGT service account from the compromised child domain, which we have here. And since we're going to target the enterprise admin of the domain or the forest, we need a set of the enterprise admin as well, which by default is 519. With all these pieces of information, we can now forge our golden ticket using the in-packet ticketer. So we specify the domain, which is the original one that we had compromised, the set of that domain, which is a child one, the NT hash of the curb TGT service account from the child domain we have compromised. The user ID we are targeting is going to be 500. So user ID is 500. And then we have the extra set we provide for the forest or the parent domain. Because we forwarded this ticket for the administrator or the enterprise admin, we provide the set of the enterprise admin right here, 519. And then we add in the extra pack of that. And then we provide the duration of our ticket for 1 year. And then this is going to be the enterprise administrator that we are going to forge the ticket for. Now, before we run the attack, let's make sure that we don't have the previous administrator's cache in our directory, within our directory. So let's remove the previous admin cache so don't get any confusion. Let's type klist. We don't have any C cache in here. And now we can execute this attack. So we should now have a fresh admin C cache saved up. Next, let's try to export the C cache and type klist. And yes, we have the ticket in here for the admin. Now with the forged TGT, we can now request a service ticket for the SIFT service by specifying the SPN against the parent or the target forest domain controller. And that ticket is saved up as this one right here. We can now use that ticket to execute commands remotely on the forest domain controller. So in this instance, we're just trying out to dump the password hashes for the user admin on the forest domain. So using in-packets secret dump, we are able to execute this attack with a ticket we have from this, and then dumping out credentials from the forest domain controller. So this is how we can test it out. We can now go out and dump all the NTDS database of the forest domain. All right, so this is all we have from the forest domain. And we didn't specify just NTLM, so it gave us everything. And if we issue ls, we should see all of them broken down into ntds-forest.ntds. We have the SAM, we have the secret, we have the Kerberos, and then we have the clear text credentials, all broken down. We can even do PSExec. We now do have access to the forest domain controller, and we are system on this machine. Even though the foreign membership of Thomas Sankara hasn't given us much hopes, we can still use this information since we now have sort of access to be able to enumerate anything such as interrogating LDAP for information within the forest domain or the parent domain. So we can find vulnerabilities such as the one that we have already discovered from the child domain, such as unconstrained delegation or any of the Kerberos-based misconfigurations. So using Thomas Sankara, let's scan the network and then see if we can find any system on the parent domain that may have unconstrained delegation. And we can see that this system that we actually have local admin on from Thomas Sankara has unconstrained delegation set on it. So let's find a way, similar way that we had done previously, and see if we can abuse this in order to be able to achieve, let's say, higher privilege within the forest or the parent domain. So using the credentials from Thomas Sankara, let's try to RDP into that workstation. And whilst that is logging in, let's start up our server again because we're going to use reviews to execute the attack again. Now that we are logged in from our previous enumeration, we know that this system also has Windows Defender on. Let's try to turn it off because we know it's going to light up once we load up our reviews. All right, so we have that turned off. Let's bring up PowerShell and run as an admin. Download reviews and save it into this variable RB. And let's reflectively load it up into this variable RA. Now let's list tickets on this system. Okay, so we see some interesting ones. We have the user Thomas Sankara that we log in with, so that is not much of an interest. But of more interest to us is the Kwame Nkrumah, because this user, if we run, we can see that user is actually a member of the domain admins and then also enterprise admin. So that means if we're able to extract his ticket, we should now be able to have enterprise admin privileges on the forest domain. And I have this configured within the lab infrastructure where a bot simulates a domain admin connecting or having a session on this particular machine. And that is why we have this user's session on here or his ticket on here. We will now dump the tickets of this user, Kwame Nkrumah. The base 64 encoded ticket is going to be of interest to us. So we'll execute pass the ticket attack by injecting the base 64 encoded ticket in here with this command. And we should have the ticket successfully imported. A keylist will confirm that we have the ticket belonging to the user, Kwame Nkrumah. Let's see if we can use this user's tickets in memory to try to gain access to the RT-DC, which is the domain controller of the parent or the forest domain. And sure enough, yes, we are. So we have now compromised the domain controller of the forest domain by abusing or chaining foreign user membership, combining that with unconstrained delegation attack, and now becoming an enterprise admin within the parent domain. So if we type, who am I? We are Kwame Nkrumah on the client domain, and then the host name we are on is the RT-DC box. We can also execute the same attack using the Impacket suite of tools on our Kali machine. From Bloodhound, we can head over to the cipher and then put in a custom query to search for ACLs that do not contain the user vagrant. So it looks like we have quite some of them. So let's use the sequential layout. Okay, so we see something interesting here. If we zoom in a bit and then come this way. So these are the possible ACLs that do not contain the username vagrant in it. And right off the back, we can see that there is a path from this one that goes all the way. These also do go out. However, we do not have credentials for these users, Cleopatra, and then also Nelson Mandela. However, we do have the credential for this user, Jomo Kenyatta, and then also for King Moshosho. So, well, let's take a look and see how we can abuse these ACL weaknesses. And the great thing with the newest version of Bloodhound is, in fact, for each of these attacks, it gives us guidance on some commands or tools we can use to execute. And we can see that the one from Kimoshoso can actually create a path all the way through to compromising the parent domain or the forest. So let's go all the way again and start from the user Ken Moshosho. This user has a false chain password over the user Pharaoh Ramses. And then Pharaoh Ramses has generic right over Pharaoh Hatshepsut. Okay? And then this Pharaoh also has right Daco over Julius Nyerere. And finally, the user Julius Nyerere has both add self and then also generic right over the Berbers group. And the Berbers group seem to have control over the client.ad environment. So we can chain all these attacks and then finally compromise the entire forest. Let's take a look at a cool feature this newer version of Bloodhound has. So if we select the change password, ACL, on the right side, we will see we have information. In addition to the relationship information, we do see that there's a general information here. And this will give us a brief scenario about this attack path. So it tells us that the user, Ken.Mushosho, has the capability to change the password of the user, Pharaoh Ramses, without even knowing Pharaoh Ramses' password. That is dangerous. In a real-world scenario on engagement, you do not want to change the password. However, this is for demonstration purposes to know how we can abuse such misconfiguration. Okay, so that is for the general. So then the next cool feature is Bloodhound actually gives us sample tools and commands we can run based on which OS we are attacking from. If we are running from a Windows OS, these are some examples of the attacks that we can carry out against the user Pharaoh Ramses. Or if you are on Linux system, this is how we can abuse this particular ACL misconfiguration. And then we have option for the OPSEC consideration that as you run this attack, you may want to consider the consequences when it comes to OPSEC. And then additional references for each of these attacks have also been provided here. So this is how the newer version of Bloodhound functions. And each one of these, it gives us all these summary, the general, the Windows, Linux, and then OPSEC, and then also references. So we have identified a relationship between the client.ad and a foreign.ad forest. And we need to find a way to find an attack to jump from the client to the foreign environment. But before we do that, let's look at one more service you may find within any matured AD environment that, if it's misconfigured, can be abused to accomplish several attack scenarios. And that service is Active Directory Certificate Service. Introduced in the Windows Server 2008, the ADCS is basically a server role which is used to build and deploy the public key infrastructure within Active Directory environment. And what it does is, just like any PKI, it allows users within AD to be able to create their own certificates and also manages that. So once you have this certificate, just like any other cert, we are able to use that to do several things, such as encrypting and signing digital electronic documents, emails. One problem, though, is it can sometimes be difficult to properly configure it. And that is where attackers and pen testers in general take advantage during our penetration test. So what are some of the abuse cases that can be carried out by adversary from a misconfigured ADCS? Well, with a misconfigured environment, attackers can perform domain, priv escalation, domain persistence, and even certificate theft. So these are all several ways that a misconfigured ADCS can be abused by adversaries. So let's take a look at this image right here, which summarizes the whole process of how certificates are issued and also managed within an AD environment by ADCS. So on a typical scenario, we have a user on the left here, which is a client, or a user or a computer serving as a client. Remember, this is a client-server relationship here. So within the environment, this user will send this request over to the enterprise certificate authority right here. So step 2, client sends a certificate request to the enterprise CA server. And that certificate request will contain a whole bunch of other stuff here about that user. So the enterprise certificate authority receives this request, and then what it does is, does the certificate template already exist? So let me check and see if it does exist. So it's essentially checking out some policies to see if this certificate should be issued or request should be granted. Is a user allowed to enroll for a certificate? So once the server has checked all these requirements and everything checks out, it is going to now generate the certificate and then signs it with the user and with the CA's private key. And then the certificate is now sent back to the client, which will be either the user or a computer. The client will now store the certificate in the Windows certificate store and uses it to perform actions allowed by that certificate. There are several actions we can use with the certificate, such as authentication, signing code. So this is the whole process of how the ADCS work. Let's briefly cover some terminologies you may hear or come across within the ADCS environment. So we have the PKI, which is typically easy to understand. It is a system that manages the certificates and the public key infrastructure. And then we have the actual service, which is implementation of Microsoft's PKI, the ADCS, or the Active Directory Certificate Services. And then we have the certificate authority, which is the server. And you saw from the image, the server, the PKI server, where the ADS is installed, and that issues a certificate. And then we have the enterprise CA itself. Now, this is what is not actually integrated with AD, as opposed to standalone certificate, because you may find a standalone CA which is not enterprise CA. So those are two kinds of CAs that you may see. And then we have the template, which is a collection of settings and policies that defines the content of the certificate issued by the enterprise CA. So the template is what defining what the user can and cannot do, or the policies that governs the certificate. The CSR, which will be the request normally sent by the client to the certificate authority to request a signed certificate. And then we have the EKU. Now, this is very important because these are the ways that can make a certificate misconfigured. So this OIDs defines whether a certificate can be used for authentication, it can be used for code signing, it can be used for smart card login, and other things. And this is where sometimes, if it's misconfigured, we may give users too much permissions. That is not allowed. Back on our Kali, let's get into the client folder. So there are several tools we can use to obtain data to be fed into Bloodhound. So we're going to use RustHound. We are feeding it with the domain, which is the child one because we have the credentials, and we are saving the output into this folder, which is the child folder, the client folder. And then we're going to zip up our output. We also asking RustHound to check for any existence of Active Directory certificate services and then give us information on that. So hit enter. And that was very fast. And in fact, RustHound actually went ahead and also gave us a machine account coder, which we have already obtained from the net exec. So we're able to connect to the child domain, AD, and then we're able to obtain information from that domain. And that information is saved up as this, and it's all zipped up, okay? And we should be able to upload this information over to Bloodhound. It also gives us the breakdown of what information it was able to parse out. So we are not only limited to the child domain, we can even try the same thing against the client domain and see if that works. In fact, in addition, we discovered ADCS running here, and it actually gave us the URL for where the web enrollment is enabled. So now we have two files to upload into Bloodhound for both the child and then even the client or the forest domain. Let's try it one more time against the foreign domain and see if that works. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Nevertheless, we still have a lot of information to be fed into our Bloodhound for analysis. So let's head over. Let's go into File Ingest page. Click here, and we can now upload our files. So we go to Root, we go to Engagements, Client, and we have these two files. We can just drag and select both of them, and then click on Open, and then click on Upload, and then Upload again, and then click Close. And it's going to try and then ingest the files into Bloodhound. Okay, so it seems like we had a partial complete, and this goes to reinforce my advice about tools usage. Tools may not be 100% or all jack of all trade, so try to use multiple tools. So as much as RasHound was able to give us something, the files, not all of them were useful. So if you take a look here, 4 files failed to ingest into the JSON content. So that means we're going to miss out some data point from here. Nevertheless, it is still a good start for us. So we can now go into Explore, and now we should be able to have something here, like this, where we can start our enumeration. So during the course of penetration test, it's not all cases that you are going to need to have some level of privileges to maybe achieve your goal. However, there are certain tasks or actions or activities that may require you to have, let's say, an administrative privileges to be able to do that. And that is where privilege escalation comes in. So per MITRE's definition of privilege escalation, it consists of techniques that adversaries use to gain higher level permissions on a system or network. At this point, we have access on a network or even on a system, but we may not have enough privileges. When we have access, we still have to maybe pursue a way for us to have higher privileges on the network. So adversaries can often enter and explore a network with unprivileged access, but may require elevated permissions to follow through on their objectives. Because sometimes the objective of the attacker is for them to, let's say, exfiltrate data from a particular system or from a particular subnet. And in order to do that, they may need to have a higher privilege to do that. So common approaches take advantage of system weaknesses, misconfigurations, and then also vulnerabilities. So these are all different ways that attackers or adversaries can achieve priv escalation. So examples of elevated access include system or root level, local admin, user account with admin-like access, and user accounts with access to specific system or perform specific function. So this is how MITRE defines privilege escalation. So in a nutshell, we are trying to elevate our privileges on a system or on a network, and typically broken down into 2 levels. It's either priv escalation on a local machine or the host level, or priv escalation on a domain level. Now, when it comes to priv escalation, we can approach it in two different ways. It's either exploitation of a vulnerability or abusing misconfigurations found within the AD environment or within the network. For the sake of this course, we are going to focus more on this part of the priv escalation. We are always looking for the path of least resistance, and running exploits can sometimes have undesired outcome on a target. So normally we want to abuse configurations so we can perform much more efficient work than trying to exploit vulnerabilities. So we are going to focus more on abusing misconfigurations than exploitation of vulnerabilities. The third Kerberos delegation configuration is the resource-based constraint delegation. Most of these things are a cat and mouse situation or a cat and mouse game. Microsoft comes with something which is meant to be great for us. We find a way to abuse it. They go back and they reinvent it with something much more better to close up the hole or the loop. And then we discover more things, and then they close up, we discover more things, and they close up. So it's a cat and mouse game here. And resource-based constraint delegation is no different. However, this one makes the attack much more challenging because with each update Microsoft brings, the more challenging it is to execute an attack. So there are some few differences between the last two delegations and this particular one. So instead of specifying which object, and that is from the last two delegation, can delegate to which service, well, with the RBCD, the resource hosting the service specifies which object can delegate to it. So that service has more control on specifying which service or object can delegate to me. So it's sort of like a reverse order of the last two. So that allows the resource owner to control who can access it. This was much more better compared to the last two, because in this case, the resource has control to say, you can delegate to me, you cannot. So let's revisit our previous scenario to recap on what RBCD is. So we have the client, we have the web server, and then we have, let's say, the file server. With the resource-based constraint, the file server determines what object can delegate to it. So in order to configure this, let's say on the file server or the database server, we need to populate the attribute of MSDS allowed to act on behalf of other identity with the SID of the object that we are allowing to delegate to. So database will say, I need object A to be able to delegate to me. In order to do that, we will populate this attribute with the SID of that object. So for us to be able to abuse this setup or configuration, the attack requires a user to have permission to modify the computer object in the AD, such as the SID, because we have to be able to put in the SID of that object that is allowed to delegate to that target. So if let's say we have write ownership on a computer in the Active Directory, we can achieve code execution on that computer itself. This can lead into what we call the computer takeover. So once we've compromised a system or the Active Directory, we may want to also persist on it for us to be able to come back, because the worst thing that would happen to you as a pen tester is losing your session or losing your foothold just because you did not create any persistence. So now that we have a domain foothold and even have compromised one of the domains, let us look at some of the unique ways used to create persistence on the network, with golden ticket being the first persistence attack. Golden ticket is when we are able to forge our own TGT. In fact, we have done a part of it already. However, we are going to go a step further on how we can create persistence with golden ticket. So what we typically need for creating golden ticket is the curb TGT's key or the NTLM hash of it, and then also the domain SID. Since the TGT and the pack are only protected by the hash or the key of the Kerberos ticket granting service, if this hash is recovered, then tickets can be forged. So as long as we have compromised a particular domain and we are able to extract the NTLM hash or the key of the Kerb TGT service, then we can create a golden ticket. Up until 2021, creating golden ticket was very, very simple. We can just make up any name and then create golden ticket for any non-existing name. However, in 2021, Microsoft implemented the concept of SID filtering, and this is a typo right here. It's SID filtering by deploying 2 updates to the pack. So Microsoft implemented this SID filtering to help address brief escalation issues when we have the SID history turned on. And what it did was it essentially filtered out certain high privilege SIDs from the SID history of a TGT. So this was a way for Microsoft to help prevent malicious actors from being able to create their own golden ticket to any non-existing user. With this new update, if you're creating a golden ticket, the name that we are creating for has to exist and also has a matching SID. Let's go through the required ingredients we need to have to create a successful golden ticket. We need the Kerb TGT's hash from the child domain. Next, we do need the domain name and a SID of the child domain and a parent. And we also need to have a name to impersonate, because this time it doesn't have to be non-existing user. It has to be somebody, a user account that actually does exist in a domain. So this is just a snapshot of the SID filtering that Microsoft implemented. If you want more information about this, you can also go down here and then read more about it. But I wanted to just give you a snapshot of it so we will know where the SID filtering applies and where it doesn't apply. So we have the default configuration where the SID filtering is enabled or not. So these are all disabled here, and the trust flavor. So between parent and child, or which is within the forest, SID filtering is actually disabled. So that is good for us. So we can see that we have a section where SID filtering is disabled and then when it is enabled. So knowing this table would help you a lot from headaches, because sometimes you may run your golden ticket and it may not work and you wouldn't know why. So we need to find out where SID filtering is enabled or not. So both golden ticket and silver ticket have been known for persistence for quite some time. However, every technique, once a while, we discover that they do leave footprint and easy to detect. And as much as silver ticket seems to be a bit more stealthier than golden ticket, but they both can be detected by network monitoring tools, because we are forging tickets. We are not creating tickets. So typically, if we are forging, that means we don't have any existing TGT request for us to use for forging. And that could be a good indication that that request for TGT forging or TGS forging is actually from malicious intent, because there's no associated or corresponding initial TGT. And that is one of the reasons why both golden ticket and silver ticket can easily be detected. There's a new kind of persistence called diamond ticket. So what distinguishes the diamond ticket from both golden ticket and silver ticket is because diamond ticket can actually request normal ticket. And then once it does a request, it will get into the pack and then make some modifications to the pack and then recalculate the signatures and encrypt it again. So in a sense, diamond ticket is not forging any ticket. We are actually making modification to an actual normal ticket. And that is why it's much more stealthier than both golden ticket and silver ticket. So whilst golden ticket is about forging TGT and silver ticket is about forging TGS, diamond ticket is just modifying a TGT ticket. The similarities between golden ticket and diamond ticket is the fact that they both need the Kerb TGT service accounts key. Now, there's still a twist in that requirement because whilst we can use anti-hash for the golden ticket, most of the time the AES 265 key typically works better or is always required for the diamond ticket. So just like golden ticket, if we know the curve TGT Kerberos key, then we should be able to request a TGT normal one, modify the pack. This technique is much more stealthier because the TGT is real, which is created by KDC, but only the pack was modified in the course of this whole attack. So as a pen tester, one of the techniques you are going to have to learn or appreciate to have is being able to hunt for data, most especially hunting for credentials, because as you can see so far, credentials have become a very part of our activities in moving from one system to another or even compromising domains. So with that said, let's see how we can use credential hunting to be able to find something that we never even thought of and how that can even lead into another sequence of attacks. I'm back on our compromised domain controller belonging within the forest domain. We have a session as the user, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So what we can do is just start, snooping around and looking for information. My document doesn't have anything, so it doesn't mean we stop. So let's go back one level and then get into his home. We can CD into his desktop and see if you can find anything interesting. Nothing of an interest here. Documents was empty. Let's go down a bit and we do see there are no other useful users here besides Vagrant, which is also out of scope. So let's go down to the C level and an LS here, and we can see some files here. These are all out of scope. These are the remnants of the files we used to create the lab environment. But one that catches our eyes is this one right here, your eyes only. So what could that be? So we can copy that and then let's use cat to see if we can display the content of that file. And it looks like it contains a message. Hey, I will be on PTO next week. So in case our foreign partner calls in and they need assistance, here you go. And then, wow. So it looks like this is credential for a user that if they call in, maybe Kwame Nkrumah or someone else needs to assist somebody at this domain, the login credentials to use in case this user needs, assistance. Well, that is golden for us as pen testers. So let's copy that and then let's go to our client and paste that into the list of our credentials. As much as this seemed to be obvious, you have no idea how many times I have discovered credentials on user systems, either on your desktop or in a shared server, in an Excel format, whatever. So this, as much as you may seem like it's easy to do, trust me, sometimes these are the easiest way to gain access to some systems. With that credential, let's see if this is actually valid. So we'll try that against the entire subnet. And it looks like so far we got a positive hit. One of them was the foreign domain controller confirmed the user is valid on a domain. And even in addition, that user has a local admin privilege on the server within the foreign domain. Now, with this piece of evidence, let's go a step further and see if we can dump any credential from that particular system, which has the IP address with the .23. So let's see if we get lucky. And it looks like we are not lucky. However, we still got a good credential for the foreign domain, which we're going to take advantage of and see how we can abuse certain misconfigurations to hop into the foreign domain. Using the certify tool, we can try to find all instances of ADCS services on the foreign domain. And we are much more interested in vulnerable templates. So we pass in the -vulnerable option. So it only shows us vulnerable templates, because in a real engagement, you may find a lot of certificates and most may not be vulnerable. So we want to only limit our output to only vulnerable certificate templates. It did find 38 certificate templates. It found one certificate authority, and then found 16 enable certificate templates. And then it gave us the name of the CA and other information. So we can proceed to explore this output. And let's scroll all the way up. So first, we see the ESC8, which is the web enrollment is enabled and request disposition is set to true. So basically, if we go up here, we do see that web enrollment is enabled. And then the request disposition is also set to issue. And that is the full indication of the ESC8 vulnerability. The CA name is also here, and other information that we may need when it comes to executing the attacks. The next certificate template is the vuln-ESC4. Obviously, in a real engagement, you're not going to see such a name, but for the sake of this infrastructure and also to go along with the type of vulnerabilities for the templates, we have to name them appropriately. So obviously, that means this template is going to be vulnerable to the ESC4. And it's saying that this user, Queen Makita, has dangerous permissions on this certificate. And what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at the object control permissions section, which tells you which users have permissions on a particular certificate and also the extent of the permission. And we can see the domain admins. These are normal. These are normal. However, we see Queen Makita is another user that has full control over that certificate. And the same as the write permission on that certificate. And then even has write DACO and then also write property permission on that certificate. So that makes it very, very dangerous. And we'll figure out how we can abuse that. And then we go into the next template, which is vuln-ESC3-1. And that also screams the type of vulnerability that we do expect here. So if we come all the way down, we see that certificate is vulnerable to the ESC3. And what that means is any domain users or domain computers can enroll a template, and the template also has certificate request agent EKU set. And of course, that can also be abused. And then we do see ESC2 template, and that is also vulnerable to both the ESC2 and the ESC3. And then finally, we have the ESC1, which obviously is also vulnerable to the ESC1 vulnerability. So to carry out the SID history or the SID harping attack via the golden ticket for crossed forest trust, we need a couple of things to set up the attack. We need the target forest domain, which in this case is going to be the foreign.ad. We need the compromised forest domain, which in the case is going to be the client.ad, which we have compromised already. We need a client domains SID, and then a foreign domains SID. And then we need the curb TGT service account anti-hash from the client domain. And then the target group that we're going to target, the SID of that group. In this case, is going to be the Zulu Kingdom. So we already have these two information. Let's proceed to obtain the rest of them. First, we obtain the SID of the client domain. And this is a client because we are specifying the domain controller of the client. We change the domain controller to the foreign one, which is the .12. And this will be the set of the foreign domain. We have already compromised the client domain, so we should be able to extract the NT hash of the curb TGT service account. Using the credentials of Julius Nyerere, we are able to do that. So this will be the command, and we are only interested in the curb TGT account from the client domain. And we have the AES and then also the NTLM hash. In fact, let's copy all of them. Next, let's find the set of the Zulu kingdom from the foreign domain. So we have Zulu here, and the Zulu set is 1104. With the information we have right now, we can proceed to create the golden ticket using the set of the security group of the Zulu kingdom. So we use ticketer. The domain here that we have compromised is a client domain. The set of that domain, the client.ad, the NT hash of the curb TGT service account from the client AD domain. The extra set is going to be the target domain, which will be the foreign domain. And then the set that we append is going to be the set of the Zulu kingdom group. So that is going to be 1104. The duration of the ticket is going to be 1 year, and the user account that we are creating for is going to be the administrator. Let's go into our client directory and remove anything that has administrator in it. So we have a fresh admin information. So now we have a ticket for the administrator. We can now proceed to export the ticket of the admin and then change that with in-package PSExec and then try and see if we can compromise or gain access to the domain controller of the foreign.ad. But first, let's run our K-list to ensure we don't have any tickets. And then we can go back and run the attack. It works, and we have compromised the foreign domain by compromising the foreign domain's domain controller. And we are system. So following our attack kill chain, we are now moving from the initial access and now pivoting into the network propagation phase. So this is going to be the network propagation module, where we are going to look at some of the activities we would have to perform to move from within the network and then eventually accomplish the goal that we have for the penetration test. So by the time we got to the network propagation, we would have at least established a foothold on the network with a valid set of credentials for a domain account, or even compromise a system. So in our case, we have achieved both actually. So everything from now ongoing is going to be mostly adaptive based on what we keep encountering in the course of the penetration test. So we're going to get into situational awareness, which most of the time people refer to as enumeration. So we can do both on a local machine itself that we have compromised, or the Active Directory domain enumeration. And this is all part of us trying to understand, get to learn the environment, both on a host that we have compromised and then also the Active Directory itself. Some of the activities we do execute as part of the network propagation may require us to have a level of other privileges, such as administrative privileges. And that is where privilege escalation comes in as the other activity. We can either execute local priv escalation or domain priv escalation. And then from the priv escalation, now we move into how do we eventually compromise the entire domain. And that comes in the domain dominance phase. The domain dominance phase, some of the activities are going to be persistence. So we'll look at both local persistence and then also domain level persistence. And also finally, we'll close up with, let's say, if the domain that we have compromised have relationship with other domains, can we abuse those trusts so we can further penetrate into other domains outside of the initial one, which in our case, we were on a child domain. So we start our network propagation with the situational awareness. So per MITRE ATT&CK ID TA0007, discovery consists of techniques an adversary may use to gain knowledge about the system and the internal network. So this goes down to how I explained that we can do local-based situational awareness, or we can do the domain or the Active Directory-based situational awareness or enumeration, which in this case will be the internal network. These techniques help adversaries observe the environment and orient themselves before deciding how to act. Yes, you have been dropped into a network. You were fortunate enough to compromise a system, but you still don't know the network that much. So part of this discovery or enumeration or situational awareness is for us to get ourselves familiarized with the environment before we act. So they also allow adversaries to explore what they can control and what's around their entry point in order to discover how it could benefit their current objective. So situational awareness can be carried out in two forms: local host enumeration and then also AD enumeration. Most of the things you will do for this course is going to be on the Active Directory domain enumeration level. So what are we looking for as we're trying to find information? Well, we're looking for domains, we're looking for domain users, we're looking for domain controllers, we're looking for admins, we're looking for critical systems, we're looking for group policy objects or GPO, we're looking for access control list or ACLs, which we can abuse in the future. We're looking for any trust between forests. We're also looking for any group membership. If maybe we compromise a user that belongs to a group, and by virtue of that, that could give us access to additional resources or targets. So, unconstrained delegation. This was the first delegation that was implemented by Microsoft, and this one dates back in Windows 2000. So you recall how we talked about the fact that every object within Active Directory has attributes. The attributes will typically hold values. In this case, when it comes to a computer or a user that has unconstrained delegation enabled, you will see that the user account control attribute will have this flag set. The trusted for delegation is set within that attribute. Well, what that means is when a user authenticates to the system through Kerberos, the system can now impersonate that user to other systems within Active Directory. So the system that is now impersonating the user would need the TGT of that user inside the TGS. Because remember, the TGS is used to request a resource. But for us to ensure that the resource is coming from an authenticated user, we need a TGT of that user. So what happens is the domain controller will place that user's ticket granting ticket inside of the ticket granting service for that service that we are requesting. So when the user presents the TGS to the server with unconstrained delegation enabled, which will be, let's say, the web server, the TGT is extracted by that particular server from the TGS and stored in the LSAS. So the web server can now reuse that user's TGT to access any other resources as that particular user. So we call that TGT forwardable because it has a copy of that user's TGT. This type of delegation allows the use of that TGT to access any services on that configured system. So for instance, let's say a domain admin or a high privilege user authenticates to that system which has unconstrained delegation enabled, we can compromise that domain admin or the high level user because that TGT can be used to impersonate the domain admin. And that is what made the unconstrained delegation a bit much more scarier. So to execute this attack, I have few notes that I'm going to put up here, and I call that the ingredients we're going to use to guide us in executing this attack. We have the target computer is going to be the CD-DC. The name of our fake computer is going to be fake PC with a $sign. And we're going to get the SID of that computer later on. And the password is going to be this password right here. A domain controller within the AD environment is supposed to be at least Windows 2012. So that means we meet this requirement for the domain controller. Now, the attack path we are going to use is going to be using Jomo Kenyatta's credential, because we know that we have the credential of that user, and that user has a generic or privilege on the domain controller. So this is going to be the step-by-step process we are going to take. First, we are going to create our own fake computer and then add it to the domain or join it to the domain. If you remember, during our initial enumeration, we discovered that the users on the domain can add up to 10 computers within the environment. Yes, so we are about to abuse that by adding our own computer to the Active Directory environment. And that computer was successfully added to the domain. Next, we are going to add delegation rights on our target from the fake PC account. So we're going to use the resource-based constraint delegation command from inpacket, delegate from this computer, which we now own with a password, to the DC service account or the CD-DC computer account. And the action is going to be right. We have the credential because we have the credential of the user, Jomo Kenyatta, and that user has generic all over this account. So we're going to use the action of write. Okay, so now we have the SID of this fake computer. So we can copy that and then go into our notes and then add it in here. The command checks to and confirm that the MSDS allowed to act on behalf of other identity is empty. And now we modify that particular entry. Once it's done, then the fake PC can now impersonate users on this computer via the S4U2 proxy attack. So now that the fake computer PC has delegation permission on the domain controller, which is the CD-DC, we can now execute the self for you to self query followed by the S4U2 proxy. We have done this previously with another attack, and it's the same approach here. So we are going to request a service ticket, and we provide the SPN service of CIFS on the domain controller. And the user we are impersonating is going to be Ghana.basi. And this user is also a domain admin on the child domain. And we provide the domain controller in here. And we are using the fake computer and its password to impersonate the user Ghana.basi. And now we've been able to obtain a ticket for that. We would attempt to export the ticket and do klist. And we should have Ghana.basi's ticket. And with the ticket of the user Ghana.basi, let's see if we can gain access to the domain controller. And sure enough, we do have access to the domain controller. Who am I? And we are the user Ghana.basi. So we've been able to abuse resource-based constraint delegation. So currently, we have the NTDS database from the child domain, which we are cracking. And we can use this command from hashcat to display the ones we have cracked so far. So let's remote desktop once again into this machine. And we can open up PowerShell, this time just as regular user, no admin. Let's assume that an attacker had established a session on this computer and they want to use PS remoting to access another system. So here, if we do host name, we are on this machine. And let's say we have the user, we have the credentials belonging to the user, Mansa Musa. And we know that this user has local admin privilege on the CD-SRV system. So using PS remoting, we should be able to remote into that system under the assumption of the user, Mansa Musa. So enter PS session, and the computer name is going to be CD-SRV. And then we'll provide the dash credential and then the domain mansa.musa, like that. And then once we hit enter, it is going to prompt us for his password, which we have from the NTDS that we had cracked. And it looks like we're getting this error right here, the following error with code, blah, 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 whilst using Kerberos authentication. Okay, let's see if we can resolve this issue. This is how we can use PS session in combination with credentials to laterally move into another system. In the previous one that we had done, we used the Kerberos for authentication. This time, we are assuming that we have the clear text credential of that user. So we are in here. If we type in host name, we are on the CD-SRV. And who am I? We are in as Mansa Musa. So let me throw in a bit of another caution here as well. If you try this and you receive an error, just reboot this computer and then retry this, and that should work for you. Even though I have provided my guidance on the use of remote desktop on real engagement, sometimes it just becomes necessary that one of the best ways to accomplish a particular attack path would be through remote desktop, and we may have to use that. So we have to still discuss that as a means to achieve lateral movement. Sometimes we may only have the NT-LM hash of the user and not their clear text credential. And that is where sometimes we have to figure out how we can abuse that and then use NT hash to achieve remote desktop connection. RDP with restricted admin mode enables admins to perform network login into systems without providing their clear text credentials. And that is what we are going to abuse. For now, we do have local admin privileges on the system with the user Mansa Musa. And let's assume that we only have the NT hash of this user, and we still want to achieve remote desktop on this machine. Well, the RDP with restricted admin mode is not enabled by default. So that needs to be enabled for us to achieve this attack. We have two ways we can do this. Let's say that we have just the NT hash of Mansa Musa. We can still use in packets PS exec or WMI exec, and then attain session on this server, and then enable the RDP with restricted admin mode. Or we can just do that right now whilst we are still on this system. So let's confirm we are still on this machine. And we're going to put an entry in here that is going to enable us to make a registry entry. All right, so this registry entry is going to enable the restricted admin mode. By default, it is disabled. Once we turn the value to 0, that should now allow it. And of course, you need to have administrative privileges on that machine to enable the restricted admin mode. So with this feature enabled, let's exit out of our session from this machine. Let's close out, and in fact, let's get out of this box. Using the X-Free RDP tool, specifying the user Mansa Musa, the NT hash of that user, destination system that you want to RDP in, and just ignore certificate requirement. And let's see if we can RDP into this machine, which is the CD-SRV, just using the NT hash of this user. After quite some time, we are now able to RDP into this box using just the NT hash of the user. Let's check on confirm, and we are Mansa Musa. Host name, who am I? And we are Mansa Musa. Let's execute the golden ticket attack. First, we need to have some few information before we can execute that. We need the curb TGT service accounts NT hash. We will need the SID of the child domain, and then the SID of the parent domain. And we can easily obtain all of these. Let's cut the NTDS data that we had already extracted from the child domain. And this is what we are looking for the curb TGT service account. So let's copy the NT hash and let's paste it here. Next, we need the SID of both the child and the parent domain. We can use the lookup SID from in packet, provide the domain-SIDs option, and then we're going to use a credential from the user Shaka Zulu, and we need that from the child domain, so we're targeting the domain controller of that domain. We'll provide the 0 after that. And this should give us the SID for the child domain. We repeat the same command. This time we change, the only thing we'll change will be the domain controller of the parent domain, which will be the .0. And now we have the SID of the parent domain. So using the information we have in hand, we are going to use the in-packet ticketer to create the golden ticket using the NT hash of the curb TGT service account. We specify the child domain. We provide the child domain's SID. We provide the extra SID with the parent domain. However, because we're trying to create a golden ticket and impersonate basically a particular user, let's say the enterprise admin, we are going to append the SID of the enterprise admin, which by default is 519. It will provide a name as administrator right here. And let's try to create a ticket. So we can see that we have the administrator.ccache ticket created. Let's copy the Ccache. Let's type klist. And we see that we have some from previous. At any point in time, if you want to clear any of your cache or tickets in your system, we can use the onset and then curb 5 cc name like that. And that should clear any existing ticket on your Kali box. So now if we type klist, that should be empty. So we are going to combine two commands to achieve one goal. First, we're going to export the Ccache of the administrator, and then we are going to use wmi exec and then try to see if we can compromise the forest domain, which is going to be the domain controller, is going to be the rt-dc. And it looks like it did. So if we do host name, we've actually been able to abuse a trust and compromise the forest so far. Who am I? And we are administrator. And even though we are who am I from the child domain, we have actually compromised the forest domain controller. Another way to escalate from the child to the parent domain is through the trust key. So let's execute the set hopping attack or the set history attack via the trust key approach. First, we need to obtain the trust key from the client or the target forest domain. So this command can accomplish that using the secret dump, and then we provide an service account of the target parent domain, which in this case is a client with a $sign. So again, using the same credentials from the user we had abused or compromised from the child domain, which is a domain admin, Ghana.basi, and then his NT hash, we can request such a key. So let's copy everything and save them into our file. With the trust key, we can now forge the ticket just like how we would do with golden ticket. But this time, we will need to set the SPN to the curb TGT of the parent domain. We have all the necessary information we need to create the trust key. Most of these are going to be repetition from our past attacks. So the only changes are going to be us using the NT hash of the target forest service account. So it is going to be this one right here. We specify the child domain's SID and the name of the child domain. And then we provide the extract SID for the forest domain. And then we append the enterprise admin SID, which is 519. But this time we're going to specify the SPN of the curb TGT service of the parent domain. And we're calling our key or our forged ticket, we're calling it Trust Me. This can be any name that you want. It doesn't matter. It can be fake trust, trust me, trust key, whatever. And that should work. And we have our trust key created. We will now export that ticket. And now we will have the trust key. Next, we are going to request a service ticket for the SIFS service on the forest domain controller using the Trust Me key. And we have the ticket saved up as this one right here. We'll now export this C cache for that service ticket. We can now use any tool that accepts tickets and then try and see if it works. And that works. So we use secret dump and we're able to dump the hashes from the domain. So let's copy all these hashes from the parent domain. And let's try to crack those offline as well. We can now try to crack the hashes dumped from the forest using the same technique we've been using previously. And the cracking should be on its way. So far, we have cracked 2 out of 19 hashes. So to abuse the ESC1, we're going to request a certificate to impersonate an object within the AD. In our case, we're trying to impersonate a domain admin. So we use certify. We use the red option. We provide the domain name of Queen Makita. We provide a target IP address of where the ADCS is running. And then the certificate authority is this one right here. And the template in question, or the template which is vulnerable to the ESC1, is provided. And then we provide the UPN or the SAN of the user we're trying to impersonate. We know Shurikante is a domain admin within the foreign domain. So let's issue the request. Okay, so I am leaving this part of the video in here so that you understand some of the problems and challenges that come with using lab environment for training. The same command, nothing had changed. The first time I run it, I got this error. I tried to also run it again, and then few seconds later, it worked without any errors. So just for you to understand that sometimes network infrastructure have their own mindset and how they play the game against us. So I'll leave this part of the video in here so that you understand that sometimes if you run these commands, you may not be making a mistake. It's just a network issue. And just be patient or reboot your VMs. Nevertheless, we're able to request a certificate for this user, Shrikante. The next thing we can do with this certificate is to extract the NT hash or the NT-LM hash of this user. And we can use certify again. This time use the auth option, provide the PFX file, which is going to be this one right here, provide the IP address of the DC. And if you follow the sequence of what was happening, it used the principal of this user. We have their certificate already. And then we try to request a TGT. Once we got a TGT, we save that into this user C cache. In fact, we can reuse this one if we want to, import this or whatever, and do the same thing that we have done previously with other attacks. However, it went ahead and then requested or retrieved the NT hash of this user, Shrikante. Now from here, we can reuse the NT hash of this user or even the C cache. Now let's try to compromise the domain controller of the foreign domain by using the NT hash of the user, Shrikante, and then targeting the domain controller, which is this one right here. We have compromised the domain controller by abusing the ADCS ESC1 vulnerability. To abuse the ESC2, we need to first of all request a certificate for a low privileged user. So with this command, we are going to request a certificate for the Queen Makeda, who happens to be a low privileged user on the foreign domain. So this command is going to be certified, requesting for this user, and then specifying the same information we had used for the ESC1, with exception of few other twists in it. First, the target IP stays the same. For the server running the ADCS services, we specify the certificate authority, and then the name of the template is going to be vuln-esc2. And now we've been able to request a certificate for Queen Makeda. Next, we are going to request a certificate on behalf of another user. For instance, we can do this on behalf of a domain admin or an enterprise admin using the certificate we had obtained from Queen Makeda. So let's look at the setup here. Certify, request, provide the credentials of this user. The target remained the same. And now we're going to use a template of the user template. The CA is the same as previous. And now we are requesting on behalf of the administrator of the foreign domain. And we are using the certificate belonging to Queen Makeda. But before we do issue out this, let's go into our client folder and ensure we remove anything that has got to do with administrator so we don't get any confusion here. All right, so we don't have anything about admin. And then let's go back and let's issue this command. Now we've been able to obtain a certificate for the enterprise admin within the foreign domain. We can now proceed to extract the NT-LM hash of the administrator the same way we did for the user Shrikante. Now we have the NT-LM hash of the admin. Let's execute the same attack with WMI exec using the admin and the admin's NT hash. And we have been successful in abusing both the ESC2 an ESC3 in becoming a domain admin or an enterprise admin within the foreign domain. So from analyzing the vulnerable templates, we discovered that the user, Queen Makita, has controls to modify vuln-ESC4 template. Well, what that means is because we have control over the particular certificate, we can modify that particular certificate. For instance, we can make it vulnerable to another vulnerability. In this case, we can make the certificate vulnerable to the ESC1 so that we can execute the same attack we had done previously for the ESC1. So what we can do here is we are going to use the certify tool. This time, we're going to use the template option, provide the username as usual for Makita and a password, and we're going to save a copy of this certificate before we make any modification so that we can go back and then revert back to the original one, because as pen testers, the last thing you want to do is to make your client's environment much more vulnerable than you found it, okay? So the -save-old is going to save a copy of this template whilst it's making it vulnerable to the ESC1 so that once we're done with the attack, we can revert it to the original ESC4. Okay, so what happened first of all was we saved up a copy of this original certificate into this certificate. So we can in fact take a look at how it looks like. So this is the original certificate, which we can always come back to. And then we proceeded to make an update to that particular template, making it vulnerable to ESC1. It wouldn't change the name though, it will still remain as ESC4, but it is now vulnerable to ESC1, and the attacks we had carried out against the ESC1 will be applicable here as well. So we can now proceed to exploit this vuln-ESC4 as if it was ESC1, because right now it is vulnerable to ESC1. However, let's proceed because we're going to impersonate the admin again. Let's go back and remove anything that has admin in it. Okay, so we remove the administrator information from our directory so we can have a fresh one. All right, the second time was a charm. So we got the administrator.pfx. We can now attempt to extract the NTLM hash of the admin and then try again to compromise the domain controller. And we are an administrator. Now we go back and then restore this template to its original config. So we pass in the dash configuration and the name of the vuln-ESC4.json. And that is successful. So now this template is back to its original state. So the concept of SID hopping or abusing the SID history remains the same, even if it's across Forest Trust. And the patches Microsoft implemented in 2021 also takes effect. However, there are still ways for us to abuse these scenarios to create golden tickets. So let's recap again what Microsoft did and how it impacts how we carry out the attack and what things we need to have in place in order to execute a successful SID hopping within Forest Trust or creating golden ticket. So due to the current SID filtering implementation by Microsoft, we need a group to target for the extra SID with a rate of greater than 1,000. So that means if you're going to target a particular group for performing golden ticket, we need to have a group that has a rate of 1,000 and above. Now with a SID filter, we can still impersonate any valid rate of a group as long as a rate is above 1,000. Another requirement for us to be able to perform this attack is we need to identify a custom group which is not part of any built-in group within the OS or the domain. Example of, let's say, built-in group would be, let's say, administrators. These are just built group, or let's say domain admins. These are built-in groups. So it has to be a group that is custom made or created by a domain admin or an enterprise admin, and also have some high privileges. And at the same time, the rate is over 1,000. So we have a few requirements to be met before we can even execute the set hopping attack to create golden ticket. So this has added some few extra steps for us to have a successful golden ticket attack created cross forest because of the set filtering that Microsoft has implemented. To execute the set hopping attack via the trust key for the forest trust abuse or cross forest, we need one additional piece of information, and that is going to be the trust key, which can be found from the net BIOS of the foreign domain. So with this command, we are going to use secret dump, and we're going to extract the NT hash of the net BIOS of the foreign domain. And that can be done from even the client domain, providing the credentials of the domain user of the client, such as Julius Nyerere. So we have that now. Let's copy the NT hash of this, and let's paste in the AES, because you never know when that would be useful for us. So the trust key attack setup is similar to the golden ticket. So let's focus more on the new information from this setup. Everything still the same. This is going to be the set of the client domain. The NT hash here, though, is going to be the NT hash of the foreign NetBIOS name. And the extra set is going to be for the foreign domain. The group is going to be the Zulu. We are targeting the curb TGT service account from the foreign domain. So the SPN is going to be the curb TGT of the foreign domain. The name of the trust we are creating is going to be Trust Us. Once again, this can be any name for our trust key. So once we hit enter, we are able to create our inter-realm TGT ticket, which is going to be trustus.ccache. Next, we are going to export the Trust Us ticket and then chain that with requesting a service ticket for the SIFS service on the domain controller within the foreign domain. And we are requesting that service using the Trust Us ticket, and the domain controller is going to be the foreign one. Before we proceed, let's ensure we clear any existing ticket. Now we have the service ticket saved up here as this Ccache. Now the final step we can take to confirm if this attack actually worked is to once again export that ticket, the ticket we obtained from the service ticket request, and then use that to see if we can achieve code execution on the domain controller of the foreign domain. That worked. So we've been able to leverage the trust ticket path to compromise the foreign domain. As much as you enjoy doing this enumeration manually, don't you wish there was a way for us to automate almost all of this process and then just make our life a lot easier? So prior to the creation of Bloodhound, finding all these privileges, dumping all this information from an Active Directory environment was done manually, and it can be very, very tedious. Even though there were some tools that helped out to semi-automate the process, it wasn't as efficient as it is compared to how Bloodhound does it. So with the introduction of Bloodhound, going through situational awareness has been very, very easy for us, because the stuff we would have done manually, which will cost us time, Bloodhound will just take few minutes to complete the entire process for us so that we can consume them as part of our enumeration and then also brief escalation and lateral movement. So with Bloodhound, we can easily find a whole lot of information and even weaknesses, such as access control weaknesses, some interesting groups to attack, path to DA, and even with the most recent version of Bloodhound, we are able to even find a way to attack ADCS and even some commands that we can even use. It will give us some recommended ways of running the command both on a Windows machine and then also Linux machine. So it has advanced over time and making our life a lot easier. And one of the things you should also know about Bloodhound is behind the scenes, it uses what we call the cipher queries to dump information or request information. So when we are enumerating with Bloodhound, we can either use its pre-configured list of enumeration, or we can use the cipher queries to extract information. On our Kali, we have Bloodhound already set up. So if we get into our opt, Bloodhound can be found within the BH. So this is the Docker compose that we need to have it started, and everything is all set up. If you want to review the Docker compose, you can do that with nano and then take a look at the content of this Docker. The only thing I made here as a change was exposing the Bloodhound outside of the local interface. So I changed this to 000 so it can be accessible from other systems within the network infrastructure. To start our Bloodhound, we'll use the Docker compose start. So once we have all these green checks, we should be able to now access our Bloodhound. The word of caution I would give though is Bloodhound is huge. So you're going to start seeing spike here on our Kali. You can see that it has actually picked up a bit, and you may see lags within your Kali or your Kali's performance. So do anticipate that. My advice is, if you have enough resources, beef up your Kali a bit with your RAM so it doesn't interfere with its performance. In fact, even though I have given mine 8 gig of RAM, I can see that my Kali has just even frozen right now. So that tells you how Bloodhound can sometimes impact the performance of your system once you get it running. I actually had to restart my Kali to get Bloodhound to be a bit respectful of the resources. So that is what I would encourage you is, if your Kali freezes up the first time you run your Bloodhound, just reboot it. Okay, so now it's a bit settled right now. Okay, great. The other avenues of privilege escalation is going to be Kerberos delegation. But before we get into the technicalities of that, let's use a scenario to describe how Kerberos delegation works and how we are able to abuse for privilege escalation. So we have this scenario. We have you as the user trying to use a web application. The web application is running on this web server. And at the back end, the web server talks to a file server, or it could be a database server. Now, let's say you are requesting a resource through this web application or this web server. However, that resource does not reside on this web server. The web application has to request it on your behalf as a user from the file server. But because the authentication is being done through Kerberos, this web server has your TGS for that request. However, there's going to be a problem with this web server trying to request that resource without this file server having an associated TGS for it. And this led to a situation we call double hopping problem, or Kerberos double hopping issue. So what Microsoft did to resolve this issue was, back in Windows 2000 server, when AD was introduced, Microsoft introduced this feature about Kerberos delegation. And the whole point was to serve as a mechanism to make it easy and also possible to reuse authenticated users' Kerberos credentials to access another system's resource. So here we are able to reuse to request resources here, to reuse the authentication from this user by the web server to request a resource from this server. And that was what led to the creation of delegation. So basically, we are allowing this web server to impersonate this user to request a resource from this server. We have three types of Kerberos delegation. We have the unconstrained delegation, and then constrained delegation came in. And we also have resource-based constrained delegation, which is from the Windows Server 2012 and above. So after abusing unconstrained delegation to escalate to another system, you now understand how bad that delegation was, right? So Microsoft went back and did some homework on this and then came back with a new delegation called constrained delegation. And what happened here were two things. One of them was the fact that the user account attribute of the object now has the trusted to authenticate for delegation flag set, different from the previous one. And then also the MSDS allowed to delegate to attributes gets populated by the SPN configured. Okay, so these were two things that were updated on the attribute of that object. And what happened was, because of that, the user or computers may be trusted for delegation to specific services. Not all services, unlike the unconstrained one. There are specific services such as CIFS that can be allowed for delegation, and that will be introduced within the MSDS allowed to delegate to attribute. So in a way, this delegation did limit the attack surface a bit, because now it has to be done for specific service. So Microsoft released two extensions to help the Kerberos protocol solve this double hop issues when it comes to the constraint delegation. And these are called S for U to self and then S for U to proxy. These two extensions helps limit access to only the required backend service, such as CIFS. Assuming we want to persist on the CD-SRV system, and we have the NT hash of the CD-SRV computer account, we should be able to execute the silver ticket attack to persist on that system. So first of all, if we go into creds and then dump it out, we should have the NT hash of the computer account of the CD-SRV. And that is what we need. With the attack set up similar to how we did the golden ticket, let's review this command. We are using a ticketer. We're providing the NT hash of this computer service account. We provide the domain SID of the child domain, which we have already from a previous attack. The domain in question is the child one. The SPN we are targeting for this ticket is going to be the CIFS. Sometimes you can also use host. And the target system is going to be the CD-SRV. And the fictitious silver ticket we are creating is going to be this fluffy silver. And now we have a ticket saved for fluffy silver. Let's unset our K-list. And now it's empty. And similar to how we did with golden ticket, we can now export the C cache of fluffy silver and then use PSExec and try to see if we can accomplish or achieve code execution on this server. And we do receive this error. So let's see how we can troubleshoot this. That doesn't work. Let's remove these. And then by modifying and just taking away the rest of this and focusing more on the host name and the domain, it looks like it still works, but we having name resolution issues here. So the server ticket is still working, but we having a resolution issue with this CD-SRV system. Now, it could be so many things. It can be DNS issue. We can reboot our Kali machine, and that should resolve it. Or we can reboot the server, and that should resolve it. So it looks like now we have access to the system. Who am I? We are system. So we've now been able to abuse Silver Ticket to persist on this system. So not only can we target a higher privileged user to execute the diamond ticket, the thing is we can even use a low privileged user for persistence on even a domain controller. So let's try to use a low priv user such as, let's say, Muammar Gaddafi. This user has no higher privileges on this domain. So we are going to use his ID instead of the previous one. So let's replace this with this ID of that user. Okay, so the only two pieces of information that are going to change here are going to be the user ID, which is going to be the Muammar Gaddafi, and then also the user that we're going to impersonate, which is also going to be the user Muammar.Gaddafi. Once we type that, we are able to actually request a ticket for this user. Now let's go for the attack. Let's type klist. We still have Bassi here. Let's unset this and then type klist, and we should have nothing so far. We now export Muammar Gaddafi's ticket, Ccache. Now finally, let's use this user's diamond ticket and see if we can compromise or gain access to the domain controller with a low privilege user. And it looks like that worked. So not only are we able to impersonate a higher privilege user through diamond ticket, we can even do the same thing with a low privileged user, and even with a system level on that domain controller. There is also another persistence attack called Sapphire Ticket. If you paid attention to the diamond ticket, when we executed the request through the ticketing tool, we specified a SID of a group. And that is because diamond ticket modifies the group membership of the user that we are impersonating. So in our case, we're able to modify the group membership of Muammar Gaddafi, and that was why we're able to elevate his privileges to even be able to compromise domain controller. So Sapphire tickets are the same or similar to how diamond ticket operates or work, because both of them make modification to regular or normal ticket and not forged. The difference relies on how the pack is modified, because the pack for diamond ticket modifies a group membership, whilst the Sapphire modifies the member itself. So how is that done? Well, in the Sapphire ticket approach, the pack of another powerful user is actually obtained through the S for you to self and an U to you trick. Hence, we modify the member within the pack and not the group. So this pack then will now replace the one which was featured in the original one. This attack results in a very effective way of staying undetected compared to the golden ticket and the silver ticket. Let's execute the Sapphire ticket. The setup is similar to how we did with diamond ticket, but this time we're going to switch over and target a new user. This is going to be Idi Amin is going to be our user. The same thing for the hashes that we need. is going to be for the same account, the curb TGT, which we have the NT hash, and then also the AES hash. And then we also have the child domain SID, and the target's name is going to be Idi Amin. The only thing missing right now is going to be the rate of that user, which we know how to find that. So let's use netexec and obtain the rate of the user, Idi Amin. So we have this, and then we go through, and Idi Amin's rate is going to be this one right here. And then using the in-packet ticketer, we set up our tag. This is similar to Diamond Ticket with few changes. We are going to store request. We specify the name we're going to impersonate is going to be ed.amin, and everything else stays the same for the NT hash, the AES key, and then the domain SID. What changes is going to be the user ID, which should correspond with the user ID of the user that we're trying to impersonate. And then we provide ed.amin as a username. We are not providing the group here because here we focus more on the user. And we should have acquired a ticket or the C cache for the user Idi Amin. And let's unset our tickets. Check our tickets, and we don't have any. We can now export Idi Amin's C cache. Klist will confirm that we have it. We can now try to see if we can achieve access to the domain controller. And yes, we do. And we are system. The entire SID hopping or the SID history attack via the golden ticket technique can also be automated with just one line. So we can use the in-packet raise child to achieve the same aim or to achieve the same goal from the way we went through the manual process with golden ticket. So here, this is the domain controller of the forest domain. And this is a user we had abused from our child domain, Ghana Basi, and we have the hash of that user. Once we execute this command, what it's going to do is it is going to automate the whole process we had gone through previously. First, it is going to obtain the SID for the enterprise admin from the parent domain, which will be the client.ad. It is going to retrieve the hash of the curb TGT service from the child domain. And then it's going to create a golden ticket with that, and then log into the parent domain and then retrieve the credentials for the admin or the enterprise admin account in the parent domain. And since we have specified the target exec, it is now going to even use PSExec and then remotely gain access to the domain controller. So let's issue this command, and then we'll see this was very, very fast. It just combined every step that we went through previously, the manual process, and then just automated the whole process for us. So let's take a look at what it was doing behind the scenes. First of all, it has the child domain, and then it retrieved the parent domain, and then it's going to raise up the child to the parent. So it obtained the SID of the enterprise admin with this one, and then it got the credentials for the child domain belonging to the curb TGT service. So it got both the NT, LM, and then also the AES hashes. And then once it got that, it was able to create golden ticket for us using the admin account. And then once that was done, it logged into the parent domain, obtained the hashes of the enterprise admin, and then used that to execute PSExec on the forest domain controller. And that was how it gave us straight access to the domain controller. So this is another way that we can hop from the child domain to the parent domain. Now that we know there's a link from the child domain to the parent through Thomas Sankara. Let's find a way that we can abuse that, or how we can execute an attack from the membership of Thomas Sankara to that of the forest domain. But because I still have Bloodhound running, it's killing my resources, so I'm just going to stop it. First, we need to obtain the credentials of the user Thomas Sankara, which we already have that from the NTDS we had obtained from the child domain. So we have both his NT hash and also his clear text credential here. Thomas Sankara belongs to a group called the Kush Kingdom. So let's look at what privileges Thomas Sankara actually has by virtue of that membership on the forest domain. Okay, it looks like by virtue of his membership, Thomas Sankara actually has a local admin privilege on the RT-WKSTN, which happens to be a workstation within the forest domain. So we've been able to use the membership to actually have access to a workstation or a system within the forest or the parent domain. And the IP address of that system is the .30. And then using in packet, we've been able to obtain a foothold within the forest domain as a local admin on one of the workstations. And from here, we can do so many things in here, such as dumping credentials from this particular system, or looking for files or any sort of other data on this system. Let's try secret dump and see if we can find anything interesting from this machine. And from the looks of things, nothing really new here that we can find or be really useful. The regular local admin, Vagrant is out of scope. And then we have the cache domain logon information. We don't need that. That will take us forever to crack it. So it looks like we hit a brick wall for now from here. So when you develop experience executing several pen tests, you begin to understand the mindset of domain admins or admins within AD environment. An example is when you create a domain object, there's an option, let's say creating a domain user. There's an option for leaving a comment within, let's say, the description portion of the user account. Now, sometimes they are for legitimate purposes. For instance, let's say a domain admin creates a user for a contractor. They may want to leave a comment within the description to inform anyone who sees the account they know the purpose of that account. Now, things become a bit more nastier when maybe sometimes they leave a password within the description of the AD object. And that is where sometimes as pen testers, we may want to hunt for that. So using the netexec tool and then talking to the domain controller of the forest domain, we can try out the credentials of the user Thomas Sankara, because we know that user is a link between the child domain and the parent domain. And then let's run with the get description user module from netexec and see if anything pops up. This may be a small environment, but imagine maybe having about 5,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 employees or 100,000 users to go through that. You never know what you find out. So let's take a look here with our small number of people. And it looks like these are just typical for administrator account. The guest has this description. Vagrant has the same description here. And a curb TGT service. It's a description here. But then we see this user, Kemoshosho, and we do see that within the description is a password in here. So this is a way for us to be able to hunt for credentials by going through the description section of objects within Active Directory. Now that we have a valid set of credentials for the user Pharaoh Ramses, we can now execute the generic write from that user to the Pharaoh Hatshepsut. With the generic write, we can execute attack in several ways. Two of the ways we're going to use are going to be targeted curb roasting and then also shadow credential. So for the targeted curb roasting, we are going to add an SPN to the user, and then we're going to ask for TGS for that SPN, and then remove the SPN out of that. And then the normal or the regular Kerberos attack can be carried out. To execute the targeted Kerberos attack, we will need to use a specialized tool for that. Let's open up a new tab and let's go into the opt directory. And we have a tool for that specifically called the targeted Kerberos. So let's get into that. And we are going to issue this command. We are going to run the targeted Kerberos.py. The domain that we are going to run against is going to be the client.ad. We have the user, Pharaoh Ramses. We have his password we created ourselves from our previous attack. And we are requesting SPN for the user, Pharaoh Hatshepsut. So now we are able to copy this and save it into a file and then try to crack it offline. We can now proceed to crack the password hash of this user. Using certify, we should be able to carry out the shadow credential attack. So this will be the command. We're using the shadow option. We're providing the credentials of the user we do own, and the user we have generic write over, which is going to be this user right here. And if this attack succeeds, we should be able to obtain the NT hash of the user, Pharaoh Hatshepsut. And it looks like the attack succeeded. We're able to generate certificate for this user. And in so doing, we're able to obtain the NT hash of the user, Pharaoh Hatshepsut. So let's copy that and save that into our credential files. Now with Julius Nyerere's NT hash, we should be able to abuse the add self or add to group ACL that Julius has over the Berbers group. However, to carry out this attack, we need some pieces of information. First of all, we need a distinguished name for both Nyerere and then also the Berbers group that we're going to join. And we can use the ldip command. We are using LDAP to authenticate with the user, Julius Nyerere. We provide his NT hash. The domain is the client.ad. The domain controller or the LDAP is going to be this one right here. And then we are searching for the user, Julius.Nyerere. And we only want to extract the distinguished name from this output. So this will be the distinguished name for Julius Nyerere. We run the same command, but this time we specify the same account name as the Berbers. And we also have the distinguished name for the Berbers group. Before we add Julius Nyerere to the Berbers group, let's list the membership of the Berbers group. And for now, we have only 3. So now we can proceed to add the user, Julius Nyerere, to the Berbers membership or to the Berbers group. So using LDAP, the same setup all the way through to this point where we specify the distinguished name of the user we want to add. So this one will be Julius Nyerere, and then we adding him to the Berbers group right here. And that was why we needed the distinguished name for both the user and the group. So we got a confirmation that the user was successfully added to the group. Let's run a previous command to now list the membership. And we can see the user is now part of this group. With the vulnerabilities discovered from the Enterprise CA, let's begin to analyze each of the identified vulnerabilities and then look at the characteristics that defines why they are vulnerable and what vulnerabilities they are. So we start with the first template, which is the vuln-esc1. Obviously, you wouldn't find such a template within real production environment, but this is for illustration purposes. So what are the characteristics of the ESC1 vulnerability? It means enrollment rights are granted to low privileged users. What that means is if we go all the way down here and we look at the enrollment permissions, we can see that all domain users have the privilege to enroll certificate, including domain computers also have the same permission to do that. So that is one indication of misconfiguration. The second one too is whether the certificate is approved before it is deployed or not. So if we take a look at requires manager approval, it says false. That means there's no need for manager to approve a certificate once it's requested by any domain users or domain computers. In addition to not needing manager approval, there is no requirement for authorized signatures, and that is set to 0. The next also is security descriptors on certificate templates are overly permissive, allowing low privileged users to obtain enrollment rights. Each of the certificate templates are configured to define EKUs that facilitate smart card login, server authentication, KDC authentication, and then also client authentication. Last but not least, the ESC1 vulnerability indicates that the ability of requesters to even include what we call the subject auth name or the SAN in the certificate sign-in request. That means we can provide an alternate name within our request, such as, let's say, a domain admin to impersonate a domain admin when we are requesting a certificate. Now that we have the understanding of what this vulnerability is, let's figure out how we can exploit this vulnerability. Next up on our persistence is Silver Ticket, which is also a Kerberos-based persistence attack. So whilst Golden Ticket is us forging a TGT, Silver Ticket is forging the TGS, the ticket granting service. And there are a couple of things that distinguish Golden Ticket from Silver Ticket. Silver Ticket requires a computer account password, and usually that computer account or service account would have a $sign at the end of it. That is one thing. The second thing is the mode of the persistence. Whilst Golden Ticket can be a domain-based persistence, Silver Ticket is more of a single host persistence. The third thing too is, compared to Golden Ticket, Silver Ticket is much more stealthier because it doesn't even make a communication to domain controller. So it doesn't leave footprint on the domain controller. Another distinction is if we want to execute Silver Ticket, we need to specify the service we are interested in to perform the persistence. Most of the time, the safest way is to use the CIFS. Now, for code execution, we can either use the CIFS or the host, and either one or either service will give us access. So just like how Golden Ticket is, there are some few things we need to put together in order to execute the Silver Ticket persistence. We need the hash of the service account or the computer account. And then we do need a domain name and a SID, which we have already. And then we need to have a fake name. Unlike the SID filtering that Microsoft implemented in 2021 for golden ticket, the silver ticket was not hashed. So for silver ticket, we can create any fake name for persistence. The service needs to also be specified. To carry out the right DACO attack, which from our Bloodhound analysis, the user Pharaoh Hatshepsut has over Julius Nyerere. We can use a separate tool for that, which is the DACO edit tool. The first thing we want to do is to use the DACO edit tool to figure out what permission this user currently has over Julius Nyerere. So the action is just reading. This is a principal we are providing, and the target that principal has permission over will be this user right here. And this is going to be the domain we specify. And because we are the principal with permissions over this user, we provide the empty hash of this user, which we had already obtained from the previous attack. And we can see currently, these are the only permissions we have. We have right DACO permission over Julius Nyerere. Now, since we have right DACO permission over the object Julius Nyerere, we can in fact modify that permission for us to have a full control over that user. So using DACO edit, the action now is going to be right. We want to provide a full control over the target, Julius Nyerere. We have the credentials of this user to do that. That was successful. DACO modified successfully. And of course, we did create a backup in case we have to revert to the original permissions. Now, if we run the command again to read the permission we have over Julius Nyerere, let's see what has changed. So now we actually have full control now. With the full control over the user Nyerere, we can either change his password, we can perform targeted Kerberos roasting as we did previously, or we can even execute shadow credentials attack. So let's pick the shadow credential attack out of the three options. So we can extract the empty hash of the user Julius Nyerere. Great. So now we have the empty hash of the user Julius Nyerere. So the Berbers group have a DC sync privilege on the client Active Directory. What that means is any member of that group also have the same privileges. Now, if a user or an object has a DC sync privilege in a domain, that means that user has a capability to dump all the NTDS database of the domain. So with that said, we can try out and abuse the DC sync privileges that the Berbers do have within the forest domain or the client domain. So using in packet secret dump, we're going to use Nyerere's credentials against the domain controller of the forest domain, and then see if we can be successful in dumping the NTDS database. So we are able to dump the NTDS database of the client domain or the forest domain. However, if we make any attempt to try to achieve remote code execution, such as using WMI exec, that is not going to be possible because the DC sync does not grant the user access or remote code access on a server, but to only be able to extract or replicate the domain controller. So we're going to end up having access denied. NetExec also has some capabilities in enumerating for vulnerabilities, well-known ones that, once a while pop out. So in this case, we can use NetExec to scan for or check for the zero logon vulnerability. So with the domain user that we still have in place, we can scan that against the domain controller and then see if the zero log on vulnerability does exist on the network. And it looks like the attack failed. Target is probably patched, so that is good to know. Now let's try with Pentesting vulnerability. And it comes back and tells us that it's vulnerable. However, the next steps will be for us to head over to this GitHub and then trying to find a way that we can exploit against that domain controller. Let's try against NoPack. And that came out clean. Let's try and see if we can extract the password from the GPP password file. In modern day environment, you probably would not find this. Nevertheless, I have seen it all in Pentest. All right, so it is good to still check and see if you'll be able to extract the password hash, the password from the sysvol share. Here we have our environment properly configured, so we don't have such a password in our unattended file. Sometimes we may have just the NT hash of a user and not the clear text credential. Now, we had abused password hash in several occasions on penetration tests. What if that is unsuccessful, trying to use password hash technique in an environment because authentication is only enabled through Kerberos? Well, that is when pass the C cache comes in, or overpass the hash. It's when we use the NT hash through Kerberos authentication. So using our user Mansa Musa, whom we have the NT hash of his account, we can request a ticket granting ticket from the KDC or the domain controller using the NT hash of the user Mansa Musa in our case. We hit enter, and that user's ticket have been saved up as the C cache. Next, we can chain two commands by first of all exporting this user C cache, and then one is been exported, then we can use the ps-exec to achieve code execution or to achieve remote code execution on the server whom this user has local admin privileges on. And we are on this system. And in fact, we are also a system on this system. So we have a system privilege on this system. Just because we found this information doesn't guarantee it's a valid set of credentials. So to trust but verify, let's try and spray the credentials of the Chemo Social user against the entire subnet and see if it is a valid credential and if it has any access on any system. And it looks like, yes, it is a valid credential. However, it doesn't have any privileges on any of the domains. Nevertheless, we want to save that because we will never know when we will need this credential. So far, we've been able to identify several ways that we can own the domain. First, the child domain, and then also be able to move from the child domain to the parent domain or the forest. Now, let's look at how can we identify relationships between the forest and external forest domain, and how we can even find ways to abuse or attack forest trust. At this point, we have enterprise level privileges on the forest of the client.ad. Next, we're going to find ways that we can move from that forest to an external one. Before we can do that, we need to discover or identify if there is any trust between this domain and any external domain. So we can see that there's a bidirectional trust between the foreign and then also our client domain. And the trust between the client and the foreign is transitive in nature. So let's run the same command against the foreign LDAP server to also identify the trust that also does have with the client.ad domain. And once we run that command, we do get a bit of an interesting outcome, which is actually of a much interest to us. We actually do see this treat as external, which is what we're actually looking for to see here. That means it still confirms we have a bidirectional relationship with a client.ad and is through forest transitive and also treated as an external relationship. The next vulnerable certificate template to look into would be the ESC2. This happens to be just a variation of the ESC1 in such a way that the enrollment rights are granted to low privileged users. So that is one. The requirement for a manager approval is not there. And also the need for authorized signature is also not there. And then of course, it has overly permissive permissions allowed for users or for objects. The difference between the ESC2 and the ESC1 is the fact that the certificate can be used for any purpose. So if we take a look at this vun-ESC2 and then we look at the any purpose, we can see it is set to true. Now, the same technique used for the ESC2 can also be used for ESC3. So in this case, we would actually kill two birds with one stone by combining both ESC2 and then ESC3 for the same attack. So let's scroll down to the ESC1 so you can see the difference between these two templates. So if we go all the way down to the ESC1 and we look for the purpose, we will see that any purpose is set to false. And this is the biggest distinguishing factor between ESC2 and then ESC1. Next, let's take a look at what makes a certificate template vulnerable to the ESC4. It's when a user has a right privilege over a certificate template. So if we go all the way down here, it doesn't explicitly say that though. But if we take a look here, it says that the user, or which will be an AD object, has dangerous permissions on this certificate. And what are those dangerous permissions? Well, if we scroll all the way up a bit and start looking at the various permissions, these are the principals that have full control over the certificate. We have the domain admin, enterprise admin, local systems. Those are normal. But then we do see this user also has full control over this certificate. If we come down here too, we're looking at the right owner principals. All these are legitimate, but we still have Makeda, Queen Makeda, who also have right ownership on this certificate. And then we have DACO, and then we have the right property. So essentially, this can be abused to make the certificate vulnerable to, let's say, ESC1 and make it a lot easier for us to exploit. This brings us to the end of the network propagation module. In this module, we're able to cover the following. Once we had gained initial access on the network, we started off with network situational awareness, where we try to learn much about the network before we actually devise our attack paths. In the course of understanding the network itself, the domains, the user groups, the various computers, the various groups, were able to devise ways to escalate ourselves from one system to another, and eventually compromising the domain. Of course, in the course of all the privilege escalations, we had to use lateral movement techniques to be able to move from one system to another. We also looked at how we can persist on the network, or how attackers can persist on a network. And then finally, we looked at how we can jump from one forest to another or from one domain to another by abusing trust between those domains. Once Bloodhound is up and running, we can access it through the browser. And once you open up your browser, we should actually have it bookmarked here. So you can click on it. Credentials are already saved up in here. So it's admin. And just click on login to log you in. In case you mess up and you want to know the password for the admin user, it's this one right here. The exclamation mark is 5 of them. So the first time we log in into Bloodhound, this is how it's going to look like. We don't have any data fed into it, so it will take us right to this place. And the next is going to be us obtaining the data so we can upload to Bloodhound for analysis. As a pen tester, the last thing you ever want to do is leaving your client's environment more vulnerable than the way you found it. Okay, so we don't want to leave things around that we have created during our penetration test. With that said, we would have to flash out, remove the computer that we created as part of our resource-based confidence delegation attack. So this will be the command we're going to run, and the action is going to be flash, and we should be good. So this is going to flash out the delegation. We need one more step. And we're going to run this command and specify -delete to delete this computer. And this has been deleted. So to abuse the false change password from the user Ken Moshosho over the user Pharaoh Ramses, we can use the net command, RPC, and a password. So we are changing the password of the user Pharaoh Ramses, and we are saving that as new password 123. And obviously, the user Ken Moshosho has that privileges. So we provide his credentials, which we obtain from the description. And then we're doing that against the domain controller of the client domain or the parent domain. Once that is executed, we have now been able to set a password of this user to this new one. We then check the newly created password against the domain controller. And then, yes, it checked out that this password is valid on the domain. So at this point, we've been able to compromise the child domain. However, that may not be our ultimate goal. Maybe there are other domains, or we want to go a step further and then just compromise the entire domain, including any parent domain, and even if there are any other forests that have a relationship with our parent domain that we want to compromise. So the rest of these phases on the domain dominance is going to be the several other techniques, such as persistence on a domain level, and then also even go further back to privilege escalation on a domain level, so we can move further up to compromising the forest and even the external domains as well. We are now going to go back to priv escalation, lateral movement, and then compromising other accounts, and then also other systems, and then other domains. So it's just going to be cyclical again in nature, and most attacks may be still the same, with new twist and turn going forward from the domain dominance. So from the membership, we can go into the outbound object control to see what controls this group, the Kush Kingdom, have within the forest domain. And we can see it has some sort of control over the domain controller of the client or the forest domain. And that seems to be very, very interesting. So let's get into one of the most important aspects of any penetration test, and that is the penetration test report. This is where you are going to aggregate all of our findings, provide evidence in our report to back any findings that we have in our report. The team will typically go through a cleanup process. You do not want to leave your client's network infrastructure much more vulnerable before you even got in, right? So you want to revert all systems that had any sessions on, let's say, your C2 infrastructure. You may want to delete any usernames created. If you created any files, you may have to delete them. If you did any attacks that modified user property, you have to delete all those or reconfigure them into their state that you found them. So let's take a look at a sample report and how the structure could be. There is no better way to have a pentest report done. However, there are some features that you may want to see in your pentest report. And these are some things that I like to have in my pentest report. Every pen tester would have their own preferences on how they write a pentest report. So this is by no means a way to enforce how to write a proper penetration test. However, you may want to have your penetration test to have an executive summary, okay? Because you're going to have stakeholders of varying background. You're going to have the technical team and then also non-technical team. So the exec summary is where we provide things on a higher level, non-technical. So we want to reinforce the goals and the objectives of the penetration test, the summary of the findings or the vulnerabilities or attack vectors we discovered in the course of the penetration test, and then also high-level recommendations for strategic decision makers. And then you may also want to have a section to reinforce your methodology, which was used for the penetration test, or the framework you may have used for your penetration test. And I also do put in the attack narrative in all of my penetration tests, which walks through the readers the sequence of events we took as part of the penetration test. The reason why you want to sometimes want to have your narrative is the worst thing that would ever happen to you as a pen tester is after a pen testing, there is no or close to zero findings. You couldn't pop a shell, you couldn't gain access anywhere. So the narrative is where you are able to explain the things you did throughout the course of the 1 week or 2 weeks it was given to you, because some clients have the assumption that if you didn't find many vulnerabilities, that means you are not a good pen tester. And that is likely not, true all the time. Sometimes you just have a very good environment and you couldn't pop a shell or you couldn't gain a foothold or proceed. So your narrative is where you tell your story of all the TTPs that you use so you can walk through your client on the activities you did. And then we get into the technical details. This is where we rank up or we begin to get into much more technical and then pick each vulnerability or attack vector and then write more details about each findings and their severity level. And then within each technical details, we also provide recommendations and then also any action plans we want our client to take. So let's have a walkthrough of an example report I wrote for this engagement for our client. But let me make a statement here that this is by no means an endorsement to use this report or all pentest reports should look like this. However, if you find it useful and you want to use it on your next engagement, by all means, you can go ahead and then use this template on your next exercise or engagement. So we have the cover page of our report. We have the name of our client here, and this is going to be the report for the internal penetration test. We have our date specified, and then our table of content, well structured. So now let's go through the main report. We have the introduction section where I do provide the breakdown of the report structure. It is going to contain the executive summary, the attack kill chain we use for the penetration test, the operations narrative, which describes the sequence of events we went through, and then the technical details section. Very simple, very straightforward. So let's start with the executive summary. This is where we are going to have things on high level. So for instance, we make a statement about the fact that we were hired by the client to execute this particular penetration test. And I also do provide the objectives of this penetration test and the expectations from our client. And I also do make the point that we are performing this test using the path of least resistance. We are not here trying to break into the hardest defenses. We are trying to find the most easiest way that will require the least resistance from the target machine. And if there was a particular way that you provision access to by the client, I'm using this section here to describe how we're giving access to the internal network. And I have this here in bold because sometimes leadership may misunderstand the concept about penetration tests. We are not here to find every single vulnerabilities or every single attack vector. Penetration test is a time box event. So we have either 1 week, 2 weeks, or how many days that we have to execute the operation. It does not guarantee that we'll find all vulnerabilities or attack vectors within that time period. So I make this disclaimer sort of statement here that we are not here, or the penetration test was not intended to find every vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is a statement that I normally put within my report to reference that. And then I specify the scope of the work here. So whether it's going to be internal or external, the scope can be IP addresses, a CIDR block, it could be domain, or a list of domain names. We also make mention of the time frame of the penetration test. So if it was a multiple work streams, you may have external, internal, web app, or whatever. You have line for each one of them. In our case, it was only one work stream, which was the internal penetration test, and was executed from this date through this date. And then we go into how we define our severity. Now, most pen testing report may have critical, find critical as severity. I typically stay to these three, which is the high, medium, or low. And of course, I have a description of that here for each one of these severity levels. And then we head over to the summary of the findings, and then also have them in a much more readable for leadership, especially when it comes to having something for a dashboard. So we have the high, the medium, and then also low in this table form. And then now we'll begin to go down to the each findings in a much more high level. You don't want to provide too much information here, just enough for leadership here. So I have, let's say, the reference number is just made up by me. So int-01, means maybe internal. If it was external, I'll make it, let's say, EXT, something like that. The title of the finding, weak parts policy, and then also the severity. So this table will be a summary of all the findings. Another part that I normally make point in my report is most of the time, pen testers do not give credit where it is due, because we have to understand that the defenders, or let's say the blue teamers, the IT guys, they are working very hard. They may be short-staffed, or they may have limited resources. So they're doing as much as they can to fix holes. So when you perform a penetration test, you always want to give credit where credit is due. So if you come across any good practices you came across within the environment, do specify that in your report, and then make the IT guys also feel good and then also appreciate it for also doing something positive. So I always have the positive practices identified within my report and then call them out in my report as well. Then we get into the high level technical findings here, and I have them also broken down for each of them, and then also the potential impact on the client. And then once I've done the high level findings and their impact, then I go into strategic recommendations. These are things that leadership will take into consideration when it comes to strategic planning for the organization. So that is the executive part of the report. Now we get into the attack kill chain, which we use for our penetration test, or the methodology we use for our penetration test. So I have this one designed here. You may see this is a bit different from the kill chain we use in the exercise, and it's because this is a high level. This comprises of both external and then also internal. The one we had for the exercise was all about internal, but here you may want your attack kill chain to be much more general to cover both external and then also internal. So there's no need for you to have different attack kill chains for different work streams. So I have the reconnaissance, the target development, the intrusion or the exploitation phase, lateral movement, and then also data exfiltration, if that is part of the penetration test. And I have brief description of each one of these phases. So after the attack kill chain, we get into the operations narrative. This section is where we write a narrative of our activities, the TTPs we went through, and the phases that we went through in the course of our penetration test. Sometimes you may do a penetration test and you may not even gain access to a single system. That is fine. I mean, if you did what you're supposed to do and you did an extensive job and you still couldn't gain access, you can still walk to your client with a good storyline to tell what you did. Because once you have a very good storyline, that tells you that, okay, we did all these things which typically would give us access, but in your case, we couldn't gain access. So this part is very, very important in your penetration test report. So in our case, I have this drafted out. The time of testing is also defined here. The assumed scenarios, I have them defined here as well. We're trying to mimic an insider threat actor. It could be an employee who is disgruntled. It could be a consultant that just walked into your building as part of the physical penetration test. It could be an actual adversary that walked into your building or any of your offices or any of your locations and plug in a device and gain access. Of course, we assume they don't have any domain level credentials. They just have network access and what they can do to break into your network infrastructure or the domain and then compromise it. Then once I have that defined, I'm now walking through the phases of the attack kill chain, starting with the initial access, and then I start with the reconnaissance. So the purpose here is not to go through every single activity. You just want to have the highlight ones to tell the story. So reconnaissance phase, we did some LMNR protocol abuse using responder for that. And let me leave this line here. And then we will be providing evidence of the tools that we did. And then also some more evidence to showcase the things that we obtained. So here we're showing the hashcat cracking the responder hashes. And then we got into password spray attack. And you see that I have blurred out this particular password. The reason why I'm doing that is I have seen some pentest report where they actually leave out, actual password in the report. Those cases, in my opinion, are not good practices. You always want to protect your client data because you never know who will gain access to that particular report. I have seen some pentest report on GitHub. In fact, there's plenty of them on GitHub. Okay, so you never know when your client's report will make it to the public. So you want to make sure that things such as credentials are all blurred out in your report. So even though this is a fictitious client, I want you to be in a habit of always protecting data or your client's information in your report. So we run password spray attack, and then we use Kerberos to do that. And we have evidence to prove that. We also did run AS rep roasting attack, and we show a sequence of how we did it. I'm not showing this full password hash, just in case you're thinking, okay, this is a cutoff here, so it's not a complete password hash for this user. And then we also did run NTLM relay attack, and we have evidence to prove that or to show that. So we're telling the story here going forward. So once we're done with the initial access, we now get into the next phase of the attack kill chain, which is the network propagation. And then we did execute all these things, brief escalation as part of the propagation phase. And then we started getting into the path to domain dominance. And these are some of the attacks we carried out as part of the domain dominance. And you can see I'm providing more evidence as I'm walking through my client or the reader. And then we get into owing the child domain, which is our first domain. The things that led into owing that child domain. And then once we have it on, we get into the abusing domain trust. So we're jumping from the child domain to the parent domain. So this was us carrying out the golden ticket attack from the child to that of the parent domain. And then once we become a parent domain, we get into abusing trust between the client and then the foreign domain. And here I have evidence to give an overview of how ADCS infrastructure, or the Active Directory Certificate Services infrastructure of the process work, and how we use a user Makita to compromise the foreign domain. All right, so once we compromise the foreign domain, obviously we want to also showcase or demonstrate to our client the impact if this was an actual attack. Some of the activities we perform at the closure, of course, is going to be determined by the engagement scope. Okay, if we are allowed to exfiltrate data, then we'll proceed to do that. Sometimes we may dump the NTDS database for offline cracking and then also analysis. Depending on how the client is, they may stop you from dumping NTDS. So always ask for permission if you're allowed to dump NTDS for offline cracking. Next, we move to the technical details, which is where we pick each of the findings and then give more details of each findings, the description, the impact on the organization, any references, the affected asset, and then also remediation process. So the password policy, the weak password policy, refers to how we're able to guess a user password and then use that moving forward. And you will see of a particular thing that I normally put in my report is reference to MITRE ATT&CK TTP. If there is any TTP that correlates to our attack, I make sure that I have that in my report to demonstrate to my client that these things are not fictional. These things are actually happening in the real world and they are documented within MITRE ATT&CK framework. So I make reference to MITRE ATT&CK framework in my finding for each of the vulnerability or the attack type. So I have the title for the finding, the description fully described here in the report, and I also provide the impact that particular finding would have on a client if it was executed by a real-world threat actor. Then I have the remediation process on how the client, some suggested remediation process or remediation the client can put in place to remediate or mitigate this particular finding. And sometimes you may want to give your client more references so that if they are trying to fix a problem, they may refer to those resources. So I have reference section for some of the findings and not all of them. And then the affected asset is what is affected by this particular finding. In this case, this will be a domain-wide because it was a policy that affected the entire domain. And if you have any extra proof of concept for your client to test out, then I'll have that as part of the production or the proof of concept. So in this case, we are providing another evidence, or providing evidence to show how this was done and how we discovered the password for some users because of weak password. And that is for one finding. And I have it for several of them. And again, this will be the SMB sign not enabled and the associated MITRE attack framework TTP will be this one right here. So I'll give a word about the remediation section. Sometimes you can give more detailed recommendation on remediation. The problem is sometimes the remediation you provide or the step-by-step you provide to the client may not be inconsistent or may be changed based on a version of the OS or the version of the application. So just be cautious on how you provide your recommendation, because sometimes if you're too detailed, it may not be applicable to the next version of the system or the version of the application. So sometimes generic recommendation is good enough. If you want to provide more details, by all means, go ahead and do that. So in this case, we are saying that enable SMB sign-in, but to proceed to give more details on how that can be done using GPO. Okay, so this is a process that you can provide for your client to use GPO to implement or to enforce SMB sign-in. And then here we are being specific on all the systems that had SMB sign-in not enabled. We provide evidence on how we use netexec to identify those systems. And that is going to be all of the findings in technical details, the same structure for each of the findings. And of course, we have those in Medium as well. So that brings us to the end of the report. You may notice that I missed out one or two in the technical details, and that was for a reason. And the reason being that all of these are all the same structure or the same format. So I didn't see the need to go through and then have all of them written out in here. So I think I missed out on one or two, but that should still be all good. You should have the main content or the main structure to work with. Another important aspect of the penetration test engagement is a readout meeting or a debrief. This is where you, the pen testing team, and then the stakeholders get to meet and then go over the findings. Most of the time, you may want to give your report out to your stakeholders way ahead of time so they can have their time to go through the report and then come to this meeting with their questions or their feedback or any concerns. So sometimes your report may be well received by your stakeholders that even during your debrief meeting, you may not even spend too much time on a call. Nevertheless, it is a key aspect or key component of the penetration test closure phase. So this is a place for you to be able to exchange or engage in conversation with your stakeholders, both technical and then also non-technical. Also, as part of the debrief and readout meeting, this is where you may also get to understand the remediation process or the action plans that the stakeholders want to take based on your findings. Sometimes organizations may have a policy that defines the SLA for severity of the finding. So some companies may say if a finding is critical, we have 15 days SLA to address it and then have it retested by the testing team. If it's a high finding, we may give it maybe 30 days to fix it before it gets retested. If it's a medium finding or low finding, it may be, let's say, 45 days or there may be 90 days, respectively. So this is where you also have a discussions and then understand the remediation plan of the organization so that if there's any retest that has to be done, you plan for that appropriately. So in the end, the debrief is a very good meeting for both the testing team, the sponsors of the penetration test, and then also the consumers or the team that is going to perform any remediation action to meet and then have understanding, and then how we proceed or move forward. So in summary, for the closure part of our penetration test, we look at how we write a very good report that speaks to the work that we have done, and then also the findings or the attack vectors, and also gives the receiving parties the time for them to also review our report, sit down through a debrief meeting, and then be able to access questions for the things that they don't understand, and even plan for any remediation effort and then potential retest in the future. Welcome to the engagement closure phase. We have basically completed all active penetration test activities, and we are now wrapping up and getting into bringing all of our evidence together to summarize all of our findings, and then also make a presentation to our client where we discuss remediation steps going forward, because your penetration test is meaningless if there's no call for action for any findings discovered in the course of the penetration test. So this phase ensures that all the vulnerabilities and attack vectors we have discovered are ranked up based on their priority. Because one thing that you come across is there is no unlimited resources. Organizations, institutions always have limited resources, so there has to be a way for us to prioritize our vulnerabilities or our attack findings so they can put them into their action plan. So we're going to focus on how we can write a good report and have all these findings well structured and prioritized for our client to take action on how to remediate them. So we're going to look at how to generate a report, and then also maybe go through a readout meeting and walk our clients through the report structure and our findings, and also any remediation process they may have to put in place.